You are watching the Vodka stream.
Jace, audio issues. What are we doing here? Jace. I was like, my little intro right there. It was like, hey, no music on it. So then I like uploaded the music and then I was like, oh, that's a whole different thing. But anyways, who cares? We're good. We're good. Let's go ahead and get rid of that for right now. All right. Hey, what's happening? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's the Christmas edition. That's right. Got the itchy freaking Christmas sweater on right now. Woo-wee. That's right. And of course, wearing the headgear that I always wear every holiday season with my flapping Batman ears. But yeah, I forgot I had this ugly sweater that Mama Film Junkie got me a couple Christmases ago. So, and then of course, what I do all the time, got my good old eggnog going on right here with some rum. And well, cheers, everybody. Merry Christmas. Ugh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What's happening, guys? Hopefully you guys are doing good. Oh, do we have plenty to talk about tonight? Oh, do we? Oh, do we ever? My God. Let's go ahead and turn on some of that. Well, I'm not going to turn on the Christmas music. We're not going to have that play the whole time. With that, whatever the heck. Well, I mean, I guess I could, but nah, I'm not going to do that. I like this. I like that, like right there. Turn it down a little bit, though. Keep that going. All right, how we doing here, folks? Party time. What's going on, Andy? Andy will be joining the panel, of course. What's going on, Kenneth? Hope a good Friday. The Superman trailer. Wow, super great first trailer. Hope the film is as good, but I am hyped. There you go. A lot of people are hyped. What's going on, James? Party time, baby. Superman trailer is the 5th biggest 24-hour debut of all time for a movie trailer of any studio. I know, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Those numbers, we'll talk about that stuff and everything. So always good. Donovan right here. Personally, I adored the trailer so much. That's good. Glad you did. A lot of people seem to love the trailer. What's going on, Max Wolf Night Danger? Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. Just saw the new Superman trailer. My thoughts on it. I like it. And I just watched Creature Commandos episode 1, 2, 3, and 4. My thoughts on not bad TV shows. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'll talk about I'll talk a little Sonic, because I did see Sonic. And then, of course, I'll give my review of episode 4, which, my God, episode 4. Yeah, that's something. And, of course, and then I'm going to get some thoughts on the trailer and stuff like that. And then we'll get the panel in here and we'll have a nice little discussion. What's going on, Ryan? The Superman looked great. Yeah. Great. Easy there, Ryan. Not Snyder's destructive next. Come on, easy there, killer. Easy there. You had to. Zod was gonna mess things up. Sometimes you just gotta snap a neck. Versus C. Glad I watched Creature Commandos before Superman. Otherwise, I would have been depressed all day. Yeah, seriously. Jace, Shano, good evening, everyone, and what's up, everyone? The wait for the Superman trailer is finally over, and it's finally here. Pretty crazy. We got Austin right here as well. Happy holidays, everyone. Going to be a fun night. Good discussions and everything. We got Jason. Ahoy, Mr. McKenzie. Thank you for, of course, on Friday's show on Film Junkie Live. Thank you for the $100 super chat. Helping out that pirate ship, so cheers to you, sir. Ooh, so it's sweet. I ain't going to be sucking down too many of those tonight. I think I'm only going to have one tonight because I do have to get up a little early tomorrow because my dad is having a Christmas brunch at his house. So, and it's like an hour drive from here. So I got to get up a little early. So I'm not going to go hard on I'm not going hard on the eggnog tonight because odds are I'm going to wake up a little, so I'm only going to have one eggnog, but I'm going to be doing a stream tomorrow, Vodka stream Saturday edition, where if you are a Patreon subscriber or a member, you can be a part of it. So, and then whomever else wants to join too. So we'll see what happens. What's going on, Abel? Good to see ya. We got Taladia Plays. What is happening? We got Jose. Greatest trailer since The Dark Knight. Something tells me you're being a little sarcastic right there, aren't you? And we got Lane right here. Hello, fella. Happy Friday, Dave. Trailer's still meh, but come on, let's be honest. The budget is nowhere near 300 million. I think it's similar to what they gave. Yeah, I would say the budget is probably in the 250 range. It's probably going to be around the. It's going to be funny when we find out the budget's like similar to Man of Steel. Like Man of Steel was like 220, 225. Watch this one was also that. What's going on, Music Man? Good to see you. 5 more. I know. I got confused. Anybody else just like going like, what the fuck is up with this year? I mean, we had Thanksgiving so late. It was the last week of November, and then all of a sudden we're just like right into Christmas. And when I got home today from like, I went to go wash my car and go pick up the eggnog, I was going like, wait a minute, Christmas is next week, right? I was confused. I was like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I was like totally losing it right here. So, Jace, yeah, it was crazy, but you know, what can you do? What's going on, Axel? Good to see you, buddy. Hello. We've got Michael Anthony right here. Solomon Music. How's it going? Good to see you. We got Trav. What's happening? Sure looks pretty cool. Yeah, there you go. Good to see you, Travis. All the way from Las Vegas. Good old Vegas. Ooh, that's a little sweet, I tell you. I never was a eggnog fan at first. I probably said that before. And then all of a sudden I was like, well, you know, it's actually not bad. It tastes kind of like just like a milkshake. What's going on, Naval? Good to see you. No, I don't have a Superman ugly sweater or Superman hat like that. So got to keep up with the Christmas time. So yeah, what's going on, Stephanie T? What is happening? Merry Chrysler to you too. That's right. Thank you. Of course, gotta do it. I mean, I've had this thing for so many years, and I've worn it many times, especially always around Christmas. But then I was like, oh, I got the ugly sweater now too. So, Mary, what's happening? Yeah. Anyways, we got William also right here. Cool. Good to see you. All right. And of course, we got Mr. Balga. It's amazing how the entire Superman fandom came together to celebrate the first trailer and honestly praised it. Wait, sorry. Wasn't quite that, but hey, what could he do? Still good times. Crypto is going to sell. Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to do that. Definitely going to be that. Let's see. Who else we got here? And like I said, guys, go ahead and ask some questions and say some things. We got Special K also right here. No, I don't have pajamas on. I got my board shorts on like I usually do. So just a sweater and the hat. That's all. I don't have any PJ pants. What's going on, Ariel? Not a big fan of James, but I really dig in the trailer. There you go. I like it. Nothing wrong with that. That's good. Merry Crisis. I like that. Bradley, what's happening? Hopefully you're doing well too. We got Victor right here. Good to see you. This is the same studio that said more people watched the Suicide Squad than Zack Snyder's Justice League. The same studio that said. What do we not believe in the? We not believe in the numbers. What are we doing here? I don't know. I don't even know, like, when it comes to those numbers and stuff like that. But it was kind of funny because at first, if you look at it, it's at like 26 million on the YouTube channel. And, I just kind of posted, I posted that, hey, the hype is there. I mean, I was like, look at how many views it just got on just the YouTube channel. I was like, cool. Seems like people are hyped up for it. And then of course, I'm like, I was wondering, I was like, okay, when are we going to get the overall numbers? Because they've been doing that. And right now, the leader of the overall numbers is Deadpool and Wolverine when it comes to the trailer. So when it comes to the Superman trailer, it's right there at number 5 when it comes to the top 24 hours. And I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. I mean, there's some hype right there. So that's exactly what they wanted for sure. So cheers to that. Number 5. Number five. You really think people watched a 2-hour movie? I mean, you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point, Jose. I saw that. I was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's one of the things. Like when it comes to okay, so this past week has been pretty crazy when it comes to all this. But let me get to my reviews first, and then I'm gonna start talking about how this week was, and then we'll talk about things. Feel free to ask some questions and whatnot. But I mean, my first off, when it comes to like reviews, Sonic 3, saw it last night. Me and my dad, we saw it, had a good time with it. I don't really have anything else. It's a Sonic movie. They're just enjoyable. They're enjoyable movies. There's nothing. It's not like, oh, this is cinema. No, they're just enjoyable movies. And it's crazy, and I still think it's crazy that we're at 3. We're gonna get a 4 because they announced 4 that's coming out in like 2027. But it is crazy because the first glimpse that we got of Sonic, was so hideous. And I think a lot of us thought that it was dead on arrival. But here we are with the third one, and it's probably going to do well at the box office. They already have a fourth one coming out. I just wonder how long it's going to go. Because my whole thing is like Jim Carrey really makes it for me. I mean, I think that's what it is because it's 90s Jim Carrey. And now we got a double dose of Jim Carrey in here. So it's like, you can't really lose. And they definitely upped the game. And it was kind of funny, too. One funny thing, my dad wasn't quite sure who Shadow's voice was until it started getting into the final act. And there was like one in particular thing that Shadow says. And my dad was like, oh, it is. And he looked, I was like, oh, you didn't know? I was like, you didn't know it was Kyrie? He's like, I thought I heard something. It was kind of funny. My dad was it was funny when he said that. He was like, it's like, oh yeah, that right there though, he sounded like John Wick. I'm like, there you go, Dad. So at first he didn't, but it's just pretty funny. It's just pretty funny right there. So yeah, so like there's nothing else I could really say. Go see it. If you like the other two, you're gonna like this one. And the mid-credit scene sets up the fourth one for sure. Now let's talk about Creature Commandos episode 4. What the hell? What? Jimmy Guns, you didn't have to go that hard. You made me want to give a hug to Weasel. What? Weasel's gross. I don't want to hug that guy, but after this episode, I wanted to hug that guy. Again, this is where James Gunn kind of like shines, right? He shines when it comes to freaking animals. He definitely knows how to do that. Let's face it. I mean, and I've seen some people, of course, be like, oh yeah, he's always banking on the animals. I'm like, yeah, directors tend to do that. Their strength, they tend to lean into their strength because that's what sells. And I'm like, yeah, James Gunn is definitely doing that when it comes to crypto. That's for damn sure. But I was like, man, I watched this episode of Creature Commandos, and first off, we get a little flash of like the full on, this like nightmare sequence, this possible future that could be a possibility. The images that are going around and everything, and they showed more. I mean, they showed a full on shot, and there's going to be a little bit of spoilers discussed here, so you've been warned already. But yeah, we've already gotten those glimpses and everything like that, and then of course, I mean, look what they showed in this one. And I mean, they pretty much showed it full on, and they showed Gorilla Grodd and everything, but they showed pretty much the full on Trinity right here. What? So we got Soups, we got Wonder Woman, and we got Batman right there. We got Batman, and it looks like we also got some Green Arrow right here. And apparently, according to one of the showrunners, somewhere in that little mix, Wally West, Flash. What? There you go. Wally West, possibly in there too. So what the fuck? So that's pretty interesting. But so we have all that. I mean, things are getting intense when it comes to the story level, and there's a lot of Amanda Waller in this. And then, of course, a lot more Frankenstein. There was actually one thing that Frankenstein said. There is something after a little fight that he has that he said. I literally laughed out loud. I don't know why. It was such a subtle thing, and I just thought it was funny. But when you get the Weasel backstory, because that's what they're kind of doing now with these episodes, is kind of just, hey, let's go back to see why this person is the way they are. And they showed the Weasel stuff, and I literally said out loud, I went, oh no, don't do this, no. And god damn, does it hit you? It like hits you in the feels, man. I was like, God, that's what happened with this gross motherfucker, man, you started feeling bad for him. Started feeling bad. I was like, geez, that was just really bad. So I was like, all right. Yeah. So yeah, episode 4, definitely the best episode. Hits you in the feels. And I'm just kind of going like, man, I tell you what is going on with all this? Crazy. So, but like I said, that's where James Gunn shines. He shines when it comes to, creatures, when it comes to animals. Because, I mean, he just has a knack for it, apparently, and that's part of his strengths. Because, if he's going to lean into it. That's what sells. And that's what I've always said when it comes to, now that we're going to be talking about the Superman trailer now, let's pivot to the Superman trailer, is the fact that it's like, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I was like, oh, yeah, that's smart. Put crypto in there. You make them adorable. You win people over. There's gonna be some demographics that are going to plant their asses in the seats. And when it comes to me going down the rabbit hole, I went down the rabbit hole last night. You know what? I will say this, regardless of how you feel, I don't care how you feel. I don't care how you feel about all this stuff. At least when it comes to negativity, because trust me, it's been negative, but I've seen a lot of positivity, but it's been negative, especially underneath like my mentions. And I haven't been as sassy as I usually have been, but, I'll respond every now and again when I get those negative comments. But for the most part, I've been like, okay, wait, I'm not going to be that negative when it comes to all this. So completely negative, or, push back or whatever. So, but there is something that's kind of nice about this Superman trailer at there is a hype, there is an excitement level. And I've seen a lot of positivity, within all the platforms that I, post my videos on and everything like that. Of course, Twitter is where I see the big time negative and get the negative pushback and everything. And it's always very interesting because I'm just like, I don't understand why you want to just be negative all the time. And, I'll see that on the timeline too. And I'm just like, okay, the negative people talk about it more than the positive people. It's very interesting. But, that's human nature, I guess. We like the negative more than the positive. But so when it comes to crypto, I mean, when I was going down the trailer reaction rabbit hole that I went, and I haven't done this in a while because, there's really, I think the last time I really did it was the first Batman trailer and the Zack Snyder's Justice League trailer for DC Fandom. Other than that, I really haven't really gone down rabbit holes of watching trailer reactions. I don't know. I don't know, because maybe the excitement level wasn't there, especially when it comes to DC, and we didn't know where DC was landing and everything. And it was just kind of like, all right. But kind of getting a sense of that now, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool to feel that kind of excitement again. And, after I did my trailer reaction, and then I see everybody's going down I saw probably about 10, 15, maybe even more than that. I just went down a rabbit hole and just watched reactions. And just from seeing those reactions, especially, you're seeing, I'm watching group reactions, I'm watching couples reactions. And, again, what I said, I'm like, you put crypto in there, you're going to get that female demographic for sure. And sure enough, seeing the reaction, it's always like, oh, it's like that. But people are excited for crypto, at least in this sense, for sure. They weren't excited when Dwayne Johnson was voicing him. That's for damn sure. And thankfully, he's not talking here. He's just a normal dog. He does have the cape. He does have the collar, which I was like, okay, he does rock that. Fine, it's fine. But that was like, it just seemed like, and then of course he was trending. The name was trending for most of the day. I was looking at the Explore page every now and again. And of course, Superman was trending. And of course, they had a paid promotion for trending as well. But they, and then of course, the crypto was like number 1 and number 2. I mean, he was like trending. And then of course, Guy Gardner was also trending on the trending page, which of course people are just, making fun of the way that Nathan Fillion looks. But I mean, I know like some people are like, what the hell are they thinking? It's like, well, that's exactly the response that I think Jimmy Gunn's wanted, because he even said in those press interviews for this that, it's all about just making him look as ridiculous as possible. I kind of wonder, is he going to look like that? Is he going to be rocking the same haircut in Lanterns? Because, he's going to be showing up in Lanterns. But they know. And even Nathan Fillion's leaning into it. He posted on his Instagram, like somebody made like a Photoshop figure of how he looks in the movie. and put it on like a little box right there. So it's all in good fun. It's all in just it's all in they know it's all crazy ridiculous. And Gunn was like, fuck it, that's what he looks like. He has that stupid haircut in the books, so we're gonna give him that stupid haircut over here. So, and I was like, cool, that's pretty funny. And but anyway, so crypto was also trending. So yeah, he's just, I mean, again, smart, very smart on James Gunn's behalf. There's another thing that was supposed to be trending also too, right? Let's see, what was also supposed to be trending? You know what I'm talking about. And I hate that I have to like throw shade at it, but at the same time, I'm just like, it's all very petty. You know, I know the Henry Cavill Superman with Restore was also trending. They were trying to make and for the most part, I'm sure it got a certain number of tweets, sure. But it is kind of funny because, you know, the same people who were organizing that campaign, they also drove David Ayer off Twitter. So I'm like, what are we doing here? Because there was supposed to be a release of Snyder, or release the Ayer cut and Henry Cavill Superman campaign that was supposed to happen when they released his trailer, because, you know, why not? But David Ayer was like, hey guys, I didn't realize this, I didn't realize that. You know, when it came to the campaign that happened with the debut of Creature Commandos. And I think David Ayer just realized, what the fuck am I doing? I should not be doing it like this, which, yeah, you know, you guys heard my grievances about the timing of that campaign. So he came out and said this. And then, of course, what happened? Well, these people freaking turned on him. They turned on him. I saw actually a video that somebody cut of a lot of people who've actually dogpiled on me as well on Twitter, which is kind of funny. And I've called out some of them, of course. I saw a cut of like people just like quote tweeting and responding to David Ayer when he basically said, whoa, yeah, let's not do a trending event. And I'm looking forward to what James has to offer. Looking forward to the trailer. Looking forward to the Superman movie. And I'm sure he's nailed it. You know, a filmmaker just supporting a filmmaker. But in the eyes of some fans out there, that's not good. You're giving, I don't know, you're praising the enemy, I guess, even though this enemy holds the keys of what you actually fucking want. You actually want them to. And now you drove David Ayer off there because, you know, yeah, he decided to just tweet and said like, hey, I'm going to take a break from all this, you know, and it just kind of sucks that that's the case. And, you know, at least they had the decency to not run the release the Ayer cut campaign. But of course, they still ran the other one. But I was just like kind of going like, what are we doing here, guys? You probably just fucked it up. You might have just fucked up chances of getting the Ayer cut out. Good job. Good job. Good job. Ugh, Jesus Christ. I'm just like, what do we... but whatever. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we could still, you know, maybe get in 2026, 10-year anniversary and everything. So we had that. And then, of course, you know, there was, the campaign to tweet Henry Cavill Superman, which I'm like, you know, hey, Henry Cavill's my favorite Superman. I will say that. But I saw the poster. Of course, I saw the poster and I went, oh, here we go with this poster. And there was a poster. I'm not going to bring it up or anything. But the poster, you know, had a quote from Zach. That said like, oh yeah, if he got the rights to the Snyderverse, he would absolutely finish it. So they put that on the poster because, you know, of course Zach's gonna say that. So, you know, I guess his campaign was supposed to raise awareness to get to Stone Quarry or Netflix, which one, I don't know. They're gonna get the rights, and again, don't be like me where I start calculating the money. Don't do that, because that's just going to ruin things. Don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. So, yeah. But anyway, if anybody has a calculator up, you can start doing that. So I don't even know how much the licensing would actually be. So on the poster was, well, the Ayer cut, which is fine. That's the one that most likely out of everything else will actually come out. $6 to $7 million. Cool. They had the Batfleck movie on there, which, yeah, maybe you could do that for 170, 180, whatever. And then they had Man of Tomorrow on there because, you know, the whole thing was Henry Cavill deserves to have his story completed. And that's what I said. I figured that Henry Cavill's probably refreshing his page, wondering how the whole thing is going, because he's waiting to get back into the blue and red tights, again, he's filming Voltron right now, big movie for Amazon. And then of course, the Highlander reboot, whatever, Highlander, whatever. Oh, the Warhammer, hopefully that's still happening. And then of course he's got a kid on the way, but that's besides the fact. He wants to get back and do not just 2 movies, but 3 movies. It's whatever. But yeah, that was all on there, and I'm just kind of going like, wow. It's all gravy, but it sucks because, like I said, he's still my favorite live action Superman and everything. So, but yeah, like I said, it was just petty, just absolutely petty, and I just don't understand. I don't know what the end game. I don't know what we're doing here, but you've done a good job. Driving David Ayer off Twitter, and yeah, and it's kind of just whatever right here, but. We're good, right? Because then we got the Superman trailer. Now, when it comes to the Superman trailer, I've watched it over and over again, especially when it comes to trailer reactions and everything. I've watched it, and there was like a thing that, after watching it the first time, I like the trailer. I don't love it, but I like it. I like it a lot. But there was something I was like, what am I feeling? What am I feeling when it comes to this Superman trailer? It's great, but there's something I'm feeling. And I'm not going to use the normal fucked out term that everybody keeps on saying, and I get into my mentions all the time, and I'm just like, you guys need new writers. Everybody just says the same goddamn things over and over again. This is CW. Feels like it's CW. Feels like CW. Feels like CW. And I'm like, okay, that's all been fucked out and all just... And I love that couple of weeks ago when Superman and Lois was like wrapping up, everybody was like, CW, look at them go. Now all of a sudden it's used. Now we're back to using CW as a negative. Kind of funny, fandom. Fun. Fandom's fun. But I was like, I'm not going to use that term. I hate that. I hate it when I see the CW. It's been fucked out. But, nobody's creative anymore. So I was like, okay, how am I feeling about this? How am I feeling about what? Why? What am I feeling? And then it finally actually hit me last night. It hit me last night of what I felt like this trailer was. What this trailer felt like was an expensive fan film trailer. That's it. That's what it felt like to me. An expensive fan film trailer. And that's not even a dig at it, because you guys know I'm a fan of fan films. I've talked to fan filmmakers and everything like that. I love it when that happens. I love that kind of stuff. But that's what it kind of felt like, because you're watching the movie, and obviously this is a trailer that has really no context to the story. It is scenes, and they're just showing like, hey, here's this, and hey, there's an expanded universe. There's all this kind of stuff. And then it was just like, okay, you got that. And then what really drives that point in my brain is the fact that you have the John Williams score repurposed with the electric guitar. That makes it even feel more like it's an expensive fan film trailer. It's like one of those, you see the trailer, you go, this movie doesn't actually exist, right? There's no way this movie actually exists with all this. What the fuck? There's no way. No way it actually exists. So that's what it felt like to me. And that's just me being perfectly honest. I still really like the trailer, though. That's the thing. I still really like the trailer. It's not really a dig. It's just that's where it felt, And I know I've been in just like a constant deja vu when it comes to this week, because I'm defending a filmmaker who has a certain kind of color palette, which I did that with Zach's DC films and still do that with his films. I defend his color palette, his color grading. I defend James Gunn's use of it, even though I think the outside shots need a little bit of tweaking, but I think the inside shots look pretty good. And then, of course, when it comes to defending and when it comes to just doing all the stuff, I've been saying this a lot this week. Hey, let fans enjoy what they want to enjoy. Let fans be hyped for what they want to be hyped for. I said this a lot during the Snyderverse time as well. I said this to Rob Liefeld when Rob Liefeld was going off on how much he did not like BVS. And I was like, dude, you're part of the comic book community. What are you doing? Let the fans enjoy what they like to enjoy. And he blocked me. So I've been saying that to people, like, hey, just let people be hyped up for this and be excited, because, when I posted about all the views and stuff, and I said the hype is real, of course I got assholes in my mentions who are saying, like, there's no hype, there's no nothing, nobody's hyping up anything, nobody's excited, blah blah blah. And I'm just saying that stuff yet again. And then I'm also, it's also kind of funny too, because one of the things that was always said before when we were defending Zack and the Snyderverse was when people kept on going like, I don't want Zack's, frowny, whatever, Superman and emo Superman, they used to say. We want something more like Christopher Reeve. And we were like, okay, Christopher Reeve was cool for his time, but can we move on from that? Can we move on for that and move forward with the new Superman? Now it's the same. It's like, hey, I get it. I love Henry Cavill. Now we can. What? Wait. Now all of a sudden, oh shit! Now I get it. It's not the same because it's a shorter amount of time, and what happened with Cavill was bullshit, 100%. But at the same time, I was like, oh wait a minute. Now oh fuck. So I was just like, god damn, this is like deja vu, Also, I have people in my mentions saying, fucking, what happened to the color? I'm like, wait a minute. I've heard this one before. So it's kind of crazy. How everything is right now. It's just like, woo. So it's been like, one of those when it comes to this. So, woo, man, I tell you. Deja vu. And I'm telling people, I'm like, yeah, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it at all and everything like that. But, well, one of the things that fans like to do is like when they hate something that that you might like. I mean, it's always like a looking down on you. Oh, we're looking down on you. Like, well, you like this garbage? How dare you? It's like it's a subjective thing, And and I like the trailer. Then it wasn't a perfect trailer by no means, but I was just like, one of the things when it comes to the trailer. 100%, and this is another thing going down the trailer reaction rabbit hole, and I think brilliant on James Gunn. I think the crypto brilliant, and the way that the trailer starts, absolutely brilliant. Because first off, when people thought that James Gunn's Superman, it's just gonna be like nothing but smiles, nothing but like ha ha ha, and saving cats and trees and everything like that. The fucking trailer starts off with Superman crashing into the ground, beaten, bloody, and struggling to breathe. Every trailer reaction was like, what the hell happened? So you got the hook already. That's a way to start a trailer, because you're going to hook people on why is Superman bloodied up, beat up, and struggling to breathe where he can't even get up. So now everybody's going, what the hell? I gotta see why this is happening. Why is this happening? Smart. Especially in the day of age of when it comes to internet, when it comes to internet and short attention spans, you do that right away. You start grabbing attention of like, whoa, wait, why the hell is this the case? That's the thing. It's like, okay, cool. All right. I like it. I dig it. So, and then of course, when you have the, let's see, yeah, like I said, it still feels like an expensive fan film. It does, it definitely still feels like that. And then of course, watching everybody's reactions to it and everything. But yeah, the whole crypto thing, that's going to work out. Where was I going to go with this? I had another thought, and I just totally blanked out when I took a drink right now. But hey, it's fine. I don't need to say anything more at that. It was Goku. Yeah, I know. A lot of people were saying it's Goku. Yeah, people get inspired. People get inspired by other things all the time. Everybody gets inspired by everything. That's the thing. It's like, when you see a shot in a movie, you'd be like, oh, maybe that was inspired by this. And it's like, yeah, that's usually what happens. You get something that's inspired by something else. And there's absolutely nothing wrong about that. See, and then Richley saying the same thing. It feels like CW. See, it's just like that's such a fucked out way of explaining everything. That's why I was like, no, it's not CW. It feels like an expensive fan film. It really does. Some cool shots in there, definitely for sure. And then when it comes to the costume, that's where I was going to get at. When it comes to the costume now, and of course, there was like a little GIF that was released that showed David Cornsweet as Clark and as Superman. There's like a little like GIF thing that was released. I'm not sure exactly where. Of course, people are doing the whole costume comparison, stuff like that. And I'm just, again, when people wanted something different, like James Gunn, do something different with Superman. Well, there you go. The costume is definitely one of them. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's not the prettiest costume, definitely not. But for a Superman, he even said during these like press interviews that they had that he didn't want to have the traditional like, oh, it's not going to be like a wet T-shirt, and I'm not going to put fake muscles in it and fake like ab outlines and all that kind of stuff. He didn't want to do that traditional thing, so it was like, all right, we're going to make this costume like this. And it looks like that. And for the aesthetic, for the visual aesthetic, when it comes to at least, the outside shots, like I said, still need some work, I think. But the inside shots, it works for those visual aesthetics. Yeah, it's ugly, dull, and whatever. And it looks like it gets pretty fucked up. That's for damn sure. It gets pretty fucked up. I also do like the fact that that it looks like Gunn is going to be tackling themes that Zach was also tackling, like when people reject him and doing all that. I like the fact that they're doing that. And that's what's kind of funny when it comes to like Gunn Extreme and Snyder Extreme fans. It's like, they're tackling similar themes when it comes to Superman. But of course, they don't like it when, or people don't like, Snyder already tackled that. Yeah, but they didn't like it when Snyder did it because it was Zach. Now, James Gunn is tackling that same kind of theme. But then it's like, well, now we got Snyder fans that don't like Gunn doing it. So, but for the most part, I think Cornsweet's going to do a fantastic job. Can't wait to. It's going to be interesting what the second trailer is going to be like, which probably will come out around Super Bowl time, I would imagine. But yeah, when it comes to that costume, yeah, it's still ugly and it's still what. But I'm like, oh, it fits the world. And the trailer, after watching it so many times and watching trailer reactions, it really did give me what I wanted in the fact of finding that little balance of and having it like Superman the Animated Series. Especially after rewatching Superman the Animated Series, watching the episodes, obviously he fights a kaiju, which apparently that's supposed to be a reference to the Fleischer cartoons because he did fight a kaiju in that, and I think that's what Gunn is going for when it comes to the whole legacy thing. Just one of those things that not casual fans have seen the Fleischer stuff. They probably don't even know who Fleischer is. They just want to complain and just be like, no. Only one person knows how to do that. But yeah. So Jody Corner is live for 7 hours simping. What? He went 7 hours? No way. But anyways, yeah, it's just been an interesting week. It's been fun. There's like a whole thing where it's like, hey, I've seen people say, oh yeah, Superman fans are really trying to hype this thing up when there's no hype. And I'm like, there's fucking hype, guys. Stop it. Some fans are trying very hard to diminish the hype, and it's not working. It's like there's hype. There definitely is hype. That's the thing. There's hype. I don't care. Now, does that translate to box office? That's what we're going to see. But it is kind of when you look at the top 10, 24 hours debut of a trailer and box office, it's all looking pretty. All those movies have done fairly well at the box office. So I think, so. At least it's not ABC. It's not okay. So I'm wondering, what's the L take? Oh, you're talking about the fan films thing? What? That's just how I feel. See? It's just, yeah. But I think like anybody who would be tackling it, because it's fucking Superman. It felt bland. That's what it felt like. No emotions. I felt, though, there's definitely emotions. I don't know how you didn't feel emotions. I definitely felt emotions. It's definitely a diff, dude. Don't be fake. That's definitely a diff, dude. Don't be fake. I know. See, that's the thing. It's like you give your opinion, and no matter what, people think, oh, you're just being phony. It's like, no, you should be agreeing with what I'm saying. Is that what's going on here? I don't know. Am I being fake? No, that's just how I felt. No, I didn't want to do the stupid cliche fucked out, it feels like CW. I wasn't going to do that shit. And I was like, no, but it doesn't feel, as cinematic as I would like it. Some shots really feel cinematic, of course. But I was like, oh yeah, it kind of feels like a really expensive fan film. It's just the way I fucking felt, Jesus Christ. Broccoli hairdo, gonna rake in $300 on opening weekend. And that's another thing too. I'm like, well, when it comes to the Clark Kent thing, and then of course watching people react, the broccoli hair is part of the disguise, obviously. And it works. It definitely works. Glasses just don't do it. I mean, it's kind of funny too, because when it comes to Henry Cavill's Clark Kent, I don't think Henry Cavill's Clark Kent was that strong, to be honest. Oh God, did I just say that? Clip it out, guys. Uh-oh, am I being real or am I being fake again? No, I'm being real. I'm not going to bullshit you. In my opinion, Henry Cavill's Clark Kent was not the great. It was fine, but I don't think Zach was trying to emphasize really at all the Clark Kent disguise. He was emphasizing Clark, the character on Earth. Like, he was emphasizing him throughout the journey because, he kills Superman in the second movie, so there really is no need for Clark Kent. Now, I'm kind of curious of what he would have taken that, because obviously at the end of Justice League, we see Clark and do the shirt pull thing. But, for the most part, I think it's, it's fine, but at the same time, we didn't get it like a big time sense of, and I know not everybody likes the bumbling idiot and stuff like that. Sure. Okay, fine. But at the same time, that is part of the character. But I think the hair really adds to the disguise, to be honest. I think it does. Like, when you see him, it's like, yeah, would you actually, if you walked past that guy on the street, would you actually think that he was Superman? Probably not. But then again, I'm one of those fuckers that have glasses, black rim glasses, which I don't even know where I fucking put them. I'm gonna have to find those. Oh, they're over there. And I will say, if you, some of you guys only know me with the glasses, if I take my glasses off, I look weird, right? My eyes look funny. So there is that aspect of it too, but fun fact, in Superman 2025 trailer, Clark Kent's hair is in the teaser trailer, kind of reminds me of, looks like a Egon Spangler from Ghostbusters. Okay, it's interesting. But I just came back. What did I come back to? Why is everyone freaking out in the chat? What the fuck is this dork wearing? Well, I'm wearing an ugly Christmas sweater because it's Christmas time, Richly. I mean, you can call me a dork all you want. You want to come on the stream and talk about it? Something tells me you wouldn't do that. Yeah, the score turned me off completely. If they had used the music from the first teaser, I would have liked it more. Yeah, but apparently we're going to be getting a full-on actual score. So, am I killing the mood? Oh, I have a strange opinion on reusing this theme. I like the repurpose stuff. Just wait till Brave and the Bold, Dave, and we hear Denny. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they repurpose something with that. Could be that. Copium. I don't know what side you're on. Are you on the gun side or the Snyder side, Richly? Blessed in Christ. Are you one of those that it's like, oh, I'm religious and peace with all you, but when it comes to nerd shit, you're just going to throw out, is this how Jesus would do it? Is this how Jesus would do it, Richly? Would Jesus be this much of a dick? Apparently. Why? I say, man, sometimes diehard religious people are some of the worst people. Yeah, Rob Liefeld, he didn't like that. Let's see what else. The new Snyder Bros are gonna have a tough time moving on. Is that a dig at me, Donovan? I don't know. See, that's the thing. It's kind of hard to judge all this. I'm not, I'm giving my actual opinions. I am fine with it. Or are you talking about when I talked about the Henry Cavill campaign stuff. Do people really have issue with Williams' theme? Yeah, some of them. I wish and apparently there is going to be like there's only going to be, there's not going to be the full on. But I think just like having the Williams theme added to like, oh, okay. I mean, Gunn said they wanted to invoke the spirit of Reeve. Well, there, yeah. No, I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. So yeah. Let's see what else we have. Welcome to the Fandom, right? Yeah, I already said my thoughts on the suit. Now it's like the Batman using music from Batman '89, leaving in the past. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, who the hell beat him up? Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like one of those things where it's like, Thank you. See, and there it is. Feels like CW. I'm like, I don't know. I watched some of that CW stuff, and I don't know. It just didn't feel like CW to me. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. It's not. I don't think it's going to be full on. It's just the trailer felt like a fan film, expensive fan-filled trailer to me. That's all. But I still really liked it. And that's the thing. Remember, take in everything I'm saying. It's not. I'm not using that to throw shade at. I'm like, that's just a sense that I had, a feeling of it. Jose's really, really old. Jody's. We get it, Dave. You are trying to be diplomatic, but this definitely feels like CW. It's, again, CW. We get it, Dave. Yeah. Sorry that I'm trying to, not be the extreme on either side. I know. You have to be extreme on every side. You have to be on one side or the other. I get it. We get it, Dave. Now I'm just literally saying my fucking how I'm feeling about all this. Fuck either side when it comes to all this shit. Okay, I get more shit from Snyder fans. Than I do Gunn fans, sadly. So why did poor David bulk up? Oh, come on. He's going to have a shirtless scene, and he still has to fill out the costume. He still has to fill it out. And you better believe he's going to have a shirtless scene. There's going to be a scene where he's shirtless. Yes. And he was really skinny before. No, it comes with the gay. It doesn't, but he's going to have a shirt. I'm actually more comfortable with the lines in the suit now. I actually am too, after seeing what it looks like in the film. Yeah. The toxic fandom shit is so lame on both sides. Hype up your shit without having to put down the past. But no, these I don't know, right? Hate politics. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I mean, I guess I am. I'm always like in the middle of all this stuff because I don't, what's kind of nice and what's going on, RJ. I think the best aspects of the movie are going to be the scenes between Lois and Clark. Definitely. But what's kind of nice? It's just kind of what's great about it. What's great about everything is just the fact that I could put on Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy, Man of Steel, BVS, and Justice League, and I can watch this and be like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is so freaking cool. But then I can also watch this trailer and be like, oh, that looks cool too. And I can watch Creature Commandos and be like, oh, that fucking episode, Jesus Christ. It's just nice to enjoy things. It's pretty awesome. It is pretty freaking awesome. So that's what I like. And thank you for the $5 super chat, Nerdy Dave DD, like your name. Been an eternity since I turned on the stream. Glad to say, hey, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Whew. And thank you, RJ, for being a member. Do you think the view record could equal? Yeah. I think it's going to... if you look at that list, all those did well at the box office. So I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be all right. I think it's going to do pretty good. I think they started off pretty strong. This week I saw just a lot of hype and a lot of positivity when it came to all this, So I think all this is going to translate pretty well. So I'm not afraid to admit that I got teary-eyed when the music swelled. Yeah, you know what? And I have no qualms with that. See, me, I would prefer a different theme. That's the thing. It's like, no, but I know how iconic it is, and I'm glad it got repurposed as opposed to just slapping the normal theme on there. And that's perfectly fine by me. But I get it. People, that's the thing. That theme resonates. And it works for the trailer. It definitely works for the trailer. But I'm just one of those where I'm like, I just want something different. But I think it's just because there has been different themes. Like, I've been watching Superman things all my life. You have the John Williams score, you have the Lois and Clark theme, you have the Superman the animated series theme, and then you got the Cavill Hans Zimmer theme. So it's just because it's been different. That's where I'm like going, okay, now I want another different one. And same thing with Batman. It's like, yeah, you got the definitive Batman one, which is recognizable, but then it's like, all right, but then Batfleck had a different one, and Gotham had a different one, and Pattinson had a different one. I know some people like to do the comparison to like, well, James Bond. I'm like, yeah, but that's different. To me, that's different. It's not really the same because there's so many James Bond movies, and different characters when it comes to that. Jody needs his Zempic. People saying it looks like the CW. Don't remember that there have been a ton of times where the earlier seasons, yeah, they look pretty damn good. Let's see. Cortez, what's happening? I think the Superman is definitely inspired by post-crisis DCAU and how he's powerful, but definitely, yeah. So, let's see. Oh no, the check hasn't cleared yet. As soon as James Gunn's check clears, I'm gonna be the new Soups. You know what I'm talking about. Let's go! Christopher Reeve didn't even like the bumbling. He didn't? Yeah. Dave, you look like a Batman fan who turned into a Batman villain. I might have. So, yeah. Elfman is definitely not willing. Yeah, you're right about that one. Still wish Jimmy Guns chose to go the original idea instead of using things from every iteration. I hope it doesn't backfire on too much. I don't think it is. I think that's why they were going to call it Superman Legacy. And no matter what, you're always going to have inspirations from previous. Even Zach had inspirations from previous, and he's mentioned those before. You're always going to, no matter what, when you try to do, you're going to have fresh takes, but like no matter what, there's always going to be inspirations from previous stuff. There's nothing you could do about that. What could be different about Lois Lane? Well, it's just a different actress, and I think Rachel Brosnahan, she has potential to be one of the best, if not the best. CW, bro. He's not making it up. He's not making it up. CW, bro. Like I said, it's just that is so fucked out. Can the panel place a bet on Superman box office? If you're wrong, you have to cut your hair like Guy Gardner. I don't know if I'd want to get that bowl haircut. Maybe wear a wig. I don't know. Bulked up. Whoa, look at this. He bulked up like Ho Pattinson bulked. Ho Pattinson? So that's the thing. Well, you know what I liked about the fact that Pattinson was like, he was in shape, but he wasn't like huge or super ripped. He just looked like normal. Like, okay, that's what Bruce Wayne and, who just eats berries for breakfast, would actually look like. I don't know. I think the superhero bod, like how crazy it can get. And you know me, I always talk about that and how crazy it can get, where the fact that these actors need to use more than just protein powder to achieve that. I think it's like, does it really need to be like that? Are we getting to the point where everybody needs to be just like super jacked and ripped? Or do you just need to fill out the costume? I don't know. It kind of gets annoying, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah. The only complaint about the trailer, had no Cat Grant and her bounciness. What's going on, Skate and Geek Out? I got a feeling this movie is going to be dope. Hopefully an iconic Superman for a new generation. Let's embrace this. Snyder's grounded take was awesome, but it's time for Gunn's fantastical tape. Yeah, it's definitely going to be fantastical. I mean, there's going to be some grounded elements too. I still think the ceiling of this movie is 700 million, but it would be good if it just managed to make 500. It just needs to not make under 4. Yeah, true. And I think it definitely is going to do that. It's definitely going to do that. What's going on, Brandon? Good to see you. Fun fact, Capital Superman and Brown and Ruth voted MAGA 2024. All right. I don't know how that information's out there. I think you're just trolling right now, Richly. That's what it looks like. And thank you for being a member for 2 years. Yo, Dave, you've been a good sport since forever. I appreciate it, Lane. Appreciate it. All right. And like I said, if you want to be part of the stream tomorrow, I can totally do that. Let's see. I'm going to start sending out some of this stuff, and let's see who shows up. Oh, man. This sweater and this hat, it's starting to get warm. Starting to get a little warm here, but, it's all good. Oh, man, I went on for like a long time right there, but there's a lot to talk about. I wanted to just kind of talk about. I'm not making any hard bets on the box office until the budget is announced. Yeah, and they keep on talking about like 360 million or whatever. There's like all kinds of, I don't know why. And then, of course, Gunn keeps on debunking the 360 million. It's like, Jesus Christ. I would say it'd probably be around 250, to be honest. Superman in the animated series Clark was no bumbling dork. That should be the blueprint. Yeah, true. But I understand why they have that, because it just adds to the disguise. That's the thing. It's like, if you're looking at it just like, it's like, would anybody be fooled by this? And that's why I understand why they still do it. Now, personally, I really don't care. And that's why, again, I'm perfectly fine with like I said, in Superman the Animated Series, he wasn't. And then it kind of makes you wonder too, is like how many, and we're going to go over the trailer, but it's like, I think like it's obvious that Lois ends up finding out that Clark is Superman in this movie. I'm not making it. Yeah, the freaking thing. According to rumors, the film cost $300 million, but after tax credits they did all that stuff, which is smart. To be fair, the trailer outperformed Transformers Beast, which didn't make a lot. Yeah, but it actually did better than I thought it did. Right? It kind of did. I remember that movie doing like better than I thought it was. I saw it and I was like, this movie it was very forgettable. Favorite part was when Superman says it's super time and then soup's all over the... Imagine if it's... Hey, it could happen. James Gunn has a good track record when it comes to certain, at least Guardians box office. Suicide Squad, obviously didn't do well, but, that was right in the middle of the pandemic too, so you have to take an account of that. What's going on, Carrie? Hey, Dave, just going to say that Toby Emmerich is probably waking up laughing these days. This Superman movie is the one he wanted. I don't know. Where is he even working now? That's the thing. I think like when James Gunn came on, I think when he wrote probably an outline, this probably was one of them. But where is Toby Emmerich even at now? I don't even know. But I don't know. Fuck him. That's fine. Like I said, there's hype. There's at least some hype going on. It's confirmed that David is 6.5 soups. Asked at the press event, asked how tall he was. Oh, yeah. He's short like me. We're both short guys, so. If we don't want the cultists out here doing victory laps, it needs to make more than... Oh, yeah. I think it has potential. It might. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, right now, I was just looking at the hype. And the views right now, and I'm like, that's cool. And I like it. Like I said, there's just like, it just feels like, again, there's just like, what I like about what's happening right now is the fact that we have this new Superman trailer, and there's just, I don't know, there's just a little bit of excitement in the air, and it'll be interesting, and we'll have a good discussion when it comes to all that. So there's a super dog, Dave. No grounded BS here. Well, I'm just saying, when it comes to certain themes, you can still have, themes that relate to like a real world stuff. Jesus Christ, have you never watched a movie? Dude, yeah, do it. If you feel like doing it, do it. Do it, Axel, do it. Let's see. How much was Flash's budget? I rest my case. How much was Flash's budget? It seems like it's probably higher than this. Maybe, I don't know. This definitely looks better than some of those shots in the Flash. I'll say that. I know it's the same cinematographer, right? Did I forget? I think I forgot. There we go. I did. Whoop. All right, there we go. Nicholas Holt's going to be... Yeah, I think he's going to be pretty... he's going to be good. He's going to be good. But anyways, all right. Can you get a Superman sweater? Oh, yeah, the Superman sweater like that? Yeah, maybe. Anyways, all right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Let's turn this off. It's been fun. Like I said, it was just one of those weeks where, man, there's plenty to talk about. Woof. See, I take my glasses off. Do I look weird? Do I look weird? Would you believe I'm a film junkie? Ah, there we go. Okay. Ooh, it's getting a little warm. Yeah, it's getting a little warm, but hey. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. All right, that's good. Okay, let me see here. Sorry, StreamYard changed things yet again, and I'm like, wait, what is... Okay, there's that. Okay, all right, we're good. What's going on, Andy?
Hello.
How you doing?
Happy Friday. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, man. Nice shirt. I gotta
Yeah.
order one.
If only you knew what theme we were doing tonight.
It's only Christmas sweater I have.
I know.
It's fine. It's okay. I know, but I got to get one of those shirts. It's funny because they have like that shirt and they have like the logo shirt that has the shiny sheen to it.
There's a lot of versions now on the
yeah, and they have the crystal version, but it's funny because it's almost like twice as much. I'm like, God damn, it's like $37, like $40 for like that one, but that one is like a standard like 25. Yeah. I'm like, geez.
But like we paid a lot of stuff for,
Yeah, I know.
Snyder stuff. So and there you go, right on brand with the Snyder Cup.
Yeah,
there you go.
Of course. But no, I love I've had this mug for so long.
I get scared of buying cups like that and actually drinking from them because then I'm thinking like if I have to wash them, like is the logo eventually gonna like fade away?
Don't wash it in the dishwasher. Just that's it. Don't want. I never wash this in the dishwasher. I hand wash it.
Oh,
yeah. Don't put it in your dishwasher because that'll F it up. Yeah. And we got William. What's happening, sir?
What's up?
How you
doing? God, super close mic today.
Oh, no, I didn't even see myself pop up. I ordered a bunch of shirts like that, but they're this one now.
Oh, it's with the black behind it. Yeah.
Like I said, when I'm up 6 o'clock in the morning watching this, had a lot of fun watching, doing the watch along with the trailer.
Yeah.
Every time I see that costume, and it's not going to be a deal breaker for me. It's not going to stop me from seeing the movie. I hate that costume every time I see it. Just 1 inch more. The trunks, the collar, the S, the font, I just But then again, there's plenty of costumes that have been, that I don't like in the movie. Still great. So I just wish they would have done something better with that. I just really hate the way that looks.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hello to you too.
Yeah. We got Austin. What's going on, sir?
What's up, everybody? Hi. Happy holidays.
Cheers to you, man. How you doing?
Cheers. Thanks for having me on, as always.
Yeah. How you doing? Of course, you posted after the end of the last week. You posted your full-on short film, right?
Yeah, doing well. That's out now and stuff, and so that's out into the world. That feels good and stuff. But yeah, just keeping up with all the Superman news, and I did get to see
Superman this week, huh?
Yeah, right. I did get to see Interstellar in IMAX this week. So that was my highlight. Oh my god, that's one of my favorites. It's amazing. I love that film.
Oh yeah, would have been great to get one of these days when they do these re-releases in IMAX. I'm like,
dude, 7 IMAX re-releases coming up.
Yeah,
I can't miss that.
I'm gonna catch something for sure. And we got Phil. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey,
how you doing?
Oh, battling a cold. No big deal.
You hear it in your voice.
Yeah, it's not fun. Here I am, hyped up on Clarendon. I'll be all right. Yeah. So, did you guys see the news about Jared Leto and Skeletor?
Hey, who's Skeletor?
So he just comes in and talks about Jared Leto as Skeletor, which is an interesting.
I don't necessarily hate it.
It could be cool.
I mean, this is the second time someone who's played the Joker is cast as the character.
What's a
wait.
Skeletor?
Mark Hamill. Mark
yeah.
Hamill.
Oh, that's
voices
right.
the
Mark
character
Hamill did voice
in-
him in
Revelations and the follow-up.
That is true. I didn't
You know,
even think about that.
Jared
Wow.
Leto's playing it for the new movie. Yeah, it's pretty
Oh,
cool.
Wow.
What is a
I thought it was cool.
Skeletor?
He-Man.
Great shirt.
I think he could do really well.
Yeah, I know. You stopped in my stream and said and praised my shirt. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, he didn't praise my shirt when I came up, but okay.
Nice shirt, Andy.
Okay, I believe.
Oh, don't lie, William. As William
I
literally
don't-
just says
I-
that as he
listen,
just finished
I
saying
don't
how
like-
much he hates.
I don't
this.
like that S on this costume. That S is.
I'm with you, Andy. Don't worry. I ordered mine. I'm waiting in the mail for it. All right.
Wait, have you still not got? Wait, when did you order it?
Literally like yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Because I was like, if
Don't they
it
got
looks
him at Hot
maybe-
Topic already? They got him at Hot Topic.
It's okay, William. We know I'm wearing the better one.
I do
I mean,
like
the
that
black
one.
background looks pretty cool. And we got Chris. Hey, he's wearing.
Hey,
that
my
ugly
sick brother. How's it going,
Yeah.
dude?
nice.
2 weeks and
You
still
give it to
going
each other,
strong.
or-
God, it's so
Dude.
beautiful, isn't it?
Whatever
Yeah.
whatever. I still feel a little bit from what I had too. I'm still feeling it a little bit. Like
Man.
it's like whatever this super cold that's going around.
Yeah.
Man, it's just like hitting everybody like fucking.
Yeah, when I get the suggestion, maybe you should see a doctor. Maybe I don't want to pay my copay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, unless
Right?
you're like full on.
Literally,
Dr.
mate.
Robitussin. Dr.
I hit-
Robitussin.
Yeah, it does.
or just sleep. You know that
Yeah.
that also helps too.
A
I had Chris a
Benadryl
couple days
and
ago.
some.
Oh wait,
tea,
but
and I'm out.
Christopher, we have to also figure out like, do you have health insurance or was that declined? Because otherwise, I might know a guy.
No. I have health.
Wow.
I have health insurance. I just don't care to go to a place where I'm probably going to catch more things to
Yep.
get an evaluation.
Yeah.
When I already know what the
Have you
diagnosis
tested
would be.
Have you tested yourself for COVID?
It's not COVID. I know that. I know that
Okay.
for sure. It's just I need rest and relaxation, and now I'm done with my work for the next 2 weeks, so I can get
There
that.
you go.
Good. Yeah.
Oh,
That's it.
Dave and I have to worry about bird flu, though. That's lovely.
Yeah, apparently California. Yeah, the cows.
Which
have
means
bird flu.
I better start worrying about it because if it happens in California, it comes right next
Yeah.
door really quick. So
it'll eventually reach over there, but
mm.
who knows? I mean, I don't know how many times like every year it's just there's always some kind of threat or something like that.
Yeah.
And we just eventually it'll get to 28 days later or years later or months later, whatever the fuck it is. One of these days it'll get to that point, but
Aren't we already kind of there?
Dude,
no.
I got that trailer in front of Craven. It was probably a little bit more entertaining than the movie Craven.
Oh yeah, I got that
bet.
trailer. I got that trailer in front of Craven as well.
Yeah.
And it was funny because my dad had no idea what it was, and I was like, I looked over and I'm like, well, there was 28 days later, and 28 months
weeks
later,
I thought it was
weeks later.
Weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we
And then-
skipped months. We went straight
Yeah,
to years.
no months, and now we're
28 millennia is coming.
Yeah,
this-
right.
So I
this
told
sequel.
him, he was like, I never heard of it. I'm like, yeah. And I told him, I was like, well, 28 days later was the first time we saw zombies run. And then shortly after that, Zach did the
Dawn of the
remake
Dead.
of Dawn of the Dead, which
Right.
also had zombies run.
Right,
He's seen Dawn of the Dead. He never saw 28 days later. But I was like, that was the one that evolved the zombie from to holy shit, they can fucking run. It's like,
Yeah.
So,
which was
you saw
terrifying.
Sonic. What trailers did you get in front of Sonic?
Oh,
I
I
got
got-
Superman.
I got Superman as well. I was like,
I got
cool.
Superman.
Sweet. Yeah, I got Superman, so I was like, cool. Got to see it on the big screen. Got those extra little shots, only 2 shots of Lex and
Mr. Terrific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. But it was cool to see it, and then seeing like, obviously I'm watching Sonic, so it's a pretty packed theater.
Right.
A lot of kids, which
The kids were liking it a lot in our theater.
I heard a couple like not a couple, but I heard like one of them say like, "Was that Superman?"
Right.
It's just kind of funny when
No,
you're
but
watching.
they were just paid by James Gunn to say
Of course.
that because kids
Yeah,
doesn't
they're not
kids
hyped.
The
don't
other
like
kid
it.
in there is saying it's Spider-Man.
Hey, what's going on, Ben?
Oh,
Ben a
hey
bit.
now.
What's
Of
going
course,
on,
you got to
guys?
show up for the Superman discussion, right?
Yeah.
Of course you did.
No, I'll behave. I'll be good.
Of course,
You're muted. You're muted,
Stop
Ben.
it. No, you can't. That's
of
not.
course, he
don't-
was going to show up and talk about this. Why
I
wouldn't
love
he?
it. I
Phil,
love it.
You don't,
I
you don't,
wanted him here.
Ben,
Dude. I
we
don't
can't
even
hear you.
him.
Can I?
Phil,
I can't
I've
hear
been
him.
hearing
Can you guys
you
hear him?
going
I can't
off
hear him.
for far too
I
long.
can hear him.
You're the one
Yeah,
that
I
smoked
can
with me
hear him.
today.
What?
Dave, you're
It-
crazy.
Have you
Yeah,
have you not heard me
StreamYard
talk
does
about
that.
this trailer?
What's that? What's that?
Have you not heard me talk about this trailer?
No. Honestly,
No, wait. I can't hear Ben.
You might have to leave and come back, Dave. Dave
Oh.
can't hear Ben.
But it's Dave's stream. Why should? Oh, I mean, eventually, because we can hear him.
You can hear
Well,
him, but I can't.
yeah.
We can hear,
Yeah.
but Dave
Weird.
can't.
Wow.
StreamYard does that.
All right, let
Yeah.
me back out and
That's
bring me back
interesting.
in.
So I'm gonna have to exit out.
Hold on.
Really?
No. Let me.
That's
Let me.
a
You want
first.
to try? We'll try Ben. Ben can try first.
Dave is gonna be like, "Yo, you're all gaslighting me right
No,
now."
no,
Is
you
it-
go.
it-
You go. No,
I know it almost feels like it. Like
Let's
you
go
guys
at
are
the
joking.
same time.
Everybody out.
Wait.
Stream's over.
Streams.
wait.
up.
You guys could
Merry
seriously hear
Christmas.
him? I couldn't.
Yeah,
hear
we
him.
could.
Yeah. We were
Yeah.
talking to him.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That doesn't even make sense.
You old bastard. That's why you couldn't hear him. Your ears are getting old.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Ben just keeps, but Ben just keeps getting
StreamYard's
younger.
with the host settings.
Yeah.
That's
Doing
weird.
that
That's-
this week.
It's that Latino blood, Chris. I'm telling you.
Let's see. No, he's coming back. Ben?
Yeah, how about now?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Boom.
Yeah.
Dave, I think you're trying
There
to
it
lose sense of reality here. Like,
Yeah, Austin was right. I just
What's
needed to
the-
get out and go
well,
back.
let's do an alcohol test.
Yeah, I know, right?
Put your
What the
finger
hell
on
is
your
in this
nose.
eggnog? Jesus Christ. Something's
Did you-
going on.
Did Grace Randolph make it for you? Is that why you're getting,
Well.
well.
It's been a rough week for Grace. Let's
I'm not gonna hold back against her. She was kind of I can't go to the Superman trailer event because I have to go travel with the family. No, it's because you weren't invited.
I also love how the fans like tried to twist the whole like, oh, Grace said there was gonna be James never said there wasn't gonna be like a Middle Eastern or European conflict or anything.
Right.
He just was like he was disputing her specific themes about
How about the first
Middle
mistake?
Eastern.
First mistake anyone makes is, well, Grace said up to stop.
Right,
Right there. Stop.
Yeah.
Hard stop. Anything
No.
else you have to say, we're tuning out.
I would operate under the assumption of if you said you couldn't make the Superman trailer screening for press and give some bullshit about, oh, I couldn't no, you couldn't make it because you weren't invited. We all know why.
Hey, I'll be honest. The rat's excuse was even funny. I was dying at
rat.
his whole thing. Maybe I just have
I
too
think
smart of
those
a questions.
I think those two need to just get together.
Oh
and
God,
have
no!
a happy
Don't make
after.
Don't put
and-
that thought in our brain.
Andy?
no.
Stop.
We don't
Stop.
need that. We don't need that in the
Stop.
world. We don't need the offspring.
No,
of that.
that's a terrible combination.
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But then it would take two of the
We're
most
trying to
terrible-
celebrate good things, Andy.
No,
Not like
this stream. This stream is known for doing both. Calm down. I'd say we just take two of the worst people on the planet, just get them together, and we just don't deal with them anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, you realize Trump and Elon Musk. You know what? I'm gonna shut up
Wow,
right
what
now.
happened?
no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up right now. Oh man, just, no,
No, but
no,
yeah.
two
Also-
evil dumb people together. Never a good idea.
And Phil's not even drinking. This is great.
No, I'm sober. I quit alcohol a week ago. I'm good.
But Elon is an amazing individual, though. What do you
Dude,
got against
don't.
him?
Don't. Just don't. Just don't.
Rolling.
Talking about
Listen,
smoke. You don't want
listen,
to.
Totally,
I
he's,
know,
he might be a
I
little
know his political.
You're talking to the guy that's not on.
Yeah, I know he's not. But the thing is, like, when I hear people complaining about Elon, well, not him personally, because I'm sure it's his team, the team behind him. What him and his team has been able to accomplish is nothing
That's
short of
rocket ship.
amazing. So,
Yeah.
like, you
just a matter of
you can
perspective, I
disagree with his political takes, all the stupid fucking tweets that
I
he
mean,
does.
I will say they did. Elon did something for me this week because one of the Snyder fucks called me the F slur, and I tried reporting it, and it actually got reported. I'm like, this didn't even happen when Jack was around. What are
Really?
you gonna say about
No, Jack Derby. He was running that stupid. But yeah, I get why people hate him though. But
Yeah.
like his political stuff, yeah, you're right. But what he's done outside of that, I think is nothing short of amazing.
I think that's a matter of perspective, my friend.
Yeah,
boys, it's
all
been
right,
like
this is not a topic.
So Superman, right?
Yeah, can we talk about
Yeah, we got plenty to discuss.
Yeah, we got Skeletor to discuss. Phil brought it up. It's the
Yeah, true. But
Another
no,
great
but yeah,
performance
it's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy week of stuff. But we knew it was gonna be something pretty crazy. But you know what? I mean, for the most part, I mean, what I love about what I've been seeing is just a lot of positivity, a lot of people. I mean, it generally has felt a little like, hey, people are excited again. People are like, like I said, I went down a YouTube rabbit hole when it came to trailer reactions, and I was like, oh, sweet.
Did you see Ben's trailer reaction? Because I did.
You did?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing, man. It was great.
Oh shit!
I was
Like usually, my inner circle don't watch my shit.
No, I watched yours. I watched Swenson's. I watched when it comes to Inner Circle, I felt sorry for Swenson though because he had to watch it on his phone. I was like, what? You know, watching on her phone, so he didn't have a clear audio. But yeah. I mean, it was one of those like it was early for me for sure, but yeah, I was like trying to get that out there, and then of course, fucking Warner Brothers still has not learned to not copyright that shit. Did yours get copyrighted,
dude?
Ben?
Did you do it?
No,
through the
I
DC
got
official page?
demonetized.
Demonetized, yeah.
It's the biggest video that I had in probably 5 years, and it got demonetized. Yeah,
that's a shame.
Oh yeah, it was blowing up everywhere.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Anytime you do a trailer reaction, it's just automatic. And
Yeah,
well,
they
see,
use
they
it
need
well.
to, but see, that's one of those things that they need to, because like even something I noticed this week, right? The Mr. Beast has his Beast games that just came out, right?
Yeah.
And he made a whole deal with Amazon where he's like, I made a deal with them where YouTubers can react to the entire first episode. You can watch the whole first episode.
That's what they need to
on
do.
YouTube.
Okay.
They need to do that with the WB and make these deals with. No, we want these YouTube creators to put the trailer
because they're not
on
making
there
any money over it.
It's free
over a
promotion.
trailer.
It's free promotion.
It's free
Exactly.
promotion. Yes.
Disney doesn't give a shit. You can react to every Marvel, Star Wars.
No, Jordan.
I have seen people literally watch entire episodes of Disney Plus stuff on and not get taken down for.
The Daredevil show.
They talked to Chainsaw. He's definitely had a lot of problems with some Disney and Marvel stuff. So it's
Really?
not that.
I've never had any.
Yeah,
problems
I've never had
Me
one.
neither.
I've never had any problems with Disney or Marvel or Star Wars. I've never had problems with that. I mean, but I can understand if he's like reacting to full-on episodes and.
No, he's not doing that.
Okay, I don't know. I've never had problems with that. But Warner Brothers, of course. And I'm like waiting. I'm like, I appealed again. I'm like, come on, man.
Right.
But what could he do? I mean, hopefully they learn.
Trailer talk. Yeah.
Okay. So, let's go around the horn and we can give our initial thought. Just give your initial thoughts of the trailer. Starting with Andy.
No, I don't want to go first. Ben can start. But go from bottom to top.
You want to go to the?
I don't know why I have to always start.
Man, you don't want to go first. You don't want to go last. You're one of
see what happened, Ben. He called you a bottom. Go first.
What?
wow.
How did you know?
There's nothing wrong with being
Good one, Dave.
bottom.
That's great. That was a good one.
That was good, Dave. That was good.
There's nothing wrong being a bottom, Ben.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah. We'll start from
I
the
come
bottom.
across as a bottom, by the way.
I know you're both, but I'm just saying there is nothing wrong with being a bottom.
I'm versatile.
I know you are.
Well, yeah. Give your initial thoughts, Ben.
My initial thoughts were it's exactly what I expected and more. It's exactly what it needed to be, different from this previous iteration. It needed to give people, the general audience, something to identify themselves with a Superman that is coming in 7 months. And to me, it did that. I get the gripe that people have with the color palette, but there is a reason why. I get the one of the things that I liked that I didn't like a lot was the theme song, the reuse of the John Williams score. But I understood why they're using that, because they needed to harken back to bring back those people that were divided or afraid of engage in anything DC. They needed to bring those people back. because the DCU, the DCEU, DC in general is just fractured. So they needed to remind them, yeah, we have this individual that you guys love at one point, and we're bringing you back to that. And I think they achieved that. I got a feeling that I'm sidetracking a little bit here, but I got a feeling that the John Williams score from now on, every Superman movie is going to have an amalgamation of that theme song if this film in this universe continues to thrive. That's just my take. As far as the action, it looked good. We didn't get a lot of action. We didn't get a lot of dialogue, but we got a look of the Lex, which it looks amazing. Rachel Brosnahan, she's gonna kill it. Thought David Cameron Sweat, he was just like Henry Cavill was. They both were born to play this role, and the direction that James Gunn is going with this realistic but fantastical universe, I think he found a way to balance both, where he's gonna give you because he hits you up within 2 seconds in a bloodied up Superman. This is can get dark, even though the colors might be a little bit brighter. So I think he hits all the right notes for me personally, and I think emotionally we didn't get a lot of it. I think he's gonna, of course, with Crypto, his dad, which I got a theory about his mom. I think I talked about it in my breakdown video. And so to me, I was very satisfied. I don't think he is a top 10 trailer of all time, but for a teaser trailer, to me, it's one of the top 3.
Cool. All right, Phil, you go next.
Why do I have to go next? You've got two.
Because you're right above them.
Oh,
I don't
man.
know.
Shit.
I'm the bottom. You're the top, baby.
I guess. Okay. Well,
that joke's
everyone
gonna be
knows
correct.
that I am not James Gunn's biggest supporter. I'm not saying I'm not a fan. I'm not saying I hate the guy. I'm not even saying I know the guy personally. But for me, when it comes to stuff that he's worked on, 3 and 2, I like Creature Commandos. I like Guardians 1. I like Guardians 3. I don't like Guardians 2. Don't like the Suicide Squad. Don't like Peacemaker.
We got the same track record.
Right. So when it came to this trailer, when it came to this movie and everything I had seen leading up to it, I was just kind of like, yeah, okay, set photos are set photos, casting wise, like Rachel Brosnahan, like Nicholas Hoult. I've seen Corin Sweat in 1 or 2 things, and I was like, okay, well, he's got the Boy Scout tenure to do it. And, Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, that's kind of a given. You cast a shitbag to play a shitbag. So that's very on point. Eddie Gathegi looks amazing as Mr. Terrific.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right? And I like Isabel Merced. She's great, too. She's a great hot girl. When it came to this trailer, it's funny. Like, I had asked both my bosses, like, hey, are one of the meeting rooms going to be open at 6 a.m.? They were like, no. Why? Is it because I want to watch the Superman trailer? And they were like, sure thing. Go for it. I was like, awesome. So I got to watch it on a TV at work, which was really nice because I know a lot of people had to watch it on their phone or they had to watch it fucking somewhere else. But I was actually quite surprised with how much I liked it. If I have any gripes, it's okay. So I mentioned this to Dave in the chat. I have a really weird opinion about the Williams theme. I don't like that it was reused. I think that's that between that and the font they used for the trailer was a superbly pandery to the Christopher Reeves era of fandom, which I get. It is what it is, and it's fine, but I'm not overtly fond of it. But I will say, if you guys recall the song Hurt by 9 Inch Nails, redone by Johnny Cash. I like the Johnny Cash version. That's how I feel about this. I have never been a fan of the Reeves theme and the Williams theme, but once I heard it under a guitar, I was like, this sounds a lot better than that, because I have never liked that.
That riff was nice.
It was. Yeah. It's cool, and it's and
cool.
When it swells and when it gets orchestral, when Superman saves that girl and it
and
really
crescendos, like,
dude.
Yes.
Yeah, and the fact that the imagery there is evoking, wait for it, Zack fucking Snyder. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. Like,
Cuomo,
I talked a whole bunch of shit before this fucking movie. I'll eat my crow. I'll eat my fucking crow. I don't care. But I think he blended Reeves and Snyder as well as he could. But he also threw in Fleischer. He threw in an animated series, and he threw in what's wow, Fleischer and Christopher Reeve, like his look of Clark Kent looks just like Fleischer Studios Clark, Christopher Reeve Clark, and animated Clark.
Even George Reeves.
Even George Reeves, yeah.
Yep.
All star.
But
All
the other
star
thing,
for sure. Yeah.
this is more of a small nitpick that I have than anything. It's like I could have done without Crypto having the cape. That I understood it.
That needed to be there.
Like I said,
I'll give you that.
It's not a criticism. It's a nitpick,
Right,
not
yeah.
a criticism. I could have done without it.
No,
Yeah.
it's
The color would have been fine. The one thing I'm on the fence about, I need to see more of Lex Luthor because I can't just go off angry faces and him holding the gun because he looks like he belongs in a James Bond movie. Everyone else looks like they belong in a Superman movie. But
Man 47.
yeah, exactly. Right. And like he's just making mad faces and just looking intimidating. I'm like, okay, you said he was imposing, but I need to hear him. Like, especially after just seeing Michael Cudlitz turn in a hell of a performance on Superman and Lois. Oh my God. Like I need to hear and see him more as Lex Luthor before I'm 100% sold. And I think even to Dave's point, like opening the trailer with Superman crashing into the fucking snow, bloodied and beaten. I was like, oh, this completely just shuts everyone up of like, oh no, he's going to have him do this and smile and save cats out of trees. It's like, oh yeah, he's in a bright costume. This Superman's going to get the shit kicked out.
He's going to struggle, yeah.
Yeah, good.
That's the thing. It's like, and when I was going down the trailer reaction route, everybody was like, "What the hell happened to him?" I'm like, that's a hook. He got the hook like right off the back.
Oh yeah.
Marketing is
I am
my job. It's getting you guys to converse about it.
I'm at an 8 out of 10 overall.
Nice.
I'm actually quite shocked at how much I like it the more I watch it. Hell, I just threw it on for my nephew like not even an hour ago. The words he said after the trailer was done, Superman is awesome. And I was like, okay, there it is.
There you go. Yeah.
You've raised him well, Uncle Lev. You've raised him well.
I'm just curious for you because I know everybody else has kind of talked about it. So, but like how seeing the suit in the trailer, any still qualms with the suit, or I mean, still
the best thing about it is the emblem. The suit looks a little. I mean, I'm never going to get over the trunks. I think the trunks look ridiculous. That's never going to not be a thing for me. I think it will always look ridiculous, but I can look past it. Other than that, still not a fan of the emblem on the cape. That's one emblem too many, but I get it. You know, it's
what?
I don't. I've never liked that. I've never liked the yellow emblem on the back of the cape. I
didn't think I was gonna like it, but I actually do like it. It's
like there's some panels where you see Superman and it's like a shot above, and you see.
There's only one time I liked it. It was in The Dark Knight Returns Part 2 with Mike Volley voicing the character, and they pan up and show it. That's the only time I've ever liked the yellow emblem on Superman. That's it.
Chris, thoughts?
Why do I have to go over? You're supposed to say that. Why do I have to go? I'm sick. Let me say my book.
Nah, I don't take that kind of attitude. I just go with it. I like in the way one of the biggest criticisms I've heard over and over again of why Superman just doesn't have the same kind of fan base, or in the sense of like as Batman or other superheroes, is because he's godlike. He can't be beaten. I can't relate to him. Well, you start off the trailer, as we said, with him getting like knocked down and dragged out at that point, saying, "Oh, like you said, there's your hook."
Yep.
Interesting way to bring it up. I always come into this kind of thing of like, prove to me you're bad, because again, I want this to be successful. Mm-hmm. So the guitar riff was an interesting thing, but the whole thing of using Williams, I would have liked to see a different theme, but it's the iconic theme. If they want to put a spin on it, great. They're trying to build back rapport with the fans, with people who know or have heard that theme in some way, shape, or form. Whether we like it or not, the DC brand has been damaged a lot. And so this is something that they're trying to make connections with at this point. It did what it needed to do instead of a teaser. Not much storyline given. Introduced quick splashes of everyone. Rachel Brosnahan, as soon as I saw her cast, I started watching Miss Maisel. Within the first episode, I said, yes, that's my Lois Lane. Absolutely. Right there. Mm-hmm. First episode, I binged the entire thing after that. I don't even need to. I can already tell the chemistry. No wonder they were perfectly matched together at that point. Crypto, yes, we must protect Crypto at all costs at that point. I am not worried that anyone puts a hand on that dog in that movie, they're going down.
You're going to get all John Wick on him.
I liked how we see just the quick splashes of our kind of Justice League characters at that point. I love everyone getting on, like, oh my God, Guy Gardner looks ridiculous. yes, he's supposed to look ridiculous.
Yep.
That's his cut. That's
Part of
that's the whole point. He's the ever loving like frat boy
Douchebag.
that has a chip on his shoulders.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna be.
Douchebag ex-cop.
There you go.
He's the dipshit who starts shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do like, but here's the thing. I do like that all of a sudden when Superman's having that moment, I'm guessing it's Stag Industries or wherever he's at in the building at that point, he's going in and Green Lantern, the window that's being broken. So I said, we're going to have a moment here.
Yeah.
You know, he may be that, but he recognizes that, okay, we need to come together and figure out what the heck's going on here. The idea that this trailer, this teaser did what exactly need to do. Like you said, get the conversation going. I have a lot of hope for what it's going to be. I have a lot of questions. I'm okay having questions. I'm okay having, I need to see more. With the suit, I need to see more in action. It was my first time seeing it there. I've watched it a couple of times. It's right now not my favorite suit, but it's definitely not my least favorite suit at all. It's just I need to see kind of more in action before I make a kind of final determination. But Corn Sweat, what little we heard of him, what little we've gotten in the action sequences, yeah, he's got me sold. I really enjoy how we get with the kaiju that we have in there. James Gunn proven yet again he's a creature of the the source material. That's Superman number 2.
Yeah, against the dragon.
He's fighting.
really?
Yeah, Superman number 2. Not Action Comics. Superman number 2.
Superman number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up.
But also in the Fleischer cartoon, didn't he fight like a kaiju type too? That's
Yeah,
like
and Fleischer. Yeah.
Fleischer, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the episodes, I can't remember which one. I had all those on video cassette. That's right. VHS.
Yeah.
They'll free
Back
on
in my
YouTube.
day.
Back when I was a boy.
But even
We had a
look
thing
at
called a rewinder.
yeah. Look at Metropolis too. The city
Yeah.
of tomorrow, the timeless city. At that point, futuristic, but also in the sense of
Retro.
yeah.
Right.
And not like Gotham, where it looks like it's taken. That's a different kind of timeless there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I'm
wonder what
I'm
Gotham City
still
is called.
very optimistic. I'm excited for what the potential is, and now I'm waiting for February and March, where we're probably going to get our first full trailer.
Nice. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Austin, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much with everybody. I really liked the trailer a lot. I thought, like, as far as for a Superman, thing, it did a great job of calling back to, like Phil said, Donner stuff, Snyder stuff. If anybody thinks that like even the kind of slow-mo shot of him saving that kid, like I was like, you're seeing inspiration from everything in there, and so I thought that was really cool. But also, you're seeing things we haven't, kind of seen before and stuff, and you seen a lean towards. I saw more of a lean towards the animated series Superman, which that really was like where I was like, okay, that's what
The
gets me
Daily
excited.
Planet is the spitting image of the Daily Planet in the animated series. The font.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
yeah, and I think too, just that kind of lean into the fantastic. Like, are there going to be corny probably things in this movie and cringe things that maybe don't work? But the fact that he's going to try it, we're going to get to see this kind of Superman on screen, I think is really exciting. I think seeing Crypto, in there is pretty essential, and that's something we haven't really seen on the big screen before or stuff. So yeah, I'm excited for it. I thought it did everything for the most part right. I still have qualms with the suit as well, I think, but I'm hoping also they do a thing where like maybe that's the suit for the first half, or he gets another suit or something. But I really enjoyed it. I think it's a really, really good teaser.
Nice. All right, William. Oh, and he's busy.
Yep.
All right, Andy, you're gonna have to go.
Okay. So, first of all, I just want to say, first of all, like, I'm so happy that I didn't have to see any of this trailer, any piece of this trailer through bootleg cam footage from that press event. I was terrified this entire week. I'm like, please God, give me one miracle for this year. So thankfully, I didn't have that experience. And
Sure.
no, I
And I
agree.
love how James Gunn posted it like 5 minutes before 6 o'clock. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice that? He
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
he couldn't hold back. It was awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, I was quiet when everyone else talked, but thank you for interrupting me, Dave. No, kidding. No, listen, as someone who's loved Superman my entire life, and I love so many versions of Superman. Again, I was saying this to Lip on when we did our trailer breakdown on the Studios podcast at multiversecolor.com, that we've been very lucky and blessed. We've had so many great depictions of Superman to the fact that we're now getting on, the next generation. And again, I agree. You guys are hitting it spot on. Is that I feel it's a celebration of a lot of different eras, and because William is gone, I can say this. Even some elements from Smallville. Shh, he didn't hear anything. I love that. Again, it feels something familiar, but also it doesn't feel like something I'm like, oh no, we're back to 1978, or oh no, we're trying to remake Man of Steel, again, which again, I love Man of Steel, but I don't want a remake of anything. I want a new Superman movie for a new generation. Again, like that's fine. Like when Lip said that his nephew loved them. Like, think about the kids are gonna get to see Superman for the first time. Like, I'm jealous of people who get to experience Superman for the first time, like we all did at our different ages.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that there was no dialogue and that it was just Clark talking a little bit and Crypto. So help me God, if something happens to Crypto, I will rain hell and fire upon anyone. Someone in the comment was saying that what if Lex shoots, try to shoot Superman with a kryptonite bullet and Crypto takes
Keanu Reeves shows up as Constantine and throws a spell on him, and it makes like a demon come out of his fucking ass. Sorry, I just got really defensive of Crypto. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if anything happens to Crypto, I will lose my mind. I cannot. Yeah. I'm gonna be insufferable when all those merge starts coming out for Crypto, because I mean, come on, that dog was adorable. I love that we're getting a sense of all different corners of this store. Again, like there's a lot of mystery still, which is why we're talking about, which is a good thing. But I love that
we're gonna actually go through the trailer too.
Are you gonna interrupt me there too, or not?
Sorry, sorry. I'm just saying. Yeah.
No, I
think you already know the answer to that, Andy.
Andy, have you read Supergirl: Woman of Tomorrow?
I am halfway through. Don't tell Rebecca.
Yeah, don't tell
There's
Rebecca.
something that happens to Crypto in that book you might want to be keenly aware of.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's something. Yeah,
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, just keep that in mind.
It'll be okay.
But yeah, I love that. Again, also as someone who, as a journalist myself, I love just the Daily Planet environment we're getting. Even I love that in the 30-second teaser that we got on Wednesday. So again, I love that these players are going to be around more regularly. I was hoping for a little Perry White, but I'm glad that Wendell posted something. He's going to have that cigar.
He posted it. He was like, "I'm not in the trailer. Sorry, I interrupted you again. I came on down."
I'm gonna have to spank you tonight.
Yeah, maybe. Who's the bottom now?
You. Again, like Ben, you're versatile. But no, when it comes to the whole,
I'm not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that.
He's all, honey.
When it comes to the theme, I understand everyone's point of view. Again, this is obviously not going to be the theme for the movie. I think it's something that's just going to be for marketing. Who started playing it?
No, I think that was somebody's chair.
Okay. Well, didn't Gunn say? Gunn said that, like, I think it is in the movie. It is it's a part of the film, which I don't mind. I think
Again, I mean, as long as it's as more modern as possible, and also as long as John Williams is getting some royalties from this, because right,
of course,
let's pay our artists, and I don't mind it. But again, as long as it doesn't fall into the trope of let's play the safe ball and just do 1978 all over again, then I'm fine. But I can understand people who are feeling some issues of like, why are we going back to this? But again, I'm excited. Again, it's like this film in general, this whole trailer doesn't feel like Warner Bros. Is afraid. They're trying to lean into like, oh, we need to make it MCU friendly. There's some deep themes here. Yes, Guy Gardner's hair looks absolutely fucking ridiculous. And you know what? He sounds like yes, Lip.
It's not Warner Brothers. It's DC Studios. Let's make that abundantly fucking clear.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm sorry. What was I thinking? I'm sorry.
Fact check.
There's a T-shirt for Phil. Let's make that abundantly fucking clear.
Yeah.
It's my catchphrase. It's like, let's make that abundantly fucking clear. Case in point, Jeff Snyder, rat, abundantly fucking clear. Anyway,
I just want to point out I didn't interrupt any of y'all when you were giving your thoughts, so live with that.
at least I rose my hand, okay?
You did. Andy, you did call on him.
Now?
Andy, you did call
starting
on
to be
him.
polite.
I know. I'm the one that's being like the bad kid in class.
No, not all of them. All of you are. No, again, as long as DC Studio doesn't feel a need to go backward but go forward, because that's what Superman needs. That's what I'm here for, and that's why I'm again fucking happy that the trailer is 250 million views in was it 48 hours? 24?
No, 24 hours.
A little more than 24. Yeah.
Number 5.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm happy to have a fun conversation again about Superman, which we've had for a long time. We've had it with Superman Lois, we had it with Smallville, we had it with Man of Steel, but with the PBS, and we know. But then again, I'm glad that we're back in this era of like, let's look to the future. And I'm just some quick shout outs. Isabel Merced finally getting to play a good superhero. I'm so happy for her. Those wings look sick.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, she was in
Metamorpho. Holy fuck. Metamorpho.
Yeah, we'll get like I said, we're gonna break down the trailer. We'll go.
Yeah,
like,
this is definitely my favorite trailer of the year. And yes, everyone go ahead, call me a chill or a James Gunn dick sucker, whatever you want to call me. I have taken worse. It's fine. It's perfectly
we know
fine.
you're taking worse.
What's wrong with actually liking something and going after like other people?
Well, Christopher, I can't. As long as he has the beard, I can't call him Chris. I have to call him Christopher. I feel I have to be polite. When it comes to,
he's not Christopher Robin. You're not Winnie the Pooh. That's not how this works.
Look,
but you call me Ben. You call me Ben, and I have a beard too.
Look at the beard game though. Like it's like. Okay.
That's something.
Listen. Let the game man talk. Let the game man talk. It's like and where was I going with this? Fuck. Thank y'all.
Yeah, it's fine. Hey, we got Paul joining right now too.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
I'm doing all right. So yeah, I was hearing all the chatter on the trailer and stuff.
Yeah. We're like kind of just going through all this stuff. William, are you? Oh, well, before we see you, Paul, first off, how you doing? Always great to see you, Paul.
Yeah, same dude. I'm enjoying. What the hell are you wearing, Dave?
Oh, I'm wearing an ugly Batman sweater. What are we talking about?
Alrighty.
I'm talking about, yeah.
Okay, well that's
you don't have like a
hey, it's the Christmas episode.
You don't have like a festive robe, Paul, or anything like a
no, because he's
Christmas
been
robe.
He's been kidnapped. They don't give him clothes.
You know what? I probably should get the Superman robe on somewhere. It's somewhere in the house. I'll change in a second.
I should go get my hoodie.
Yeah, there you go. Right, but so like we're just kind of going around the horn right now and giving our initial thoughts, and then we're gonna kind of run through the trailer and stuff like that. But William, you're now not dealing with customers, so
that was a long customer you were dealing with.
Yeah, we got that. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good marketing. It's word trailer. I know it's automatic, but it's a teaser. Because there's no premise being given here, so we'll wait till February for that. Nice, fast introductory to all the elements that are going to be in there. I do like the use of the theme. I don't think the theme belongs to anybody. I think that that theme belongs to Superman. And I think some of the damage that has been done to Superman fandom is over things like that, to where it's territorial, to where, this belongs to this guy. No, that theme belongs to Superman. And I do agree with the analogy of James Bond, even though there's been more James Bond. That is a uniting theme. That theme that they played in those trailers unites me to my dad. And if I had kids, it would be 3 generations. Depending on how long you live, you could literally have 4 generations that would be united by that theme. It's basically a clarion call saying we have a new Superman movie out. So I'm okay with that theme. I could have done without the cape on the dog. You can come in. Could have done without the cape on the dog. Hold on a second. Downstairs. Just keep going right. You can't miss it.
Is that what you're keeping Brad, though?
The I am.
That's
It's
where the
no
sex
business.
dungeon is. Sorry.
I like the Top Gun feel to it. I do. I understand what he meant. Even that theme reminded me the part of the theme reminded me of the Top Gun theme. I enjoyed that.
Kind of reminded me like the Top Gun theme. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
A lot of the aspects that did stand out for me were are aspects that stood out of the previous version of it. I like the use of slow mo to accentuate the scene. So I'm a fan of that. That's about it. I can't say I loved the trailer because I don't think there's something to love. It's a teaser. I think it's a good step. I think it's a good, its purpose was to start the conversation in earnest, and it did. Now, when I see the views, I'm like, I got people be cautious about those views because it's number 5. Look at the 4 that are ahead of it though. They got something in common that this franchise right now doesn't. So be careful not to necessarily translate that over anything other than that. But the teaser did what it was supposed to do. If you are keen enough to avoid the shithead conversations and actually focus on the actual, hey, that was cool, was that metamorpho, things like that, you could really have a really nice conversation about this that could last a couple of weeks. But yeah, I thought it was a good marketing tool, and I think there will be the actual trailer should probably hit on Super Bowl Sunday with Fantastic Four's trailer.
Yeah, that sounds about
I
right.
think that's gonna happen.
Yep.
William, that
gonna
was so positive. I brought you a gift. I brought you a $1 bill to know that you love money so much.
Tell you what,
Send it over.
Code.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
hold my QR code to the screen, and you send that $1 right over to me.
Digitally.
Yeah,
But
I will do it. Watch me do it.
all right, Paul. Curious of what you thought about it. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Here we go.
All right, look, I'll start with some positives, and then
Okay.
I'll go from there. So,
Pros
Things
and
that-
cons.
yeah, well, things that stuck out to me. I like the fact that the trailer started from a vulnerable place. I like the whole breathing. I like the switch. I mean, I'm just talking just the trailer, not thinking about necessarily what will be in the movie. But I like the shifting tone back and forth between Daily Planet, him crippled in in the Arctic, and I was like, all right, good, vulnerable, like that. I was interested. I had seen behind the scenes stuff already, but I was interested to see it in motion. But seeing the Ken farm as like a dirt poor Ken farm, like where the cows are like in the front yard, like it looks like it's just Pa Kent. I was like, okay, like a real country boy, like he is of poverty. I'm like, okay, I like that aspect. I think that was good. Nicholas Holt looks good as Luthor. The Luthor Corp logo was also good. I liked that. And of course the shot. I think everyone has said this, but the shot of him saving the kid, the girl, and like that like that was that caught my attention. I was like, all right, good, cool. I like that. That being said,
that's it.
yeah,
That's the only other notes.
yeah, I was just not sold, honestly. And again, like it'll be, when the movie actually comes out, and at some point I'll see it eventually, but like, yeah, I don't know. The aesthetic, I mean, yeah, it feels like a comic book, but it just I don't know. It feels more like a Dick Tracy style Superman to me. Like I mean, I think kids will probably, get something out of it, but for me, it's not. Andy, just let me finish my thoughts.
Who's Dick Tracy? Who's Dick Tracy?
Oh, well, we'll tell you in a bit.
All right, I'll talk more about the Dick Tracy stuff in a second. But no, the again, I'll just see how it plays out in the actual movie at some point. But yeah, a lot of it just didn't sell it to me. The biggest thing that I felt that really like bothered me personally is that despite its decent budget, the way the aesthetic, the look of it came across more of like a high budget CW like TV movie.
Why everybody keeps saying? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Like that's what
anybody.
I'm sorry. Go.
Well,
yeah, no.
no.
I'm saying that's how it looked and came across to me. That being said, and I've said this to many people, like the cast itself is pretty good. Like I think like Nicholas Holt is Luthor, or I forget her name, but the woman playing
Rachel Brosnan.
Rachel Brosnan playing Lois Lane. Like they look like the characters. I know I forget the kid, but whoever's playing Jimmy Olsen,
Skylar
Gisondo.
Yeah, he looks
Yeah.
exactly like what I would think Jimmy Olsen would look like in live action. So I'm not saying that there isn't some effort in the movie, but I got to be honest with you. Like, and again, I've said this to many other people. Like, what I like about DC in general, and it's at this point I would say it's more accidental, just because DC and Warner Brothers as like a whole, like whether before DC Studios or whatever you want to say, but like there's a lot of variety there. There's a lot to choose from, and like what you want to go with, and I want to catch up and finish Superman and Lois, and I'm really digging Adventures of Superman, and I'm getting my Superman fix through that. But this iteration, this version, it's just not really selling me personally. And I feel bad. Like, I know you guys love it, and I don't want to be the Debbie Downer, but like I've just not really been there. I mean, it's just for me. It's not for me personally. That's the best way that I can say it. Andy,
I mean, but at the same time, when you're talking about, I mean, what I said when I was like ranting off in the beginning, I mean, I hate people like obviously the CW thing is always the thing that gets brought up. And it's because it's
material, guys.
It's been utilized way too much. And what I said was, I was like, you know what? I don't, because there was something I was kind of feeling too. That was like, to me, it felt like an expensive fan film trailer.
Yeah,
that's what it kind of felt, because it's it's showing shots. You have the Williams score in a guitar, so it's just like that's what it. And essentially, if you think about it, it is, because James Gunn is a fan. He's a nerd who's making a movie. Then he's got the budget.
Okay.
But I mean, at the same time, there are some really good shots, which we're going to go through, and there's some really good shots that can I like CW.
Real quick, I would just like to say that, to the point of it looking like a big budget fan film, is that not every other comic book film made
pretty much
in the modern age?
By Zack Snyder.
Dude, like, Snyder notwithstanding. Think about Marvel Studios. Think about even Christopher Nolan, for crying out loud.
That's what I said too. I'm like, and I think maybe it's just because it's fucking Superman.
Even the Man of Steel first teaser is literally it's
like an art scene. It's like an art
placement. It was shot on like a lot. I'm like, why are there so many?
Artsy, like when you watch that, because obviously people were passing it around. You watch that first like teaser for Man of Steel, and I remember even watching it even beforehand. It feels very artsy indie.
Yes, it's narration, it's montage shots.
But I think it's just because you're dealing with Superman. It's very difficult to just, man. I mean,
I look at it as like, you make that comparison. I don't think like that's not a shot. I think like a well-made fan film, I think, is kind of like one of the best things you can ask for. Like,
it's not even a dig, because I like fan films, but it's just, I don't know. I think it's just because it's Superman, and then there's so much, and like I said, it was shots. Different shots. It was a different iteration of the John Williams score, and you have like Green Lantern, Hawk Girl, you have a kaiju. I mean, again, it was just like one of those where it's like, oh yeah, it's like somebody just made like this trailer, and you just go, oh, wait, this movie doesn't actually exist, right? There's too much going on right here. That's what it is. That trailer is going to feel more like, oh, this is.
If this was an actual trailer, that would be different. If this is a teaser with a lot of split shots out of context. If this was the trailer and we were saying that would be a different situation. But I think we've gotten to the point where we blurred the word teaser and trailer. Literally just with the bold.
I think the runtime is what. I think the runtime is what have people talking about it being a trailer, because it's longer than a usual.
Teaser's like a minute.
It's like under a minute.
Teasers have ranged.
Teasers range.
They go between a minute to 2 minutes, give or take, depending on what and where it's coming.
We mustn't forget that it's actually just teasing something. It's teasing things, even though it's 2 and 20.
A trailer gives you the premise.
Going back to this soundbite about this whole thing that it looks like a CW show.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
One thing that I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is, I don't watch the shows, but I understand why people who watches. Why they watch it. And the thing is, what bothers me is this, that I know that I've seen so many times from either Superman and Lois or Arrow, where they had this amazing shot or amazing sequence or amazing episode, and you can see it on social media. This belongs in This is
Yeah.
cinematic. This is amazing.
There's
This is
been no
beautiful.
time.
And then when it doesn't fit what we want or what we like, we say, "Oh well, it looks like CW." Like, why are you shitting on this when you were praising it just like weeks ago?
Well, that's
So
what happened with literally 2 weeks ago. Literally weeks ago, when Superman and Lois ended, people were like, "Oh my god, this
Thank
is
you.
this is
Yeah.
amazing."
Now all of a sudden it's used as a bad term.
Everybody
again.
was glazing that fucking last season.
Well, here's the thing, kind of
They spent money
timing
on
into
that,
what
though.
you're trying to say, Ben, is yes, sometimes the CW shows were some people's cup of tea, sometimes it's not. That's fine. I have no problem with
Right.
opinions on whether you like CW or not. Never have, never will. But for a time, that's what we had. That's what we had, and that's what we were given at that point. Was it was the best thing we ever saw? Sometimes, no, it wasn't. I love the CW shows, but there were some shows and there were some episodes like, yeah, not my tempo.
Yeah.
But to use it as a thing, saying it looks, and again, I'm not trying to say you, Paul, or anything like that. I'm just saying that in general, it really irks me when we're taking something that people pour their heart and souls on to make something at that point and use it as and throw it at them like it's a bad thing.
Insult.
Yeah. Can I follow off of that? Because again, I am probably the biggest defender when it comes to the CW. And here's the thing. I have a lot of friends who work on those shows. Again, I don't love every season of everything. I've had my qualms. I've told them personally, some of the showrunners that I'm friends with, some of the writers that I'm friends with, heck, even some of the actors that I'm friends with. I don't love all of it. But the thing is, I know how hard and much effort and money and in some of these abuse they've had to take making these episodes. Again, remember, we gotta remember, these were shows before pandemic. We had 22 episodes, 23 episodes a season, and they busted their asses off. And this was a more cohesive franchise than the DCEU and partially the Snyderverse never was. So again, I agree exactly. When it doesn't fit their narrative, it becomes the CW. Again, the CW gave us a superhero universe that lasted with multiple crossovers. Exactly. Yeah. So again, every time anyone, and yes, Paul, I am including you as well. I'm checking you on this too. Anytime someone says it looks like CW, is that, can you make it better? Can you get out of your own room and make a film or a TV show with money? No, because you don't work in that field, so you will never know how hard it is. So let the CW be. Because that's the thing. There's so many good moments from that era. Again, I'm once again saying, I'm not sucking their dick for everything they've done. There's been a lot of shitty things. Like, again, I almost quit The Flash in season 5. That's how bad it got.
But the first season was peak, though.
Yeah, the season 1?
Season 1 of The Flash.
Paul, I still love you.
I would say season 2 is better than season 1 personally.
I want to hold on.
Okay.
Paul,
That's
Paul, we want to hear
season
Paul.
1, the finale. I cried in the last episode of season 1 with his mom. I was like,
yeah, that's fair.
We're gonna be okay.
But that was
I get shook at. But what I'm saying is, and again, yes, Paul, I am including you too. I love you still, but again, I'm still checking you. Educate yourself and stop using CW as a way to justify when something looks shitty. Because again, the longer a TV show goes on, by the way, the budget will naturally get smaller. Again, look at poor Superman Lois in its 4th season. 7 cast members had to be cut. Apparently, they had to get a bunch of sets too. When I interviewed Alex Garland, that I didn't even know about. Like, even apparently, the Kent farm was CGI the whole time. It wasn't even there. They lost that farm. So again. Wow. Put some respect on the CW or shut the fuck up. I'm done.
All right. Okay. So let me go back a bit because first off, with the Dick Tracy, let me explain what that means.
Oh yeah, we got to explain Dick Tracy.
Well, I mean, for Andy and for general audiences, if you don't understand, because Dick Tracy is actually a very dated reference.
It's 90s stuff reference.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're talking about the Warren Beatty movie, that's actually in many ways a great example too, because the Warren Beatty movie is actually a perfect example of style over substance. It's actually a very good adaptation of the comic, but to almost like an obscene degree, because basically Dick Tracy is an extremely, lavish and extremely colorful, extremely poignant, looking comic and a movie as well. But I could not tell you the plot of that movie to save my life. It's very much everything is stylized. You remember how all the goons look but there's no real substance. That's kind of the thing. I think I was saying that too when we were talking about the Penguin way back when. Is like the Penguin to me as a Batman villain was always sort of the one who kind of still stuck to that like Dick Tracy element, where he was more known for his looks and his kind of his personality, but he didn't have any real big stories that anyone could like latch onto and say, oh, that's my favorite, Penguin story, or this is my favorite, like whatever the case was. That's why the Penguin show was such a breath of fresh air to me, because it really gave Oz gravitas and gave him sort of a third dimension. That's what I sort of meant by like the Superman trailer being sort of this Dick Tracy element, that it's very comic booky, it's very pop, it's very like, oh yeah, this is definitely a comic book universe world, but like, what's the actual substance, that kind of thing. Now let me get back to the CW real quick. And you know what, Andy, to be fair, you're right. That is a shorthand for people being kind of lazy with their criticism. But I should explain what I mean by CW, because even though I use that terminology, that doesn't mean necessarily that I dislike the CW as a whole, because I got a lot out of the CW. I pretty much enjoyed the first 3 seasons of Arrow. I enjoyed, I'd say, at least the first 2 seasons of The Flash. I got some good stuff out of the Supergirl when it was both on, I think it was ABC, and then when CBS, excuse me, CBS, and then they brought it to the CW, and then of course like Superman and Lois that came from it. Now I will say about Superman and Lois, from what I did see of it, and I saw pretty much, I think, the first 2 seasons, that show had its roots in the CW, but like actually you could tell that like more budget and kind of care was kind of brought into it, and it kind of got away from more of like, say, Legends of Tomorrow style stuff. It became more, and became more like its own thing, and did become actually more cinematic, which is what I really appreciated about the show. And when I do finish watching it, I'll definitely give you my thoughts on that. But it's like, okay, it's like when you're saying CW, I think for some people, I think what they're trying to say, it's like when they're trying to say like, oh, this is a Saturday morning cartoon. But if you really break down Saturday morning cartoon, even that phrase kind of changed over time, because what people used to mean with Saturday morning cartoon was stuff like, say, the Super Friends, or Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends, where it was very stylistic and it was very fun, but there wasn't a lot of substance. But then the 90s happened, and you had like the Bruce Timm and Paul Dini verse, or Gargoyles, or like a whole bunch of other types of cartoons that were actually much more like involved and better written and things like that. So actually, even saying Saturday morning cartoon kind of became like it didn't mean what it used to mean, basically. True. But all of us here know when we say the CW or the CW formula, we're just talking about, overly stylized, even kind of formulaic television writing. And I don't mean just like the CW verse or the Arrowverse. I'm talking like original Smallville, where it was like Freak of the Week, or even Buffy, which did that at the very beginning too. And then Buffy got a little bit better as it went along. I mean, I'm not counting like the last couple seasons, but like that's what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to shit on the CW as a whole.
I will.
I mean, yeah, William, do what you want to do.
Can you do better, William? Can you?
No. Here's the thing. I don't get paid to do it better. Hold on. I don't get paid to do it better. And here's the thing. I agree with you 100% about every individual and the people who dealt with what they were given.
Because that's not what it sounds like every time this panel has.
Here's the thing, though. When you say CW, it's cheap. And here's the problem. You're putting out that stuff while even DC and MPU are putting out cinematic stuff with similar characters. Definitely. And you know what? Whether you like it or not, you hear that. You guys are aggravated because you've heard it over and over again. Because that is the perception. Your feelings notwithstanding versus the perception that network got. It's not by accident. It's not by accident.
No, but my problem is like, okay, so if we just resort to anything that feels like, okay, this doesn't feel exactly where I want it to be, so then we just call it CW. That's why
I disagree with
completely
that's
why I gave it the whole like, more feels like an expensive fan film trailer. That's what it hit me like, and it's not even a dig.
That's a much better description, because I think the CW was like, okay, I think we can all go that like the CW might have had some great storytelling at some points, right, for these characters and stuff. But my issue with the CW kind of more lies with William, where it's like we're cheapening these characters, while as the other, everybody else, they're making these characters cinematic and quality and all these things. Even if the story is shit, their stuff still looks like a
Flash
movie.
movie was cinematic.
But again,
the Flash series was not cinematic. It looked like cheap.
I'm talking about the movie. Did that piece of shit of film look cinematic to you?
Sometimes it
yeah, at times, absolutely, yeah. I wasn't crazy
Which
about
is
it.
insane.
It's not like
the
a
last show again in the earlier seasons.
But
looking cinematic is not indicative that it's gonna be amazing. Jupiter's Legacy, when the trailer came out and the show came out, it looked fucking amazing. It was like straight out of the comics. And then when we saw the show, what happened?
Look at the MCU and Secret Invasion. Right, you can still look cinematic and stuff, but that's not the thing.
Kind of
You're
pushing the term, and I'm a Marvel fan.
Right, that's
also not that great of an example because the MCU has a bunch of better TV shows with it too.
True.
I think putting so much
is if you're going to use these characters right or do something like that with TV. It's kind of like what I said, what I like that James Gunn said, earlier this week, where if Superman fails, there is a backup plan. We're going back to TV. We're going to stick with what works, but it will be elevated TV. We're still get Lanterns. We're going to get Peacemaker. HBO Max, HBO quality.
But that's exactly the point, in the sense of, you say you want to have respect for these characters and things like that. They weren't doing anything with the characters at the time when the CW was at its height.
Exactly.
No, they weren't doing anything with them. They didn't know what to do with them, so that was the outlet. If you move it to what James Gunn is trying to do, whether Plan B or eventually getting a Green Arrow show, a Flash show, whatever have you.
Yeah.
That's different, but they weren't doing anything with those characters. I'm not saying that CW was the best quality.
Yeah, I'm not saying that either.
No. I don't think anyone's saying that, and I'm not saying. It's just when you get the quality of writing, the people behind it, and the money behind it, there's more of a chance for it to be. There's more of a chance for it to be better. It's not 100%. We've seen plenty of things when you throw money at things,
and that's why I'm not like William, where I'm going, like CW.
I respect William.
I get it, but I also get what you're saying too. In that, when the storytelling is really good, right, and it's worth it kind of helps. It definitely helps, and that makes it a lot better and stuff. But I still
it makes everything. The storytelling makes everything. There are
storytelling does make.
There was
it makes a lot, but in modern day,
there were a few movies that look breathtaking, but the story were total dog shit, subjectively. So you see what I'm getting at? Because this can, subjectively, this can look like trash to you. Okay, that's fine, that's fair, because it is a subjective medium. So if you feel that way, that's fair. But I don't know, maybe I'm just getting ahead of it, saying that, well, you don't know if it's going to be good, because in reality, a movie can be anything, right? It can be amazing, it can be dog shit. But the proof in the pudding is going to be when the film comes out, when the story is good, it's solid, we can engage with these characters, we are submerged in this universe, whether it's stylistic, oversaturated, or whatever it is, then we can come back here and say, hey, this is what I got from this film.
Which is also why I combat the thing of I don't think this looks like the CW. This has this has a style to it. This has a color. This has all of these things.
Yeah.
But also, you're saying that 12 years of content that's been on the network has basically been not quality. Are you saying that basically? Because there's a reason why people talk more.
There are times that they definitely they choose when to invest, and at its height and stuff. Yeah, they definitely were able to invest more and things, and then it dips. And I think that's the thing is
and it's not on the studio.
I want more
on the studios who are financing these things. Like, what are they supposed to do? I will tell you this.
Right.
In the middle of season 9 of The Flash, they got their budget cut in.
Right. It's not up to the showrunners to get there, but you're 100% right. And so sure, if they had that support behind them and the quality and the budget and all that, yeah. But I think that's the thing. If they're gonna do it, imagine the Flash with, max quality, or something like that, which I think is more what Gunn
maximum effort.
what Gunn
So
wants
dark.
to do
Why that
than
just went in my head, huh?
Ryan
But
Reynolds
let's not
back
keep
to
this
play
the whole
Flash.
CW discussion right
Yeah,
here.
let's
Yeah,
break down this trailer.
Yeah.
I want to
Break it
want to
down.
preface something just real quick. So what I'm trying to basically say is the CW, whether the CW criticism or not, however you want to feel about that, what I'm trying to really get up front here is basically saying that, look, you guys know I probably prefer, say Man of Steel in terms of like modern Superman. I obviously love, the original Chris Reeve stuff. I think that was great for its time. And basically this version or whatever Gunn is doing, which, will probably please a lot of people, but for me, this is kind of like it's almost like too comic booky, I guess, for me personally. I guess that's the best way to put it. It's too
What?
no, but I'm explaining like
That's
like
fine.
for
That's
me,
fair. That's fair.
yeah, for me it's like it's too stylized or it doesn't feel real to me. It doesn't feel grounded in that sense. And again, Superman doesn't have to be grounded, but I'm just saying for me personally, this does not speak to me. This doesn't reach out to me. The thing that I appreciated about Man of Steel was that it did feel grounded and it felt relatable. Clark felt like a human being, or he felt like someone that I could see on the street, or like if I were to go to Kansas, he would be there. This does not give that off, and that's fine because, like, Superman has been around for 85 years, right? Yeah, something like that. He's been around for a while, so you're gonna have obviously different interpretations of the character or different takes, and for, this trailer spoke to a lot of different people, and I'm assuming the full-length trailer will give more of that, and we'll have a much sort of better idea of what this movie's going to do and what it's going to be about. And for those people that want to see it, like, awesome. Like, I hope that they get out of the movie what they want out of it. I'm just saying, for me, it just doesn't. There was something about, like, I remember Zach was talking about the fact that why he did the approach to Man of Steel is that when he thinks of Superman, or like the general consensus is that people kind of naturally kind of go back to, I guess, sort of Superman Returns in that sense, where it looks real, but like it's this stylized comic book universe where he's in a a city where there's like 1930s cars, and yet you could have like a Tesla also coming down the road at the same time. And and like I said, that there's something wrong with that, because artistically you could have a lot of fun with that, and you could do all those things. But look, if I had not seen Man of Steel, or if I hadn't, or Superman Returns hadn't come out, and this was the next Superman movie, and I was 12 years old, I probably would have responded to this trailer a lot differently and stuff like that. But as it is for me, as I currently
the way
am,
that you break it down is so like it feels so dismissive, because you're saying
Yeah.
if I was at 12 years old and I hadn't seen the Man of Steel, like, to me, I see it. I love fucking Man of Steel. That's, to me, top 5. Will forever be. And I don't think that this movie is gonna take away anything away from that film. So
I'm not saying that it's trying to.
I get that you do not like. I get it. And that's totally fair. I get it. But saying, if I was at 12 years old, like, okay, you're saying that only 12 years old can enjoy this?
No, there are certain elements in here that do appeal. Listen, there's nothing wrong.
Okay,
with
that's
what
different.
Here's the
That's
thing, though.
total different.
As somebody, if you've seen Man of Steel, you see the alien context. You see the environment with that was put on the trajectory was that one. And if you've seen that, and like I said, when I watch this, I try to view it onto itself. But fairly, if you look at that, and if you prefer that, then some of this stuff is going to stand out a little bit more. Now, when I hear him say, if I were 12, this might appeal to me more, I can 100%, as somebody who sells comics to 12-year-olds and goes to the movies to 12-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-years-old, I can completely I understand exactly what he means, because it's on a basic level. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, especially on a teaser trailer. On a basic level,
it's all about balance.
If you were enthralled and you love everything about Man of Steel, I got this one when we were on our show yesterday. I can see where this could be lacking. Now, I need to see a trailer and I need to see the movie, but I can 100% relate to what he's saying. At the same time, be open to going forward with it.
Thank you.
No, I get. Yeah, it's just a balance and everything. That's what really needs to be happening here. But Let's kind of go through this thing. Though.
But don't forget to mute. Don't forget to mute it.
Yeah,
So-
we can mute it
Yeah,
because
they'll
we don't
demonetize
need.
you.
yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
get struck by copy.
No, they won't strike you.
Let
They'll
them
just
monetize it.
demonetize you. That's all.
Just
But yeah,
demonetize.
they'll-
It's
they'll
not.
do
It's not
that.
that big of a deal, but
Yeah, we want Dave to get paid.
They
right.
took my
But,
14 cents, so I'm not too happy.
But again, just to start off the trailer like this, where it's like, oh hey, what?
Yamcha.
What the
He's
fuck?
just taking a nap. It's okay. He's had a rough one.
I saw
Yeah.
a lot of people using like they were comparing to something from Dragon Ball. I don't know what it was about.
Oh, yeah,
that was
it's,
hilarious. That was
yeah,
hilarious.
Yamcha.
A lot
Yeah.
of things are inspired by a lot of things. You know,
No,
I, hate it when
but-
people- I always hate it when people say like, "Oh, you ripped it off." It's like, no, it's
No,
inspiration.
that's not what I said. I said
I know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I hate it
and I
when
was
people
going to
do that.
ask, what was it that they were comparing it from Dragon Ball? Because I
Something
didn't.
that I don't even know. I don't watch anime.
So there's
So there's-
in the first season of Dragon Ball Z, there are Saiyans. Oh, so it's first or second season. Either way, it's when Vegeta and Nappa make their way to Earth after Goku kills his brother Raditz, or rather Piccolo kills them both.
Don't give him names. Don't spoiler alert.
I'm not good at
Who the fuck cares? No one's gonna give a shit. I'm a
You keep
30-year-old
throwing these
show.
names at me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Basically, what happens is these two evil beings come. They've got little green minion characters. One of them blows up one of the main human characters, who's human. He can't really fight all that well.
It's kind of rude of
And
him.
I don't give a shit. Like, and that's the pose.
No, I was
he's
talking
in,
about
like-
blowing up his friend. That's
Oh.
rude.
Yeah, it is rude, but it's funny as hell in the show. In the context, it's actually really funny. But the pose he's making is the same one that Corn Sweat's in right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, but I mean, like when you hear him like just like wheezing, it's like Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Even the music.
Yeah. And then you got that.
Oh god.
And then
the
of course
hair,
there's our Clark
I
Kent
get
right
it,
there with
but-
his
Get ready to mute. Get ready to mute.
you know. And everybody was pointing out the newspaper. Did you guys notice the newspaper has to do with I think Grodd?
Oh, I didn't see that.
And that has to do with Grodd because there's
Creature
something on this
Commandos.
newspaper.
Oh,
I was seeing
What
people
is it? I can't
That's
even
Ultra
see what it's-
Humanite.
Yeah,
something like that. But yeah, and
Yeah, there.
Wow,
But then,
imagine confusing Grodd and Ultra Human Knight.
I don't
Wow,
know.
and all apes are the same.
No, I think it's just because Grodd was in the last Creature Commandos.
I still gotta be honest. Like the S,
All
the
apes
S is
look
growing
alike?
on me, but I
Yeah,
still can't get around the suit. I mean the S I'm fine with at this point, but like the suit still looks weird to me.
This is very animated.
Yeah, no,
series.
no, I-
This
no,
set
But
is
no,
very-
this office building looks fine. I like this.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
that's modern Daily Planet, or
Yeah,
the
I was trying to
Dark
see the
Deck.
Lambert.
comment back where we're
You
actually
see
talking
Lambert
about
back
all
there
that.
giving him the business because in the comics and even the animators there, always giving him shit. Like
Yeah,
it
he's the bully. He's the bully of the.
he's a bull,
the newsroom.
yeah,
Oh,
He's the
she's so
QB
pretty.
of the team.
yeah.
She's so
I
pretty.
love how tiny she is next to him. That's so cute. Like Lois is always a little bit shorter. than
Oh, she's like
Yeah.
5'2", 5'3", and
She's
he's
5'3", he's 6'4".
Yeah. I thought she was.
But
gonna
she can
cut her
still
hair.
stand toe to toe with any person and take him down with just a look.
She can stand
Yeah,
toe to
but
Look at that
Clark's also
anytime.
supposed, Clark's also
Hair.
supposed to be the big lumbering farm boy, though. So that
look
makes sense.
right there. And then I like
I like his reaction.
Okay, this right here, this is by and far probably the most Christopher Reeve he looks in the entire movie.
Yeah, true.
Ah,
I'm gonna
I
feel
don't-
his hair.
I don't see
But
it.
but I'll tell you what, the hair alone, saying
The hair works.
the
hair
hair works in the
works.
sense of it's the most instincts of like Clark Kent Superman. That hairstyle definitely
Yeah.
helps him
Throw it
differentiate
off.
between the two.
Yeah.
This guy,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, he looks like
And the
Reeve.
glasses.
He looks like Reeve, Fleischer, and the animated series Superman. All
Right.
rolled into one.
And I really like what James Gunn said. In order to really know who Clark and Superman are, you have to know both of them. And there are very few people in there. You can't know one without the other. And if you only know one, you really
Exactly.
don't know who
And
the
that
person
makes
is. I
total
love that.
sense. You cannot just pretend to be Clark's best friend, but not knowing this guy is Superman, and be Superman best friend, and not knowing this guy is really Clark Kent. So you need to know them both to really know the guy.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's part of this, guys. Push your hair forward, and then when you're Superman, you slick it back and get that little.
Is that
spit
Lex?
curl.
Is that Lex on the TV?
No, that was
what?
something else.
There's a
No,
news,
no,
there's a news
It might
report
be.
going on, and
Oh,
there's
yeah,
like
there's
a little
something.
picture in
No.
the square.
No,
No,
that's
that
a
looks like a news
reporter.
anchor.
Nah.
It just looked like a bald dude to me. Sorry.
That was fun.
And of course, they have to put this. They have to
Yeah,
because
we
Yeah.
want success. We don't want shit put
From
in
the
trailer.
director
Weird they don't say
of
the
Watchmen.
Suicide Squad. I thought that movie was.
I got a
successful.
theory about this. Let's get into this.
All right, get
Okay.
into it.
Pa Kent's lazy with all these cows.
That's not a Ken's farm. If
you
you
think
go,
you think that they had to sell the farm and this is
yes,
the house?
yes.
Okay,
If you see,
I like
that
it,
this-
yeah.
you see
In the
that
big
he's sitting
economy, I
there.
believe it.
He's sitting there with his father, and there's no shot of Ma Ken.
There's
I
no
think-
Martha. Yeah.
Yeah, Martha.
Yeah,
I think she
Martha's-
bites the
Why did you
dust.
say that name?
I think she.
Sorry.
I think the whole point. This is why it triggered me, and I got emotional during my thing. Not because of the trailer, because I lost my dad 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
you
so this shot here is him with his dad. They lost the farm. His mom already passed away because I think he's flipping the story of instead of him dying, she's the one who dies.
Yeah,
And
you
all
might
he
have
got
flipped
and all he got left is this man who kind of centers him to this universe, to this world outside of Lois. So he has all this power and can do these amazing things, but he cannot stop his dad from one day dying also. So
Yeah.
that was like I was like watching the trailer and that hit me. It's like,
Well, even take it a step further, Ben, at that point too, because we don't know, nor have we heard of a casting of Jor-El. If we're going to get very similar in the Fortress, the guidance. So we have Dad, human Dad guiding him, Jor-El guiding him. That would be a very interesting dynamic of them still being around in at least the
That's
film
true.
side of this universe.
He
something
said that
different
he
from what we
gonna
did before.
wrestle between his Kryptonian heritage and his human upbringing. So,
Legacy, human legacy,
in
Kryptonian legacy.
Kryptonian, yeah,
Oh my god, it's almost like there's a theme, Chris.
What?
yeah.
I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, I mean, like the competition right here. It's going to be.
I think
interesting.
Pa Kent's sick.
Yeah, he looks like.
Or
he's
he
not
could
well.
be, or he could be that he's dying. So I think somebody, I don't remember who said it, but there was a video that I watched. It could be him telling him, "Hey, I'm dying." That could be too.
This
But also Clark probably would know before he does because
Yeah.
of how
Oh,
Clark
He
is.
can use
good
X-ray
point.
vision. He can use
Like,
Good
Yeah.
He
point.
did check
Yeah,
out
or-
Lois, seeing if she had lung cancer back in the Christopher Reeve days.
Or what
Right.
color her underwear is. Anyways.
Oh
Yeah.
god, but yeah, like I mean, he could
Such a-
probably smell the cancer on him before he even
Oh.
knows. I'm sorry, I'm just saying.
No,
like,
I get it. No, but
No,
it's just
he's
like
not
yeah,
wrong.
he probably
Honestly,
does sense it.
This shot reminds me of that one panel of them out on the farm at night
Yes.
sharing a beer.
Yeah.
This kind of gives
Oh
me
yes.
that a little
Is it
bit.
a Gary Frank one?
Like
That is the
Brainiac,
Yeah.
Brainiac storyline.
I think so. Yeah, written by that one guy in the ball cap. Yeah,
Oh
we can
god.
say
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
that
say
Jeff
Jeff. We can
Johns
say
story,
Jeff. We
yeah.
can say Jeff Johns.
I'm not
If we
gonna.
can- Oh, wait,
If we,
No.
if we say his
talk
name
about
3
Kevin
times in
Spacey-
a mirror, though,
Listen,
we can
Jeff
talk about
Jones is
Kevin-
an asshole, but he can ride his his
Yeah.
asshole. We can.
If we can talk about Kevin
used
Spacey
to.
and Brian Singer in 2024, we can talk about Jeff Johns.
Oh, come
He
on.
used to,
All
right?
Well,
He
yeah,
used
you
to
went
be a
too
good
far.
What are
writer.
we doing here, folks?
He used to be a good writer. I don't know about him now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he used to. Yeah.
But yeah, this shot right here, I like this shot.
Yeah.
I like
Same.
the
Yeah,
sun.
that's-
This is
that-
really-
I-
this is one of the
I
better
use- Yeah.
shots, especially
use
outside.
that.
Some of the outside side shots, I have a little bit of I have issue with.
Son.
But this one does this one looks really good right here.
I
like
use that. I use that exact shot in my trailer breakdown on Multiverse Color. When I broke
Yeah,
down
it's a
the-
good, it's a good,
It's a great-
good
it's a
shot
great-
right
Yeah.
Did you already get to Luther already, or
No,
Not
no.
yet.
No,
And
no,
then
no,
of
hasn't
course
come up
we
yet.
get the whistle. We get the
Oh,
whistle.
Yes.
the
And I love the
MVP.
fact that when
Such
he's
a good
whistling,
boy.
you hear the chants of
The
Superman.
best boy.
The part where you hear like the chants. Of
Yeah, I only heard the rip. I didn't even hear
The
him whistle.
first time I heard that, I said,
See,
"Oh, we're
This is
going there,
what I
aren't
thought
we?"
was- what I thought was funny was, yeah, we're going.
I was like, what the fuck? Did he summon a graboid? No.
Like you said, as soon as this happened, I knew
Come on,
the
Snyderverse
criticisms.
fans.
I knew the criticisms of I'm like, people don't realize how essential crypto is to.
So good.
When I showed this to my nephew,
They
when
picked the right breed of dog for this.
when
I
crypto
think,
was
I think
running
it's
up,
great. I like the furry one.
It's a
Yeah.
rescue,
Yeah.
isn't it? Or,
When-
rescue.
Yeah, it's based off of James Gunn's like.
Where's the
Resident
stuffed
Dog.
animal?
Yeah.
Come on, DC,
Yeah.
give me my
Why
stuffed
can't
Oh,
animal.
they're gonna make.
White, though.
That's where they're gonna make their money.
Your nephew did. You need to
Oh,
get-
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
when he's running up, my nephew was like, "Who? What is that? Who is that?" And then the dog
Yeah.
pops up, and I was like, "That's crypto." And he goes, Superman has a dog. I was like, yes.
Was that, wait,
Oh, yeah.
was this his first version of crypto
I'm totally
any
buying that.
DC media at all? Was this his
Oh,
first
that
time?
And he's got the. I know. I was like, oh, he does have the cape, which I'm
No.
like, all right, fine.
I'm
you
a
know.
terrible uncle. I showed my nephew Batman v Superman and Man of Steel, so I'm a terrible uncle. Apparently,
No, you're not.
Like,
And then of
How do you
course,
know?
the internet I am.
I didn't.
Yeah, but see,
Well,
if your
why do we ever listen to the internet?
I was say if your nephew likes both though, likes the Snyder stuff and he likes gun stuff, I'm
Dude,
not going to be mad.
I
at your
literally
nephew,
did. I literally
Wait,
did that.
look
I
at
showed him
that.
a picture. I showed him a picture of Henry Cavill Superman. I said, "Who is that?" He goes, "Superman." I showed him a picture of David Cornsweat. He goes, "That's Superman." I was like, "Good, mission
there you
accomplished."
go.
There you
Wait,
go.
wait, look,
So
look,
a
look.
kid
Crypto
is
has
smarter
the
than most of internet is. That is
Crypto has
harsh.
the S on the.
Yes, he does. He's got
the
the
collar,
too.
yeah.
It's got the
Yep.
collar. It got the collar, and I love. I mean, the
That's
only dollar we get. Like,
home.
and then I love how he's just like, huh?
Look,
And then he just immediately goes like that.
What,
It's like,
Lassie?
cool.
There's someone
And
in the
then this
well?
shot right here, my God. What
Oh,
the fuck?
that's the
First
shot.
off, why the
shot.
fuck does she not know what's happening behind her? That's
Mhm.
There's
and
always
then-
a kid that's about to get killed by something in these goddamn.
Boom!
fucking
I mean,
movies.
just
Captain
goddamn.
America is the
Okay.
only movie
She might be
that
deaf.
the competent
I don't know.
kid.
She might be deaf.
No,
you
yeah,
might be
I
Might
right.
have headphones
I
in.
can swim.
Might have
But I
headphones
mean, it's
in.
just this shot
Slow
right
mo.
here.
Look at that
So
slow mo. That's
So
that,
beautiful.
I
So
love-
yeah.
beautiful.
Bam.
Oh.
Damn.
And look how he
Oh.
protects her neck because how fast he's going.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
saying,
love
it's
I just
people-
love the explosion of hair.
Physics.
Attention to
Physics.
detail.
physics in comic book world. Sometimes it does actually exist.
You got- Hey,
Mm-hmm.
well, like remember Quicksilver had to support like the neck anytime he moved
Yeah.
anybody, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He
You know,
did.
so-
Yeah.
But that shot is just. And I love how his hair is just like freaking going
It's just,
crazy
it's just an
too.
explosion of
Yeah,
hair.
yeah.
Yeah. So good, and there he
There's
is,
Lex.
Okay,
Oh.
go back to that.
dude.
You know what that reminded me of?
What?
What?
Top Gun, where Maverick's buzzing the tower.
Oh, Buzz
Yeah.
in the tower.
That's
Yeah.
good, William. I like it.
All right, I
That's a
like
good
that.
pull.
That's a
It's like,
good,
I want somebody's
good
ass.
one.
Yeah.
But dude, you can only imagine what Lex is screaming into that Bluetooth right
He's
now.
screaming, Miss Tesmaka!
God damn it, Chris. No, please, no. That's
Oh, you
that's-
know it's happening.
No, I
Look in
hope
the middle.
not. That is the
Look in
one
No.
fucking thing I don't want.
Oh,
listening
it's
to.
gonna
Look in the middle.
See
Look
the
in
engineer up there?
Look,
Yeah.
look,
Yeah,
because
the
like
engineer.
yesterday when we were streaming, I'm like,
Yeah,
dude,
you
can
see
you
her
not
right
see? I'm
there.
like, where is she? And then I'm like zooming in. I'm like, that's her.
Now, if you saw the Sonic trailer or the Superman trailer in Sonic,
Congratulations, I saw it on Twitter. That's all I need.
That's leaked already.
you got a nice, good new look at
All right.
her.
A quick little poll. Luthor Core, Lex Core. What do y'all prefer?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just
think
curious.
I
I was
like
curious. It
Lex Core
doesn't make or
more.
break me. I'm just curious.
I was
No,
just about
yeah.
to ask
Lex
that.
Core rolls off the tongue for me.
Lex
But I'm
Core
also-
is
Yeah,
just
Lex
like
Core
rolls off the
better, but I
tongue.
don't mind Luthor Core.
Yeah,
As
I
long
I'm
as there's
listen,
a
as
Lex
a
or a
Luthor
Luthor
fan,
and a
I don't
Core,
mind this.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm,
listen,
I'm also very simple too. I like the giant L in the fucking animated series. I think that's also
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
simple enough
Yeah.
too.
The giant L, yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
what? Look at this bridge up between these two buildings. I'm like, I would not walk through that tunnel.
Okay.
Power move.
He
I love
is a
this.
he's a
Yeah.
he's a fucking James Bond villain for crying out loud.
No, he's Hitman 47. Get it right.
Same thing at this point.
But do we think there's like a Kryptonian or like
Yeah,
a,
because otherwise
Yeah,
the gun is going to
probably.
be useless
Yeah.
against Superman. No other gun
It's
would
well,
be
it's a
worth
yellow bullet because he's going to take
Assuming-
down Guy.
well, hey,
Well-
hey, remember these trailers are always cut to throw people off. He very
Oh,
well
yes.
could be pointing this gun at somebody else who is not Kryptonian.
He probably
Yeah,
said
Guy Gardner.
Superman.
yeah, it could be Guy Gardner.
It could
And
be
I hope-
Lois. It
I'm
could be
gonna bet
Lois.
it's
Wait,
Superman.
what if he's pointing it at another CEO?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
He's pointing
Kill
at-
Max Lord.
No, we don't know, but he's
We're gonna
wearing.
go right to
You
identity.
notice? Look at what he's wearing. He's wearing like a almost like it's not like business
Tux.
attire.
And
It's a
does
tux.
this not
Like almost
kind
like
of
a
look
truck.
like the same environment in which that shot later that Superman breaks out of that
It's
glass?
hard to say because it's lit up.
And
Yeah.
it is. I
But he could be
mean,
on another
yeah.
side of the room. He could just be on another side of a room. That's
It could, yeah. I mean, I'm just speculating here.
You know, if they don't give us what we want in the trailer, we could always sue them over the trailer.
And that face he makes right there, like what,
Like he snaps. I like the shot.
Yeah.
well, he's questioning something, or he's like,
Like you
That's
said,
right.
what?
Fucking
Hey guys,
baby
hold,
face.
Using
hold
that
on
in the
one
chat
sec. Is
one
he
time,
wearing
they
a
got-
ring?
All I'm gonna say is I think we're gonna get a really good villain performance.
I think so too.
I
Yeah.
do too, yeah.
I can't wait till he
I
speaks
hope
in the next
so.
trailer.
That little
I
switch
I
is like,
certainly
bitch,
hope
what? What you said?
I hope so.
It's like he's given like one of those Luthor monologues right here, and then he's just like, and then he's just like, and then he's just say, all of a sudden he has a realization of like, nah, fuck it, I'm just gonna
Well,
shoot you or something like that.
I
don't
mean,
know.
you know what?
in
It
the
can't-
trailer. Oh, go ahead.
It can't be any worse than Gene Hackman or Kevin Spacey.
Well,
So at least there's that.
In the trailer,
Wrong!
it matches up. It matches up. He makes that phrase, and it matches
have
up
that
just
drop.
as there's that whisper of, I think, the kid saying Superman.
Yeah.
I'll just say
Yeah,
this. I'll say it's going to be a good mix of Clancy Brown and Michael Rosenbaum.
That'd
Yes,
be nice.
I get some.
That'd be
I'm with you on
nice.
half of that. I'm with you on half of that, Chris. I'm with you on half of that.
Oh, fuck off, Leppa.
What?
Clancy-
Michael Rosenbaum isn't that great of Lex Luthor. I don't know what the
What?
fucking deal
Oh
is.
no,
Oh, boy.
Go,
That's fine.
go,
It's
let's keep
it's
going.
your
But this
it's-
shot,
it's
this
your
shot right
subjective
here
opinion.
looks really good.
Yeah,
That's-
what is
Wait.
this?
Go
This is
back. Go back.
Yeah,
I forgot to break that to include that on my breakdown.
Is he in the depowerment chamber?
Play. There. You see, there's a metamorpho there on the right hand side.
You think so?
Wait a
That's
minute,
him
go
right
back.
he's
there?
in a cage. He's-
Okay,
There's, like
here.
some- there's somebody standing.
An easier
Yeah.
way to
Right-hand
do that
side.
is use the.
No, on the other side. On the other side. Oh shit, I don't have the.
Oh, on
I
this
just had
side?
deja vu. Yeah.
They look like soldiers to me. I don't.
No.
think-
That's definitely metamorpho. Like if you go one frame
Right here?
back,
Yeah.
yeah, that's him.
I'm not. s-
Yeah.
Oh,
if you
over
go-
there.
Could be.
Go one
Yeah,
frame
maybe.
back. Go slower and pay attention.
I can.
No. You
Only- I
can use
can only
the
go so
greater than,
slow.
less than. What? Okay, if you use the greater than, less than keys on your keyboard, you can go frame by frame.
Is that what it is? Greater than
Yeah.
this? That's right. I
Yeah.
always forget about that. Sorry.
Oh, you're old. What would you remember?
Oh, thank you.
Jesus
You're welcome.
Christ, Andy.
It looks like it could be him.
Yep.
Yeah,
See
that's
that
yeah,
purple?
I thought they were soldiers the entire time. That the military, after he gets like
Look at the
arrested.
leg. Look at the leg. It's
Yep.
very.
I can
not-
barely see the leg.
He got the shorts. He got the black shorts.
Put on some fucking glasses, then, Andy.
You tell me I'm old. Yeah.
You are 40. So
There you go. There you got a better shot there. No, go back to.
Oh, jeez.
Back into the left.
There you go.
Yeah.
Into
Okay, go
the
forward.
left.
Just
Man, you went too far.
But see, there's like multiple people here, and
One,
like,
two.
is this for
Wait a
Keep
minute.
going. One more.
Are
One
we
more.
talking about the
One more.
far right?
I'll tell you one.
Right now,
There.
stop.
There it is.
There it is.
Okay,
See?
okay. I didn't see the purple before. There it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
okay.
metamorpho.
Yeah.
Metamorpho. Yeah.
yeah, that definitely is him. Okay, that's cool. All right, cool. Good catch, Ben. I like that. But this is a very awesome looking shot. I'm not gonna lie. It's
Yeah.
a good action
Yeah.
shot. I mean, whatever lens they're using and the way that the movement of the camera, I think
Mhm.
it just looks really good. I still love that.
I'm wondering if
Boom,
like
yeah.
what he's
Yeah.
doing in this, if there was like red sun, maybe radiation, and then it would turn to like
It
actual
has
sun
to be something
radiation.
that's them doing.
maybe.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like the
Yeah.
depowerment chamber from
Well, they would have to know
Right.
about red sun. I mean, probably if they've gone this far in the universe, they probably know about like red sunlight at this point. So that could be it.
Yeah,
Well, we know
there's so
he's
many
been
questions because like even Superman and Lois, you have to wonder are they gonna go like where Zach did, where they just go right to it, where she either
What-
figures it out
just-
by the end of the
Just
movie, or
wait
she
for,
already knows.
just wait for one of the episodes of season 4, Paul, that you're gonna fucking love. That is between Lex and Clark. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
Liv
Alright.
knows what I'm talking about. Liv knows what I'm talking about.
And then of course we have this shot right here with the
I like this.
what's this place
I
called
like
again?
this.
Because it's not
Middle
a
East.
Belova?
yeah,
yeah,
Bolivia, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, which is not a real place. It's
Yeah, Superman is not a real character either, so it's
yeah,
fiction.
no, it works out.
Determine what
Well,
they're made
it's a
him.
cool little like they're raising the flag and it's kind of like interesting because it kind of remnants to like when they put the S on top of the they're in that flooded moment
BBS,
during
yeah.
the BBS.
right.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
It's like it's like the signal for obviously he doesn't have a
Almost.
Superman signal, but
Mm.
and then this right here where it's like this guy, what's he throwing? A can of peaches? What
Yo,
the
my
fuck are you
man.
doing here?
See, interesting about this here, he knows that Superman is not going to respond to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very confident
As
that-
usual. That's what.
yeah, he knows
that's what-
that he's.
We got David Cornswell walking through a bunch of Snyder fans. Am I right? All right.
Yeah.
I saw that
shot-
meme. That made me
shot-
laugh.
Either that,
That
wait,
shot
it's
of
either
him-
that, it's either that or Grace Randolph in a bad wig.
That shot of him right there looks like John Romita Jr. Superman.
Mm, I can
Think
see that.
so.
Yeah, in
I like
year
the
one.
blur. I like the blur. How it then
New
it
52.
unfocuses.
One thing,
Okay.
one thing I didn't like is the spit curl. Why the spit?
Oh, you don't like the spit curl? huh?
Reasons.
No, I'm not a fan of it.
The spit
Okay.
curl's a little on the nose.
Yeah, it's a little.
I
too
mean,
much,
it's part of Superman, right?
It is, but it's just a little
Typically.
bit too much.
I know. I mean, I don't really care for it.
He
either,
just beat up a
to be honest.
kaiju. a little roughed up.
Yeah, I mean, look at
touche.
the damage to the costume.
Touche.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
that's
gonna
probably
get a
what all that fire was from being inflamed.
Probably.
Yeah.
This is after all that fire.
I'm saying that kaiju fight's probably in the first act. We're seeing that in the very first
That's
act.
how he
Yeah,
gets
yeah,
his spit curl.
I
That's
agree.
how he gets his spit curl because of all the fire.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm just fucking saying stupid
I
shit.
think he's gonna definitely gonna get a second suit.
He might. Definitely
Plausible.
might. And then,
What
of
is it?
course, he's looking
Stag
at
Industries.
some kind of control panel here at Stag.
Stag Industries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was like, at first, I was like, wait a minute, this is reverse. I was like, oh, it's a reflection. And then I'm
Yep.
like, oh, yeah, it's a control
Yep.
panel from Stag. But I'm like,
Mhm.
what the fuck did he actually look at?
And Zoro is actually in the movie.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, what exactly is he looking at in here that's causing him to be like, ah?
Do we
Damn
think?
it.
Do we think
Needs
that
a
maybe the
moment.
kaiju came from Stag Industries? I wouldn't be
Could be
shocked.
that. They could have
Yeah.
like done
Could
that.
have been. They do a lot of experimenting.
Look at that doofy ass fucking wig.
Fucking
Uncle
David-
Fester.
And
Uncle
I'm here
Fester.
all day for it. All day.
Oh man.
It's ridiculous, but
It's so
I
it's
so
so
doing its
bad.
job.
accurate.
It's doing its job.
I can't fucking wait to watch him get knocked the fuck out by Batman.
But Batman, yeah.
Oh man.
Well,
I
that's
can't fucking
his,
wait for that.
that's what he's. The funny thing, that's what he's known for getting
Yep.
punched by Batman in the face.
Yeah, every other Green Lantern is notorious for something else. Guy Gardner's
Now-
biggest claim to fame is getting knocked the fuck
Was
out
it
by
your
Batman.
thing, or is that not the same ring from the 2011 Ryan Reynolds movie? I'm like, that
We
looks
don't
like
know.
something
We
It's
don't get
not.
we're not getting
It's
a
not
good
it.
look.
No.
I know. Oh, good.
No, I was saying I'm enjoying the memes when he's launching out. We're getting like Game of Thrones. We're getting all these
Yep.
different things as he's launching his energy.
The construct.
I mean,
Yeah.
see now, like I know a lot of people have been saying like Guy Gardner is going to be the butt of the joke and stuff of it and stuff, but like he looks pretty fucking serious right here when he's like shooting this beam and stuff. I feel
No,
like
he's gonna be a competent asshole. That's most
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah,
what's
I
gonna
think
happen.
that-
Yeah, assholes can be
No,
competent.
he's going to be an
Yeah.
arrogant dick. That's what
Yeah,
he's
then
gonna
we
Yeah,
just
he's probably
gonna
going to
hate
be going
him.
after Superman and say, "What were you thinking?"
right. Yeah, I don't
Probably.
think he's.
Oh
Gonna
my
be
god!
as-
If he says the verbatim, Chris, I will be texting from the future, being like, "Holy fuck! He said what you said."
Whoop whoop.
You know that cop from Breaking Bad. What's his name?
Dean Norris. Are you talking
Yeah,
about Hank?
yeah. Him.
Hank.
Like he's a fucking Hank. That's
Gonna be
him.
like a Hank.
Like he's a good cop, but I
Yeah.
fucking hate him. That's who he's gonna be.
Possibly.
What is he-
See,
what
that's
did
the
he do?
thing, though. I'm wondering though because like you see, I've been looking at this way too much because Hawk Girl's right here, but then when
Yeah.
it cuts right here, she's not right there. Mr. Terrific's behind him.
Yeah, it's like
So I
two
don't know
different
what the hell is
shots.
happening
Maybe she
exactly.
had to run out.
That
Maybe
might
she
be,
had to
that
put
might be
up.
like two different spliced
Yeah.
things that are happening because
Mhm.
she is not behind him when she's behind him.
That
you
is
know, at the
true.
beginning. So I'm like, oh, okay,
Right,
wait a
and,
minute.
and then they show her.
Yeah, it's a
flying.
different hallway. It's a completely different hallway.
Wait a minute. Wait
Yeah.
a minute. Wait. Go back for a second.
Okay.
Oh, that is the jetpack. There we go. Okay, so
Yeah,
he's
he's
still,
got the little
Yeah.
jetpack
Yeah.
and everything, but she's not there. So I'm kind of wondering, like,
She's
And then
definitely
again-
not hiding on the
then
other
again, it
side of
could,
him.
but then again, it could just be one of those like, oops, you know, we'll fix that.
or
It'll
we don't
be
have to.
good.
We don't have to assume the worst. He could be a
We
lot
don't.
of.
Yeah,
We don't.
I just think it's spliced this way. I just think.
Yeah, I think
Ooh,
it's
those
nice
rings.
this
Those
way,
Those
yeah, yeah.
rings. Oh my fucking god! I love.
Yeah, she looks great there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks. See,
Yeah.
this looks something straight out of the animated series. That I
Yep.
was saying that I was like,
Yep.
oh yeah, yeah.
Fly,
This
girl,
is
fly. You're free from
Yeah.
my web.
Hawk Girl's one of my favorite characters. So that's a big win for me.
Same
This
here.
shot right here.
Even though, like the wings from Hawkman on the Black Adams. Oh my god, those
Yeah,
were
those were sick.
glorious.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I-
And then,
I-
you know, and then the
Now
fact that you
we
know,
determine which Hawk Girl is she?
Kendra.
Kendra,
Kendra,
I think
okay.
yeah, I
it's
think,
Kendra, yeah.
yeah, I
wanted-
think even James Gunn said it was Kendra.
I think it's
Okay,
Kendra.
yeah,
he did.
This is Justice League,
for
the
sure
animated
did.
series. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
Then
there is
all
a
The one in the
for-
animated series is Shira, but yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's
That's
true.
it. At the same time, though, it's like, are we actually going to get her in her normal attire? Because
Oh, we
obviously we
will.
know that they're
You
wearing.
want, you want the midriff? Is what you're asking for?
Of
Yeah, we do.
course.
We do.
But I mean, but at the same time, we know that they're wearing costumes from Max Lord. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Once
yeah,
they,
that's
they
a
become
cool
the
shot
same
right there. And
franchise,
then there it is.
Honestly,
Right.
she needs a glow up after Madam Web anyway.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it does.
This is okay. So is this the same creature that you were talking about from that issue 2 of whatever
Yes.
Superman comic?
Second
Yeah.
episode.
I do,
Second
yeah.
chapter.
Yeah,
I like
second
that.
issue of
You see,
Superman.
you see.
I'll look
Like,
that
look
up.
down the street. There's nobody there. So everybody evacuated the city before.
Except for the
Kaiju.
one kid apparently that just didn't see the giant.
Yeah.
That's where I
giant
kind of
bug.
wonder. You got to again.
What if she was? What if she was
contact.
deaf? What if she's deaf?
Oh, she didn't hear the sirens to evacuate.
When she's deaf.
She's deaf.
If you're deaf, you don't hear anything,
Good
Ben.
Whoa,
point.
back up, Andy. Talk about that again.
That's what I'm saying. That's a beautiful shot. Look at that.
That's a nice shot.
That's a fucking amazing wide.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. That kaiju for early CGI looks
Yep.
pretty fucking good. Looks pretty.
Yeah.
Looks very CW.
Suck my dick.
Sorry, Andy.
but
Looks
yeah,
a
it's
little
gonna be
looks a little too much
where-
Max for me.
It's like, but at the same
you
time,
brought
it's
it
like
up?
it's all
Okay.
about
You
questions.
upgraded.
Where did
Yeah.
it come from? When does this take place? Is this at the beginning? Is it
Yes.
the middle?
Mm.
You know,
I'd
it's
say
probably
it's
more
early.
like at the
What
beginning.
if that's like his first save or something? Like from like when he first comes to Metropolis.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then of course he gets burnt. And this is where I guess we could see where the
Yeah.
suit gets torched. And then here we go. What the fuck is happening right here?
I think he's like this is like some kind of brain thing going. Like, I think he's in his head and he's seeing Lois. That's why he's not paying
Do you
attention.
think it's like a vision?
I think it's
Nah.
Okay, interesting.
I
Maybe
think it's
he's
just they sending the kaiju somewhere else. Somebody said that to me on Twitter.
I mean,
I'm
I love
just-
it. I love it how like when people are like shitting all over this, they're like they're just talking and making out while
yeah,
people
because
are dying
it's
in the
not
background. I'm like,
if Amy
we
Adams
don't
and
even know
Gal
the
do this, they will be
context,
fine.
guys. It's like we don't even know
Right.
the context. And also, just like I told people back when the destruction happened in Man of Steel, nobody really fucking died. Okay, can we stop
Mhm.
making it seem like people are actually dying here?
They already
Okay.
evacuated the city.
Jesus Christ. That's what I love when people are like, "Oh my god, people are dying." It's like nobody's dying. It's fake.
Except for that one
It's a
building where the
fucking
guy was on the
movie.
phone
Yeah.
with Bruce. That guy's dead.
Yeah, that guy
Yeah,
definitely did
that
not
guy
make
did
it.
the best.
into-
But I
Could this
mean,
be a
dude's,
Lex
like,
Luthor
dancing
experiment
around.
gone wrong?
People thought it was Brainiac at first. I'm like, I don't
I
see
think
it.
that's a portal to something.
I think it's Solaris.
kind of
I still
portal
think it's
thing.
Solaris.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, you could be right with something like maybe this is some kind of like vision thing too. It could be something like that. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's interesting. Like again, we don't know the context.
The
of
world
all
can
the
wait for
things.
love.
Hmm.
And then we got this right here. So we
Oh.
got them. He's wearing his Clark Kent attire. So is this when she finds out? I think this is
Probably.
when she.
Yeah,
finds
she's
out.
wearing her.
He might
this.
know outright.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it could be that too.
He could
Yeah.
open up the movie knowing. I mean, because you say he's been Superman for a while, so he could open up.
I think they're gonna play into that the fact that she doesn't know at first, and maybe she suspects. I don't know because I mean
Right.
that's the one thing I always liked. Like when Zach was like, "Well, she would never get fucking
I'm
distracted."
going to make
by
a bold
glasses."
prediction here.
What?
Because James Gunn has said that the DCU will operate a little more like Star Wars in that things won't happen necessarily sequentially. And we know this movie takes place, quote, couple years into Superman's history. Wouldn't be surprised at all if this movie ended with Lois Lane pregnant, if not already. Like, it's all just a fucking story that he's telling his child, and we see Jonathan Kent because we know that Damian Wayne is on the way, and I wouldn't doubt that Super Sons may or may not happen somewhere down the line.
You just fucked my head up.
You're welcome.
And
Not
this
Kalax.
looks like-
Kalax. Yeah.
yeah,
it's
everybody's
Kalax.
kind of like saying it's Kalax.
Yeah.
And I
it's
mean, look at the
definitely-
Fortress of Solitude. I mean, obviously, this is going to be an emotional scene. So that
Avenge
means-
me, my son.
Somebody attacks it. Somebody
So
attacks
that
it.
just means that James Gunn not only is he going to make a dog, not only is he going to make a dog like lovable, he's going to make this robot.
The robot. Yeah.
We're going to feel
Voiced
for
by
this
Alan
robot.
Tudyk.
Probably,
Oh yeah. That's
or
true,
Sean
yeah.
Gunn.
Or Sean
Yeah.
Gunn.
One or the other.
One of
Yeah.
the
Maybe both.
Chris
Big-
Pratt.
Oh my God. This,
Oh,
Oh,
Don't even
God.
dare say
No,
Chris
no,
Pratt.
no,
No,
no.
thanks.
John
the
Cena.
boots are folding.
You can't see me.
Son of a.
it's a good shot though. I like this shot.
Yeah.
It's a cool shot.
That's
Nice
right.
shot.
That's a good shot. Yeah.
And then of course we got the crystals growing, and I'm like going,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so are we going to see the formation of some of the Fortress of Solitude? What's going
Does
on?
it-
The
What if
crystal-
the crystals are?
Okay, this is the shot I wanted to talk
What if
about.
the crystals are always in the ground, and when he arrives to
Rise
the
up
fortress, they just like protrude?
Ooh, that's good.
Mm.
So maybe like when he shows up and triggers something, they
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
Instead of having that silly key on the ground that nobody can lift.
I think it's
So
fun
there's
when
well
they-
there's
Wow,
two
that's going way
versions of the
back.
key. There's the Silver Age one, which is this giant stupid like prop, and then there's like the All-Star Superman one, which is actually like a house key, but
Yeah.
it's so heavy only
That nobody
Superman
can-
can lift it. Yeah,
Mhm.
just
you have to be
so
you
it's
have to
kinda
be
like-
Dwarf
worthy.
star.
You have to be worthy to.
Yeah.
well, you have to be Superman level strength, but yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Thank you for the explainer. Oh, this looks so
There he
good.
is.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Metamorpho.
This-
right
this is
Metamorpho,
the best
yeah.
makeup
I
I've
was
ever seen.
worried when he said it's gonna be all practical. I was like, Metamorpho practical. I was like, shit, man.
This
His
looks
fucking
so
team
good.
did amazing on Guardians of the
Metamorpho.
Galaxy
Dude,
3.
this makeup job is pretty fucking awesome.
Holy crap.
Metamorpho is one of the most interesting, badass characters in the
Yes.
DCU. Read
Yeah.
him in
Facts.
Batman
Very,
Brave and the
very
Bold. You
underrated.
Facts.
will
I would-
fall in
I
love
would
with
highly-
Metamorpho.
I would highly recommend the Justice League episode as well. That goes into
Oh,
his
when
origin
when
in
he
that.
beats
I think it's a
when he
two-part.
turns
I mean,
into
this
Kryptonite.
this shot almost. I don't know anything about him, so I'm curious. You know, I'm gonna look up on that film, but like this shot almost makes him look like a tragic character. And
Oh, he
Yeah,
is.
well,
Yeah.
he's,
He's
he's,
also
he's
got
in love
ties-
with Stack's daughter, and then he sends them on a quest. I don't remember the name of the city, and that's where he finds that stone that turns him into Metamorpho.
So he gets this is by way of Stag Industries because Rex Mason
Yeah.
has a relationship with Simon Stagg's daughter.
Yeah.
And he ends up getting his powers through experiment gone wrong with Stag Industries.
It was an experiment, or was it that stone? That
It was like it was a combination of the two. I think I don't really remember because it's been a minute since I've
Yeah,
touched up on
pre-crisis. There's two different origins.
Yeah,
Yeah, in the animated, they had it be an experiment that he was set up
Yeah.
to take because Stag did not want him marrying
Oh, that's
his
true. I
daughter.
remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
essentially.
remember.
yeah.
Either
So,
way,
yeah.
Stag's a jerk.
That's the
Yeah,
original
yeah.
comic.
Because,
book.
I mean,
Yeah,
but again,
that's kind of
it looks so fucking. I mean, I almost wonder if they went to the Penguin makeup artist and was kind of like, "Hey, you want to
Yeah.
try this?" I mean, it's probably
Like
not.
Marino?
Him,
No, Marino was. Probably
no,
too
I
good.
know it's probably not him, but I'm like, this is
I
some.
think,
good
I think they used the Guardians 3, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's,
probably the
what's
same
interesting?
team.
Oh, sorry.
But the fact that they just got a zoom shot, like a close up shot to give you this first look reveal, and it still looks good. I'm like, damn.
There's also
yeah,
a reason behind that. They're probably not done
With the rest,
Oh, yeah.
The effects. Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what it is.
of course, there's
whatever
that.
whatever role he has to play.
True.
They're probably not.
And then we got a couple of domino effect buildings falling down. So we
No
got
one's in that building. Everyone's fine.
everybody. Yeah, everyone.
They're fine. Totally fine.
nobody in the city.
Look at there's nobody around. Everybody's back. We're good, guys. We're good.
What
And
if
then
a bird?
This shot right here, I'm like, geez, well, look at how pissed off he looks.
Yeah,
I
he
get
doesn't-
beaten up, and beaten up a little bit.
I see a baby face. That's all I see.
Nah,
He's all boss baby. And then yeah,
Barovia.
I
There we
think-
go.
I think he
Barovia.
didn't mean Superman wasn't meant to save those people because, like, look how upset he
yeah,
looks,
could be that.
and he's looking at it.
the TV.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
looking from
What is
Lex
that?
Corp from his office.
Current level of Fed lie reports.
Why does
Look
that
at where.
look
Okay. Okay. Also, look at where this is being reported from. GBS News.
PBS. Yeah.
That's Gilbert Godfrey. Or I almost said Gilbert Godfrey. It's
Gotham
Gordon.
Broadcast.
Gordon Godfrey. Thank you.
There you go.
I was like,
Dark Side's coming.
and this
Wait.
just happened, guys.
Always.
Or it will be Tom Cavanaugh.
GBS has always got ties to Dark Side. It's been a long time.
And then I'm like wondering,
Mhm.
what is he?
That
lifting
is the
into?
kaiju. He is pushing.
Yeah,
Kaiju?
yeah,
That looks
yeah.
like the kaiju right there.
Say,
Yeah.
no, you can't go in there. No.
No.
Bad
Bad
kaiju.
boy. That's a bad boy.
Also-
Go back.
Why
This
can't you
is
be
where the-
Lord like Crypto? Good boy.
This is where the Superman chant really starts to come into play.
Is that
Right
where
here.
you hear the Superman chant?
You
Yeah.
start hearing it right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and
There's
then
a
I
good
love. I mean,
boy.
okay, so are we? Can we all agree that there is going to be a needle drop right here during this? There's
He
got to
didn't
be.
deny
right?
that there weren't going to be. He
Oh,
just
yeah.
said there were not going to be a
said-
lot.
What do you,
Yeah,
what do you
It's
mean?
gonna be a
What do you mean
lot, but
needle
I
drop?
said
He said
But
this is going to be this film specifically will have the least amount of needle drops he's done in any comic book
But
film.
there's
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
100%
fucking good.
What is
gotta
a,
be
good.
what the fuck is a
Right.
needle drop?
it's just
Music.
when you
Music.
actually use an actual existing
Oh.
song.
Modern music.
But
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
said that he's
it's like
gonna
when you
use,
drop the needle onto a record.
Wait a minute. So I think so. Crypto's cape also has a yellow S on it. That's cool.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah,
the
but I
symbol.
mean,
You can
but
see
I-
the little on the tag, the dog
Just
tag.
to me,
The
when
dog
I
tag
saw
would
it,
have sufficed.
When I
Doc-
see this, I go like, "There's probably going to be like a song that's playing when this is happening," which I'm
Yeah.
totally fine with because it's an adorable looking scene. And like he's literally just like, "Hey, taking him home, he's dragging."
Well, that's a
Maybe
toy
from
right
Harry
there.
Nielsen, me and my arrow. You know,
Yeah.
do something
Yeah.
like
Funko
that.
Pop will have
He's
him
so
dragging
Oh,
Superman.
dude, yeah,
He's
There's gonna
so
be three
cute.
toys.
He said
I'm
that
gonna
he's gonna
have
use
that.
more of a score instead of just needle drops. That he
Yeah.
he said that on Threads.
Frankly,
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Because he goes way too overboard with
Yeah,
needle
Yeah,
drops.
yeah. I
Superman doesn't need all the music.
No, he
and
needs
stuff.
he needs a
Yeah.
score.
So the one
Oh, we got
doing,
Ultraman.
yeah, but I was gonna say the
Ultraman.
one doing the score is the guy that did the score
John
for
Murphy.
Sunshine, correct?
John Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Murphy.
John
So this,
Murphy.
so is this Ultraman or what are we looking
Yeah,
at?
it's Ultraman.
Ultraman, yeah, that's Ultraman.
That's what he's being not marketed, but that's
I
what
do love this shot of like how it starts up and
This
like
looks pretty
meteors.
cool. It's like the
and it
struggle
looks
right here.
yeah.
marketing material has pretty much confirmed the character's name is Ultraman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is Ultraman. But then I'm like looking at the suit. I mean, look at the similarities between the suits. You know,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering about that. So that's the thing. Is like another thing I'm wondering is like,
David
the
Carter
origin
how does
is
Ultraman
underneath
get
the
there? I mean,
mask.
I hold on to my theory that that's Bizarro in there. That's a
think it's
clone.
Bizarro? Yeah,
That's
it's
a
like
clone.
There's
That's
another theory
That is a clone
that's
of a clone of the Superman, and he starts to deteriorate,
fair.
and then he becomes Bizarro.
Yeah, I mean,
There's-
James Gunn outright said that Lex Luthor in this version is like a scientific
Experiment.
sorceress. He's
Right.
he's very much into the science fiction.
Oh,
aspect.
Yeah.
I love that he's using sorceress like as a term here because that can.
Yeah, I
go
love that
in
too.
So many
Sorcerer.
directions.
Sorceress is
Yeah.
woman. So I meant to say sorcerer, but yeah.
You know what I like? That he's also getting his ass kicked because
Yeah.
that
Also-
gives also.
Like
Wow.
I was just gonna say real quick, like notice how Ultraman is flying. That's
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
It's kind of a dead
Indication.
giveaway.
Are we sure that's not Black Noir?
Not
Not
Black
him.
Noir.
Not him.
Wrong
Not-
franchise.
Yeah. Black
And then of
Noir.
course we got Mr. Terrific, who looks
Yeah.
just excellent. Look
That's
at that-
some of
look
the
at that
best
mask.
comic actor you got.
He looks
He's
terrific.
just
Dude,
too
mask is
comic
so
book
good. The
accurate,
mask is so
dude.
good.
And the T
mask
sphere
is
is getting
really
ready to
good.
happen. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
And
we
then
Gunn-
go.
obviously
Pretty
this
much
is
100%
Lois
perfect
right here,
comic.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
You don't
You
think
don't
that's
think so?
Lois?
I think that's a bystander. That's what I think.
I think it's Lois.
Mm,
I mean,
It
there's
could be Lois. You're right.
But also, look
there's
at look,
other
look,
women
at,
in this
look,
world
at, look,
too.
look at look at the
Look at
armor.
the colors. Look at the colors of the
Purple
suit.
and
That's
green. That's
yeah,
those are Lex's
exosuit.
suit. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the mech suit. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I will
so
say,
that's-
when it comes to color grading, yeah, the outside shots, I'm like, maybe this could use an improvement, but
Is this still in post? Is this in the can completely? Or are they still doing
No,
it?
No,
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
yet.
they
Still
have
post.
plenty of time to.
So
do
there's
that.
a lot of this
Yeah.
could look different when we see this.
Yeah,
not
well,
finished.
Well,
They're
they
not
finished in August. They finished in August. They're still working on it. So
Listen,
That's the beauty
Black-
part about the fact that he finished so early is the fact that if
Yeah,
they,
Yeah.
they're probably even thinking about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if like shots like this end up getting. We're gonna see this shot, and it's gonna look different when we see the
Yeah.
movie. Would not be.
and all this
even
freaking
Black
out
Adam,
was
they
just
changed the
not
color, the yellow, the yellowish color, probably 3 weeks before the film came out. Didn't Black Adam do that shit before? Because everybody
Who
was
cares? The
complaining about.
DCU is dead. Anyway,
Oh damn. Anyway, so yeah, I think we're gonna see Lex Luthor toe to toe going with Superman because this is like a foreshadow of him wearing the
The mech
Lex.
suit. Yeah,
that Lex
that,
mech suit,
yeah.
yeah.
What is it called? It's not called the mech suit. It's called the
It's
the
like
Lexosuit.
Exosuit. There you
Yeah.
go. There you go. And then of course you have to have the the
Oh,
Mhm.
flying and she's wearing purple. I love it.
Yeah.
She's wearing the purple.
The
and
purple
also,
shirt.
but more importantly, David's got a cake, and I'm happy about it.
Exactly. And then I mean, come on, this is just a cool little shot right there.
Yeah.
I see again. I like the color grade right here. Everything looks good right here. You got. I don't know. To me, I'm like,
I think people are just bitching for the sake of it.
I know.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, man, we're really reaching now.
This is a
for
cool
hate.
shot.
Yeah.
And then of course he pops out of that freaking fire right there, right into the
Ooh.
sky.
Ah.
Ooh. You know.
I'd have to imagine his suit is made from Kryptonian material, otherwise it would have burnt up.
I know. I'm just kind of wondering, like, yeah, see
Or
the
are they going to
origin
do
of
that
the suit.
aura about him?
Yeah.
The origin of the suit is going to be like the thing, and then of course,
What if that's the
Again.
last? What if that's the last thing his mom made from before she died?
oh, don't say that. It could be.
Freedom
No.
of speech, bitch.
No,
That's part of
like
his
I don't
DNA.
think that's it at
how-
all.
that's
Or you
how-
could
Okay.
do the whole
That's
thing
just
like
my opinion, just my
the symbol
theory.
came down with him, and then she made the suit around him. You know,
But again, it's just like, what the fuck is happening right here? I mean, if you watch my reaction, I'm like, what is happening behind him? I'm like,
no
I
one's
wanna know so
dying. Everyone
badly.
is fine.
I think
Everyone's
something's coming through that
Mass
aberration.
hysteria, dogs and cats, all that.
Living
jazz.
It's a big old telescope. It's just searching in. He's a peeping Tom alien. That's
I-
about it.
Why
It's
do I
a,
have this
it's
feeling
a
that-
portal. Henry Cavill's coming in, and he's gonna be.
Yeah, I
like,
saw that. I was like,
no,
wow.
it's a Snyder cult that's
All
coming
right.
through the portal, being like, "We want him back."
No,
The
but
real
I mean-
enemies of the movie.
But
They
I'm just
really
like-
are at this point. Oh,
Because I'm like, yeah, it's just like, what is happening behind him? And I mean, obviously, it's a dramatic scene. I mean, she's just like, So I don't know. That's what's good about the teaser aspect is it leaves a lot of questions on the table.
sounds like the way marketing is supposed to work.
Exactly. Yes.
By the way, when I was doing interactions, I've gotten a lot of the positive reactions that I have gotten, or from people who have watched Man of Steel and prefer Man of Steel, but didn't have too many bad things to say about this. So it's kind of like, we're. I mean, when you say Snyder cult, you're talking about a subset of people from a subset of people.
I know. That's the only one. I mean, I don't talk about this whole fandom, William. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm talking about the crazy fans.
Nah, but you probably need to clarify a little bit better.
Then there's a lot more.
I think there's a clear distinction because we're all Snyder fans here.
Yeah.
It's a clear
I
distinction.
don't talk shit about someone who's
between
on this
cultists and-
panel, William. Like, come on.
Like, I think the extreme sides of both sides are pretty fucking lame, if I'm being brutally honest. I mean, the extreme anti-Snyder crowd is just like, oh man, look, we finally have Superman looking like Superman in a Superman movie. It's like, shut the fuck up. Number one. And then you've got the
clarification is needed though.
You've also got the other side of that coin. You've got the other side of that coin being like, oh man, James Gunn, he's making a fucking bright Superman movie. How dare he? And it's like, okay, no one's fucking forcing you to watch it.
Yeah.
Don't cry in your corner. Maybe
I know they read a comic. I think Superman, even in the Triangle era, was pretty bright.
Go do your hashtag trend or whatever. That's not gonna do anything.
It's funny, like the day that trailer
Henry
dropped,
Cavill's refreshing his page every day. What are you talking
I
about?
feel bad for David Ayer, man.
Me too. I heard about that. I was like, what the fuck?
Dude, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that shit. I mean, that's what pissed me off. I mean, like when he tweeted that out and then he showed support again, and then all of a sudden he was just like, Jesus Christ, guys. And then and then somebody on Twitter took the time because this is what fans do. But at the same time, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of appreciate that because they actually cut all the quote tweets and the tweets that were pushing back against him, and I'm like half of them, I'm like, oh, I've seen half of these names in my mentions. I was like, Jesus Christ, good job, guys. You fucking probably
They're just gonna give you everything that you want.
God damn, man, and it's just
fucking
it just
dumbasses.
It sucks. It sucks that's because I mean,
Is this the thing I heard about where like he had to go quiet on social media because like death threats or some shit?
yes,
Yep.
Because people are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like Phil was saying that there's extremes in every fandom and it just
I mean, that's the sad
God
fact
forbid
of
someone
it.
has an
You get
opinion
that
and actually
from
likes
Star Wars
something.
fans too.
Right, Christopher? Right?
Star Wars, Star Trek. I mean, the money is
Star
in the
Wars is
middle.
worst. Star Wars has the worst.
Star Wars
fan base
is
of them all.
I would say
Star Wars
has the worst
absolutely
fan.
has the worst of them all. Straight
I
up.
mean,
The minute you start making
no,
death
the
threats
worst
about
fans
someone
are
for
the
having
Taylor-
Everyone
a
is
fan,
talking, and one at a time. Jesus. Well, who was saying something? Because I can't hear anything when everyone's just running their mouths.
Go ahead, Chris. What were you saying?
I was saying the minute you start making death threats against someone just for having an opinion that it didn't attack you personally at that point, you really have to take a hard look at your fandom and saying, what am I doing with my life?
Yep.
That's exactly why I feel that way about Star Wars. I mean, for crying out loud, look at all the bullshit Moses Ingram dealt just for existing in a fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show.
Yeah.
That
It
was
one of the
bullshit.
best parts of it. And that's the only Star Wars show I watched. I'm like, this is great. And then I see all this vitriol online. I'm like, why are people so mad? Oh,
And
right.
then we get to the Acolyte, and it's like, oh, everyone's just gonna jump down Amandla Stenberg's throat just for fucking acting. It's like, dude, when people tell me like, oh, the Snyder fandom is like the most toxic fandom on the internet, I go, no, it's not.
No.
Star Wars has
Yeah,
them
no.
beat. Star Wars
That
has them beat 10 ways.
I will agree with you.
Swifties
I
are
will
really
agree with you on that level. Like, I will never say that Snyder fandom is the word. I will say that.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like other people I've encountered online when they tell me the Snyder fandom is the most toxic on the internet. I'm like, no, it's fucking not. Star Wars has them beat 10 ways to Sunday.
No,
Straight up.
Oh yeah, they do. They do.
I
I
think
believe
it's just
that.
because I don't really deal with Snyder fans, or not Snyder, but Star Wars fans. I definitely deal with the Snyder fans, but
haven't noticed
because I am a Snyder fan, I'm 100%. And it's just weird that I always have to be like, yeah, these diehards and stuff like that. But I mean, like, you know, it's just it does suck. It does suck. It's just like, okay, guys, it's not for you. Fine, then leave it be.
Right.
But you know, even if I just post information, they're just like, you know, when I posted about like the fact that you know, it's gotten that many views, and it's just like one person was just like, how do we know how long they watched, or this, or was it bots and everything? I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. I'm like, sorry, we don't have the actual numbers. This is just what we have right now. I'm looking at the DC trailer that's on the DC channel, and it made a ton of views on this kind of stuff. And then it was just like, well, wait a minute, but what about all these views for all these other? I'm like, yeah, that's all the platforms, because they were saying like, oh yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm like, yeah, but if you look at Deadpool Wolverine on Marvel Entertainment YouTube, it's only at like 37 million views. They took everything and put it together, and then all of a sudden the numbers came out. Now it's number 5.
What are you trying to accuse James of saying that he was lying about? Like, because he said 250 million views online. He never said.
When don't they accuse him of lying of anything?
I know.
Yeah,
they really do. Yeah, he's always lying, and I'm just kind of like, okay, so if he's, I mean, I always say he fluffs things, and then especially when they were saying like, hey, people owe Grace Randolph an apology because she,
my dead ass boy,
like the whole like Middle East thing. I'm like, oh, you're blaming James Gunn for not fully revealing everything in his movie. Yeah,
right. And also, like I said earlier, he debunked certain things about. He never came out and said, yeah, there definitely isn't a Middle Eastern conflict. He debunked certain things that she was trying to claim was a big part of the film, like a certain character that was in there.
Like it was going to be like Black Adam, like how Black Adam was. Almost.
Right. Yep.
But I know, Ben, you got to go.
It's my birthday, so I got to start.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Ben!
Happy birthday!
Yeah, it's officially my birthday.
Cheers for Ben.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank
and
you,
for his versatile ass.
Thank you.
Cheers, man. How old
oldest one on the panel, by the way. Just wanted to make sure.
Fucking wow, William. Jesus Christ.
What? Hey.
William.
Not always.
Hey, we always joke about Ben. And I even have a drop specifically for Ben. Yeah, old Ben. But at the same time, he still looks good because
it's a crime.
Thank you.
That's 50 something. 51 is it?
51. That's right.
Wow.
Dude, you do not look.
Bitch, you're not 50. You're not in your 50s.
Ben, fuck you for looking that good. How about that?
51.
And Frank Grillo too. Frank Grillo, if you're watching, fuck you.
That man is so fine.
Yeah. Anyways, Ben,
filthy piece of shit.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having me. This was fun.
Ben, happy birthday.
Good night, Ben.
Bye,
man. Take care, man.
Hi, Ben.
Take care, bro.
And I did not know that it was Ben's birthday. That's awesome.
And now Paul is the bottom.
He was kind of a bottom already when he came in.
Wow, damn. This
Thanks,
is a vicious fast panel today.
Oh, yeah.
This is old school. This is old school. This is 2020.
What's vicious about that? Is he not on the bottom of this stream right now?
William, since you're officially the oldest one on the panel now, I guess that makes you Jay Garrick.
Hey, here's the thing.
No. We can't have a black Jay Garrick. These fans are going to lose their shit if we have another Black Flash again.
These are fictional characters. Come the fuck on.
It's either birthdays or funerals. I'll take the birthdays. So.
Take the birthday. And Jesus' birthday is happening what Tuesday? Wednesday?
Yes. My birthday's Wednesday. We know.
You do.
You want to be Jesus? He got crucified.
Look at how he looks. It's the hair. It's the hair and the beard.
Joke about a fictional.
Is he fictional? What?
Oh wow.
No, but I mean, overall,
William, can I ask you something? Have you had, since that trailer came out, have you had a lot more people coming into your store and being like, you got any Superman comics? I don't know why I'm making them sound like drug dealers.
No,
Like, no,
I was about to say, they're scratching their neck too.
What he
you
does,
got the Superman trailer.
not
Dave
just
Chappelle style.
what does happen is when there's a particular reference to certain characters, like when you hear news about certain characters and it goes live, like when Supergirl Wars of Tomorrow sat and collected dust on a lot of people's shelves until he mentioned it, and then it started selling out. Like I have one copy left of the entire series. Mr. Terrific, back when when they showed him, I had to go get stuff like that. The Authority, things like that. So specific characters right now? Superman in general right now is doing well for me because of Absolute Superman.
absolutely, yeah.
It's carrying. What happens is every time I get somebody that buys an Absolute Superman, I make sure that, hey, you got this all-in stuff over here too. There's other Superman stuff, and if you get them both, you will appreciate Absolute Superman.
Yep, got to upsell them
because of the contrast of it. So.
I've heard that Action Comics and even the main Superman line, in terms of writing, has been pretty good lately. So I'm glad to hear that at least.
Yeah,
Isn't Williamson doing one of those books?
Yeah, I think
Action,
he's doing
right?
Action. He's doing Action.
Yeah.
And Action's been beautiful. Action and in the and Superman too. Their variant covers have been beautiful. This is the Lois Lane one. But they're Superman in general and DC in general. This last 8 or 9 months, there's an article about it, but I've been tracking my numbers. Has been doing well. It's been.
Was that an S on her?
Dude, absolutely.
Yeah.
Superman was.
There's a
such
reason for that.
Fucking breath of fresh air. Oh my god, that book was incredible.
What is she?
And
did it do a Superwoman or something? Like, what is she?
There's a storyline where she's
cool.
She's got some powers.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
they're kind of taking a little bit from All Star, but like the origins are a little bit different, and like the story is a little bit different. But it's definitely a wink, I would say that. But it's something on that line.
Absolute Batman sold on its own without its variants, just the number one issue alone, 400,000, and then that's not accounting for the second, third, and printings that they're on.
Yeah.
Or the Batman Noir, which counts as a different comic altogether. So when you do the math at $4.99 a pop, and just at the base level, does
it cost $49?
No, $4.99.
I was like,
maybe a special variant that's like only 20 copies were ever made. Like that.
There are some that have come out. The Frank Miller one from number one was a really, really hot seller. But yeah, it's carrying. Absolute is carrying, and it's putting a light on Detective Comics. Batman, the standard Wonder Woman comic has never sold this well. Hasn't sold this well in about 8 years. So yeah, that's helping. But all of this happening at the same time, this trailer is going to help because, like I said, this movie is one piece of a big machine that needs to be working at full strength by July, so that
you're gonna hang up some All-Star Superman, some Justice International, some
regrettably, I have Justice. I hate Justice League International, but we have it here because it's relevant. It's relevant. Also, Superman for all seasons.
What do you have for the other characters? Like, do you have anything for if people want to read? Do you have the Hawkgirl comic that came out?
Yeah, I have that, and plus I have some of the older Hawkgirl stuff because even though there's different versions, if I can get you involved in one, I can make more money if I can get you involved in them all. So I right here, you can't see it, but I have basically all the standard reference points. A lot of people have been buying Kingdom Come, even though, like I said, I don't like that symbol's being used on that, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But what it does do is it gets people to ask me, okay, that's a different, what do you think about that logo? And when they ask me that question, I hand them this. I hand them Kingdom Come, and now we got them into that. A lot of the references that are, who's Metamorpho, I can pull up.
If anyone asks you about Metamorpho, point them to Batman Brave and the Bold by Mike Barr. Point them to that.
And there was a great
which one of Batman Brave and the Bold? There's so many of them.
There was a really solid interview with Jim Lee this week with Hollywood Reporter about the success that DC Comics has gone through this year.
What?
Yes. And like I said, it wasn't just an article for me because I'm seeing the interest go up, and I'm seeing the rotations go up, and that wasn't happening before.
Yeah, he breaks it down exactly what's happened this year.
I think also Dan. Sorry, Dan. I was going to say I think also Dan DiDio being taken out of DC Comics has definitely helped DC Comics quite a bit of the last couple of years. Sorry,
I hate to say that because he's done. He's not. Certain people are.
He's not the devil. I'm just yeah.
Well, there's the other thing too, and actually redoing their collected editions department, actually having one instead of cannibalizing it like they did years ago.
The compact.
Damn, the shade.
Ooh, look at that.
Wait, I can't. Wait, can you full screen it for us? I can't see it.
Oh,
So
that number
shiny.
3 is that number 2 or 3?
That's 3.
That's 3.
That's
To my read
Very
list
nice,
right
very
now.
nice.
Yeah,
Very good.
Excellent.
I
book.
literally just opened this up. Like I've been meaning. I've had it on my desk for the last 2 days, and I need.
I'm getting.
Catwoman fans will love that issue. Catwoman
I ordered
fans, that's their issue.
issue 1 of Absolute Superman and issue 1 and 2 of Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman's Absolute. So I'm finally gonna get into it. I haven't bought single issues in like 7 years. I'm excited to see what this is all.
Get your hands on them now because they
This is
are
the only
first
book I'm
printing
buying.
starting to
No,
come
it
out.
is it was just so hard just finding variant covers for some of them. So I'm like I will take whatever you have.
I'm very heavy, so that's because of the tourism industry.
Has there been a DC comic that customers that come in and try to ask like, do you have this? And you're like, still waiting for it to come in. And it's like hard to like order.
Well, Absolute Batman was that one because when I did a back order, my order got broken up. So it sold out initially, and then it sold out in Vegas. People got shorted here in Vegas because, believe it or not, we're not a big city like that. So a lot of us got shorted out of our variants and our original copies. So what ended up happening is the second week that it came out, and then you had other issues coming out, and then the other variants came out. So we just, people came in and they had to wait on that end, and I had a list. But when it comes to Absolute, the universe, it's to me, and I said this at the beginning, it is the blueprint that the entirety of DC needs to run on. And to be honest with you, I can't believe that James Gunn and Jim Lee haven't sat down and somewhat or vaguely mapped out this entire machine, because 8-9 years ago, you couldn't get any. You had whatever Superman or Batman you were working on, that was it. Everybody else got shut out. And that's not happening now. If you look at DC in motion now, you have several versions of Batman within an 8-year period. By the time Brave and the Bold comes out, you will have cycled through 3 different types of Batman, and who knows what you'd be doing with Superman or anything else.
See, to me, it's like when it comes to green lighting movies and projects and stuff like that. I mean, like what James Gunn is saying, he's like, yeah, I mean, like you can have the slate, you could do all that, but at the same time, it's like, well, we don't want to just like you don't want to like get too ahead of ourselves here. And I think like they already kind of did with the initial announcement, because then it's like, okay, we need good scripts and make sure we have these good scripts.
Yeah, but they also didn't know that a writer and actor strike was coming. Like, I mean, like I don't like what's from.
Yeah, there was that too. There was that too. But at the same time, it's like, like what William was saying is like if they sat down and just really mapped out like a bunch of shit, I'm like, I don't know. Like to me, it's just take your time. Like take your time a little bit. I mean, I get it. They're probably they probably already have,
they said they have an
project.
Yeah,
they've only got 6 other projects we haven't heard of yet. But at the same time, I'm like, to just fully like, hey, this is the whole thing. It's like, well, we still got to make sure that Superman is a success first. Let's not just, because even James Gunn in one of the articles was like, hey, there's a lot of pressure riding on Superman. If
that
it
was
doesn't
a year ago, though, wasn't it? But here's the thing, though. If Superman, let's say, I'm just going to go out there, it loses a little bit of money. So, because what you got to do is your production budget. Your advertising budget needs to be probably the largest you've ever done, because you're starting a new universe and first impressions, everything else. Yeah. If it does not if it loses a little bit of money, but people say it's great. And there's a lot of different measurables. There's a lot of different ways you can measure things beyond box office. I hope that Zazoff has had that, hey, this may take time conversation and not the cinema conversation. Yeah. Because if it's really good, and it resonates on HBO Max, it resonates on physical media or anywhere else, or comic book adaptation, fucking fluffy toys with crypto, and you wait, and that might take some time other than the first 2 weeks. Then the box office for Superman,
weird,
shouldn't matter if it is received well.
See, that's the thing is like when it comes to these movies, like looking at past movies. Okay, so for instance, I remember like it was when it came to Spider-Man 3, Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man 3, Sam Raimi, Spider-Man 3. It made a shit ton of money. It blew up the box office, but it was not well received. No. And then all of a sudden they just kind of went, all right, we're done. We're gonna reboot.
Yeah.
And then when it came to like Andrew Garfield, and then it came to what they were building. I mean, those movies. I don't know. They maybe the second one didn't do as good. I don't. It's such a weird thing of like how they gauge. Yeah,
9 million.
I mean,
It was.
but it's just like the way that they gauge the box office of whether they're going to move forward or not. I mean, look what happened. Like when Man of Steel came out, it was over 600 million. It made profit, but I remember the reviews were mixed because they're like, holy shit, this wasn't the Superman that. And then when BVS came out, it did well at the box office, but it wasn't well received. So that's when the studio started going, well, we got to start changing some shit. I don't know.
Well, remember with Spider-Man and even Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, like they were trying to do Spider-Man 4. Your ears are so cute. And they were trying to do Spider-Man 4. And then, eventually they were like, we can't make this deadline. And then they're like, okay, let's just reboot. And then Spider-Man 3 was going to happen. But then, what was it?
Spider-Man 3 would have happened if it wasn't for the Marvel deal.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the Marvel deal, Spider-Man 3 happens because that movie made received well or not. Math is undefeated, and that movie no live action Spider-Man movie made, no matter who has made it, has made less than $700 million. So there was enough there. But what happened was that deal happened right after that, and then the rest was history. I still think, years down the line, while Andrew Garfield's still immortal looking, you need to squeeze at least one more movie out of him.
I agree.
But, the whole Sony thing is going to raise my blood pressure, so we're not going to do that today.
Yeah.
But camera is frozen, by the way, William.
Yeah, your camera's frozen. And by the way, I can't help but I have to. This is one of the dumbest fucking takes I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I mean, look at but then of course look at the avatar. Who knows? Does not look like he wants to be in this film. I can't tell if that person's trolling or not. But I was just I saw that and I'm like, get the.
I wonder what kind of fan he is.
When it comes to
Oh, sorry.
Am I still frozen, or can you see me?
Yeah, you're so frozen.
You're still frozen. Yeah,
you might have to come back in.
All right.
You're giving us a side eye right now, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. I had to bring that up because I read that. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
All three of you are bottoms.
Well, especially the other comments saying like Superman fans will never be satisfied. No one's ever going to be satisfied. That's okay. People are going to like what they like. That's okay. It's called having an opinion.
I'm satisfied by just us getting Superman material at all. I don't want to. I'd rather have Superman material than going back to a time where we had no Superman movies.
You're good now, William.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Your head is moving.
William, I did want to ask real quick. It's related to DC Comics, but people just don't talk about it, even though I love the mythology. New Gods #1. How did that sell?
Sold out.
Good,
Yeah.
good. I like to hear that.
New Gods
I've heard
#1 sold
Ram V's doing some very, very good work with that. So
Yeah,
that makes me happy to hear.
Taking it back to the alien nature of what the fourth world is, and like I said, that's the difference between. When speaking of fourth world, when you talk about Zack Snyder stuff, that alien nature of it is what appeals to me. And like what you were saying before, that's why that kind of struck a nerve with me, because I have this, what we're about to see. There's a comic book on this shelf that reflects what we saw in that trailer, which is fine. And like I said, I'm okay too. But that alien, that high end alien nature, the way it opens up, the way they're handling the New Gods here, and that kind of reminds me of that. Is that they're gods, but you're not forgetting that these are aliens. These are very powerful.
They're from another dimension. They are not of Earth. Yeah, it's and I think also too, I saw a panel from it, and already the guy and the artist as well, like they're remembering the lore because. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I forgot who the artist was, but they make a point to show that Orion looks pretty, and then he uses the mother box, and then he's ugly as fuck because he's Darkseid's son. So it's like it's good, and I like
the emphasis on the mother boxes though, because that's gotten lost. That's gotten lost in the comics. Yeah.
And Paul, if you want a good kind of preview of Ram V and Kegel, look at they had a quick little mini series called Dawn Runner, 5 issues. Kind of like kaiju versus mechs at that point, but an interesting storyline.
Has that been collected in book form to read?
I don't know if it's been fully collected, but the series is wrapped up. It was only 5 issues, so
okay. I'll look. I'll keep an eye out for it and stuff.
Yeah.
I've always I love DC and Marvel, but I have a decent shelf of all of a lot of independent books and everything too. So.
Yeah, New Gods and the art style, I like it on that. I don't have it anymore up on the shelf, but I like the way the art style makes it look like.
Well, it's good that it was selling out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been telling people or anyone who will listen is that Kirby's take on the new gods is it's really interesting because people always assume that he never got to finish the run, but he did a thing called Hunger Dogs years later that basically wrapped up the story, and it was very poignant because it ends with Darkseid basically drifting on like a crater alone for like the rest of time, essentially. Like Darkseid is alone, essentially, and I love that aspect of it. But many times every couple of years, or I'd say about every decade, they give it to like a new team to try and like sort of reboot the new gods, and it kind of almost never really works. The only thing that's even come close is most likely Tom King doing Mr. Miracle, and even if you ask King, he'll tell you it's basically an Elseworld story. Which I think is fine.
I love that cover, that black and white Darkseid cover from that series. Beautiful.
Oh yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. I think is that Nick Darrington who did that one.
I think so.
The artist, yeah.
I don't have it anymore, but I really held on to it for as long as I could. Then sometimes I have to sell some of this stuff.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, man. But no, I'm glad to hear that this is good because the world of Apocalypse and New Genesis has always just been fascinating to me. So I like the fact of it being taken fully seriously and very detailed and oriented, and just everything I'm hearing and seeing from the book looks really great. So I was just really curious about that. But thank you for letting me know and everything.
I think that I'm wondering with James Gunn's Superman, if the elements of Krypton that I'm seeing are different than the ones that the detailed, the intricate ones, because with the crystals popping out around, that's more of the which is fine. It's like I said, I think what people forget sometimes, and I can't tell you what's in the story because I haven't seen the movie, is this is an alien. This is an alien. This is a godlike alien. Yeah. And how do you perceive this godlike alien that is literally a nuclear weapon? That if he did go south, his morals are the only thing that keeps you from getting burnt to a crisp. And like I said, the guy threw the can at him. Damn, if that guy didn't have the kind of morals that he had, that guy could get a homeland in him right there.
He's a farm boy that grew up in Kansas.
I think that's what Zach emphasized in BVS. I mean,
I'm a farm boy.
Wayne was like, dude, if there's even a 1% chance this motherfucker's going to do anything.
But I think that's the thing with this Superman. There's not that 1% chance. I like what Gunn said. It's like he sees
people that look at him like that, like Luthor.
Sure, exactly.
I like the approach that Zach took. Was like Batman was going, "Fuck this guy," and
Batman's always
a xenophobic kind of thing.
Yeah. That was the origin stories where he has a game plan for everybody. The Tower of Babel,
Tower of Babel, yeah.
Oh my God,
he does envision if Clark ever went bad. He's like,
right,
take care of your ass. And then I love the comment though. He's like, where Superman asked him, well, what's the game plan for you? And I'm like, that's you. That's who, he says to Superman, that's
the Justice League,
yeah.
Or Green Arrow saying, do you have a plan against me? No. And then he shows him up later.
Yeah, I love the fact. I think it was in the Injustice world. I think Tom Taylor wrote it, and I think it's great. I don't know if it's been integrated into the main lore yet, but no joke. Green Arrow has a place called the Arrow Cave.
Yes.
And even Quiver. The Quiver, and Harley Quinn's just the Quiver, and I really hope that's been integrated into main.
I'm just hoping we see Green Arrow on the big screen because I'm like, it's time. And will be Charlie Hunnam.
And in the corner, Steve Amell is just crying into some tissues as he.
He'll be fine. He's doing a suit spin-off.
That's fine. He's retired.
Before we get going, because I know we sometimes forget the private chat. Someone said they had to go.
Austin, you have to go. Yeah. You got work tomorrow. Yeah.
I got work in the morning, so.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you spending some time with us, and congrats on the short film and everything.
Go out to Vegas sometime, man. Spend some time
there. Thanks for having me as always. I appreciate it, man. Happy holidays to everybody.
Happy holidays,
man. Good time and stuff, and hopefully see you next week. So
for sure,
appreciate you, man. Peace out.
Later.
Yep.
Hey, what if that light in the sky's a
3 bottoms?
Yeah, 3 bottoms. It's a running joke. But like I said, the trailer I think did its job. I think I'm not gonna lie, I was worried when I saw the teaser stuff, and because like I said, the outside shots just felt a little it just doesn't look right. But and I even said that, but at the same time, it was like, okay, but I like the interior shots, and I think this is actually going to still look like a good movie. But I was a little worried. I was like, oh shit, is this movie not gonna look that good? Because just those outside shots where he showed everybody like looking up, I was like, But then I look at it, I'm like, okay, so like I said, most of it just looks really good, and I don't know. I'm impressed by the trailer. I was like, okay,
It got the blood going.
Dude, the fact that he started it off like that, I mean, he hooked you right there, and then he hooked you even more with like, there's a cute dog right there who's gonna drag him.
I can.
That's all. That dog's gonna be like I said. The movie could tank, but like I said, you're gonna have
toys.
Dude, there's gonna be so many toys, which I know a lot of people will cringe at, but at the same time, it's part of the fucking. It's part of the gig.
If you can do fucking toys, then so can we.
Anybody can do toys.
The toys you're probably on the way.
Merchandise.
Get your nephew as many cryptos as possible.
But that's what's gonna make the box office, work.
I don't think this film is going to tank.
It's not
going to tank. I don't think it's
no. And the thing is like,
not going to make $1 billion either. But
Dave's
500 million is enough. 500 is enough.
Yeah.
Dave
only needs. Yeah.
Dave is going to love this. Like, I'm going to swing a bat here for James Gunn. This is probably the most reserved I've seen him in his filmmaking.
You are correct.
We've only seen a teaser. We haven't seen any dialogue outside of "Crypto, Take Me Home" and people chanting Superman. But like, I gotta admit, like based off of his other stuff, I'm going to take him at his word that this will be less comedic than Guardians of the Galaxy, Peacemaker, Suicide Squad. I'm like, cool, you literally listened to my fucking criticisms that I had, and you made a Superman movie that I'm probably.
But there was no smiling. No smiling.
I'm like, look. Anyone who's on the fucking side of like, oh, boo, it's not Zack Snyder. Wah. Anyone saying like, oh man, I'm so glad this is a Zack Snyder. Touch some grass. People like us can meet in the middle and be like, look.
Oh, trust me. Dude, I've had to defend both Gunn and Zach this week.
Look, I made a post.
I mean, when it came to the Trunks thing, where it was revealed that David Cornsweet helped with the Trunks, and it's always the Trunks thing. But I was like, do you realize that fucking Zach was trying to make the Trunks work for him? Like, he literally says that in the Man of Steel, like behind the scenes. He's looked at so many different designs, but he was like, I couldn't make it work because of what the story I was the world that I was creating. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. But when it comes to this world and this suit, which is not an alien suit, it is a human made suit, probably by his mom. That's why when I see people go, look at the comparisons, I'm like, yeah, one was made by a Kryptonian fucking AI. And then you got one that was made by someone's mom on Earth. Yes. You guys just God forbid about it.
Zack Snyder's Martha wouldn't make that mistake.
Zack Snyder's Martha would just be.
I saw some meme where it was like it was showing the still of Crypto taking Superman by the cape and then saying James Gunn, and then the below was Zack Snyder, and it was Crypto with like a machine gun next to him or something.
Oh, yeah,
Aaron
Bailey.
That was good.
That was
Aaron Bailey did a good one where he had like Zack Snyder's Crypto, and it was like a dog with a fucking machine gun.
Wasn't Aaron Bailey the one who got a little bit of trouble?
Oh yeah, he got in a little trouble this past week too, because he made like a Photoshop version of Clark Kent, and it didn't look that great.
But he didn't point out it was like a family thing. Everyone started
at
running
first he did, and he just put the eyes, and then people were like, and then there was other fucking morons who were passing it off as it was legit. And that's what pissed me off. And I was like, I didn't even know like Aaron posted it. I just saw other idiots post it. And then it was funny. He hit me up. He was like, I don't know if you're talking about me. I'm like, oh shit. And I clicked on it. It's like, oh, he posted it. But I just saw other.
Why did he say it was fan made?
Well, he's, I mean, I will say, trust me, I love Aaron. He's great guy. He's been on the Vox team.
Yeah, wonderful.
But he's not liking what's happening now either.
So spreading misinformation is somehow the solution.
No, but I mean, I think like just him posting that and then people, not clarifying, not putting a watermark and not clarifying. it blew up to a whole different thing where even James Gunn caught wind of it and had to like.
Yeah, I saw it on Threads where he was like, "Yeah, this looks like something from The Sims."
Yeah.
And then when I heard like, "Oh, there's some,"
but
dude
Aaron
on-
apologized to him, even tagged him. He was like, "I apologize for doing this. It was in a work in progress. I didn't put my watermark." And I was like, hopefully a lesson was learned when it comes to something like that.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, my only like gripe was when it came. It was like, hey, it's not far off, but the hair is thicker, and so is David
very
Gordon.
far off.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't think it was like super far off. It was just the size of everything was far off because he made them really small, and it's like, no, David Courtsweat's huge, and then the hair is even thicker. So like everything was a little bit more condensed.
But
It's just kind of crazy. But then at the same time, it's like, oh man, you're just feeding into like the big time haters.
I don't know. I feel that sounding very suspicious to me.
What we have now with the diversity that we have now, to where we can on all different levels have different. If we'd have had that back earlier in the day, I think every branch of this franchise would be different and would be stronger, and they would all be drawing revenue. Like, and to go on the CW thing. You know, I know I joke about CW, but if you took that and put Superman and Lois resources into it and gave those people that type of resources that you gave Superman and Lois, the CW would be a powerhouse today. It would still be there, and it might be the focal point of all of this because of the ad revenue that you pull in and all that. But if the mentality, there was never a sense of urgency when it came to how Warner Brothers Pictures handled any of this, and DC too. Now, 10 years ago, you couldn't have, the focus on this type of Superman and Absolute Superman. You just weren't going to have it. The editorial, you would have gotten shot down. You would have gotten an Elseworlds, but you weren't going to get a long running series or a continuous series like you got with Absolute Batman and all this stuff. You just weren't going to have it. The mentality wasn't there. And same thing here. You know, the Batman and happening while Brave and the Bold is being developed, that would have never happened. The mentality just shut things down, and I think some of the fandom is a product of that because they've been trained to have tunnel vision towards whatever's in front of them instead of being open to a whole bunch of other things. Like right now, I will tell you outright, I prefer Man of Steel, but I'm open to this.
Yeah,
I'm open to this. That's open to Action Comics.
That's what I'm looking for. And that's like, I got in a little bit of trouble earlier this week because I tweeted something where I said that if you're a Superman fan who's attacking other fans for being excited about what's coming, then you're not a real Superman fan. That's my definition of it. Like whatever Superman you want. You can like do what William does. You can say, I prefer this, but I'm open for that. Not go and target and harass everyone who's like, but I'm looking forward to this. But again, I know what it was like, 11 years ago. I remember how it was. It was rough, just like Amanda said. Like, oh, you love a Psycho, Superman. Like, you love Edgelord Superman. Like,
that's why I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, I'm going through deja vu because I was defending that, like the color grade, the choices of certain things. And, there's a lot of things that were going on in back then. And now I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm doing the same thing now, but it's a different type of person that is, in my mentions saying like, oh, this fuck. And I'm like, good God, like, what the fuck?
I remember I tweeted to you before. I messaged you before. The shit show's about to start. I don't know how I'm going to handle
the shit show's definitely start. And then you got Rational Skeptic right here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Will the trades call it the film a flop if it doesn't make more? I think they would because THR they posted an article that said there's a world act. It's kind of like goes back to BVS, like literally. It says does the world need a new Superman? I think they definitely will. I know there's some people out there that think that they wouldn't because they only
depends on the trade.
Yeah, but I think there's going to be some. If it doesn't make that certain money, they're gonna definitely call it. There's a lot riding.
The other thing too that we're not even thinking about. I mean, because we just look at the numbers, but like Man of Steel came out in 2013. I mean, people have done the numbers. If BVS came out now with the same revenue, it would have made over $1 billion, not 800 something million, with how inflation has worked. So if technically, Superman, I'm just calling it Superman Legacy just to keep it different. Yeah. But Superman Legacy does not make like the amount of money that Man of Steel made, like, yeah, it's gonna look bad. I think
and they better
It's not
call
going
it
to
out.
be
and I
fair
think they
though.
will.
I can't really agree with that sentiment because that's kind of diving into law of diminishing returns, but that only applies if it's the same IP, and technically this isn't the same Superman, so no, it wouldn't necessarily fall in that category. I've seen people try and make this argument about the Dark Knight Dark Knight Rises as opposed to Batman v Superman. People have said, oh, well, it's Batman, it's the law of diminishing returns. No, the fuck it's not, because the Dark Knight is technically a separate kind of Batman than Batman and Batman v Superman. It's a different beast entirely. And also, this talk of how much money it needs to make is fucking irrelevant right now. We don't know how much money it went to making the fucking movie, so how much money it needs to clear at the box office is entirely irrelevant.
We do know the budget is less what the supported Scooper Madness put out.
True. Way less.
Madness says, "Oh man."
And this comment in the chat saying the movie is geared towards kids. It's comic books. It's always going to be. It's Superman.
So something about that, Chris. I'm sorry. I'll
no. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like when I saw that also, and I hate that because why is it that anybody says that kind of stuff sound like a child themselves?
Yep.
You know, and I'm like, anytime they like gear like, oh yeah, it's for kids. I'm like, you sound like a child yourself.
You're right. It's comic books.
But it is comic books.
There are certain levels to those, though. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Detective on a certain level, I can sell Detective Comics, Batman, right? I can sell that to just about anybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that same IP of Batman, I can't walk over and give them Batman the Damned.
No, you're right.
So there are certain levels. Now, if I'm making a movie,
because it's Batman.
And you're doing business and you want to make the most money, you are going to broaden your base so that you can make more money. It's just
and Superman is a pure example. You can get a full general audience.
Yes. Yeah. This whole thing that it's like it's got to be geared towards me. Fuck your Superman. I mean, we're gonna get the whole.
Yeah, that's silly.
They're not my Batman, but we're getting it now from obviously certain fans.
But like you were saying before, with Superman, Man of Steel to me is a more complex thing that is geared more towards adult. Whereas you can still make a really good Superman that is geared towards a 12 to 14-year-old. Because guess what that 12 to 14-year-old is going to be in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. He's going to be a guy that has a job, and now there you go. You built your customer.
Or he will be dead, depending on what happens in the next couple of years.
Okay, all right.
Jeez, Andy.
Bring it down.
Wow.
So I was just gonna say I do agree where Phil's coming from as far as like the box office, or at least judging from project to project and like continuity to continuity and stuff like that. But yeah, realistically though, I think it does need to hit a certain milestone. It needs at least 400 million plus. And now realistically, it could hit that. But at the end of the day, no matter what it makes, I mean, let's just be realistic. I mean, as much as DC Studios has independence, it's going to come down to, depending if he's still running things at that point, David Zaslav, and like how much he wants to keep investing in a universe that he'll see as either being profitable or not. So that's.
But it's not like he's going to cancel the DC if Superman doesn't get the numbers that he wants. Like, I think again, William, get ready for this because I'm good. Like, this is one of those rare times where I'm in agreement with you that I think that they have to build good rapport again with general audiences and even a lot of us DC fans. So let's say, I agree. I think 500 million is a great number. And again, you can build it from there because let's go back to 2008 to 2011. Between those 3 years, not a single MCU movie hit $1 billion. Again, a lot of those movies were kind of either like if it wasn't Iron Man, it was underneath $300 million, $400 million. But they stuck to their plans and they did the Avengers, and look what happened. And I think this is what DC needs to learn too. So William, remember that's my Christmas gift.
and I hope they've committed to that because, like I said, there's two different conversations. Because David Zaslav lies, and he lies to his investors. Now we're figuring out.
That's all he does.
And then he dumped stock the day.
Yeah,
30
million. The trailer comes out. Yeah, that was.
Look at everything. Look at everything that's happening right now. I mean, Creature Commandos is #1 streaming on Max.
No, those are bots.
Of course,
I enjoy that show.
So I mean, and we're gonna talk about episode 4 in a little bit here because Jesus Christ.
Do you know how long me and Lip have been waiting for the rest of y'all?
I'm sure we have.
We do watch parties. I do.
But look what's happening because before even Superman comes out, Supergirl and Lanterns are gonna go in production before that even comes out. So no matter what, that's
you're,
gonna
you're
be
speaking rational. You and I are
What?
talking common sense. But here's the problem is that people who are not connected to the IP and just see numbers, I'm hoping that those people are kept at bay long enough for this to take root. Because the one thing that keeps me from jumping all in is that, you know, people panic if they don't have the right mindset. They have the right guy running it.
They do.
I do think Superman is going to have an uphill struggle, but it's not going to be due to the quality of the movie. But I think once it takes foot, the merchandise, there's so many levels you need to look at over the course of the next 18 months after its release. And then what kind of momentum does somebody who did not go see that in the cinema, but did see it on HBO Max, now that guy's like, you know what? I wish I would have seen that there, but now I'm going to go see your next movie. So a lot of that stuff.
That's what happened with Dune.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't Dune for the first Dune released during the pandemic?
Yeah.
Dune was released day and date.
It still did pretty well though, even considering.
And it did
Yeah.
really well in the box office for that time, and it also blew up on streaming.
And what a lot of people don't realize about Dune is that if it hadn't been released on HBO Max, and I swear I will go on this hill and die on it, that if people didn't get a chance to see that complex IP without having to take a financial risk, you don't get Dune 2. Even though they said, well, we're going to do this. No, those guys were still in their reactionary phase where, you know, the dollar amount had to be this, or we panicked and we did this. They've gotten better now. I just hope that they've gotten good enough now to where if this movie doesn't, 500 million is fine, but they're okay with that. And then they say, okay, let's go on.
Yeah, but that's also why Villeneuve cast who he did for Dune, because of all the stars that he did. He knew exactly what he was doing with that too. He wanted eyes on for that.
It's crazy because like you have like Dune Prophecy that's out. Not many people I think are talking about it. I've been watching it. I think it's
hard to watch.
It's a slow build. It's a slow build. But they greenlit a season 2 because enough people are watching it where they're like, all right, there's enough here, and we're gonna get to Dune Messiah. We have that coming up.
I do want to state just for the record though, and again, I haven't seen anything of Dune Prophecy yet, but from what I mean, it looks very well budgeted from what I've seen of like the trailers and like
it's a gorgeous looking show. Yeah,
is it airing on HBO too?
Yeah,
HBO.
But no, as I was just gonna preface as far as like the Dune fandom and whatnot. It should be stated for the record that like with Dune fans, there is sort of a divide, or there is discussions between fandoms and stuff, because there's the Dune series, which is written by Frank Herbert, and then there's a lot of the extra Dune material that is written by his kids, like Brian Herbert, who pretty much from what I know, Dune Prophecy is based on a lot of the Brian Herbert material, which some fans, it's kind of mixed. Some people don't mind it. I think some people hate it. It depends, because like I think purist or hardcore Dune fans sort of believe that the main series, Frank was very good about explaining and making sense of like there's a purpose for everything in the Dune universe, and I think some people believe that the Brian Herbert and company didn't really do that as well with their additional materials. So I don't know, but if it's greenlit for season 2, someone must be liking it or watching it. So
I think it's also a lot of television, you know, and also like have to like do, you know, run with the social media age of it all. I think like those shows are mostly like, if you're not following on social media, then you don't really notice, especially when they're airing as is. Like that's when like the most activity happens for some of these shows, especially like when it comes to now like streaming shows and so on. Like, there will be, you know, people are talking about it. It's just that, you know, if you're not following directly, you're not going to see it.
Yeah, you're in your own bubble. Dune is actually number 2, I think, in viewership overall, which given the complexity of it, I think that's really good. It's a very expensive show, but here's the thing that they've done, and this is the same thing with comics and these novels. 95% of the people who are going to watch this are never going to read or venture in that source material. And what they've done with Dune, both movies and this show, to an extent, is they've made it to, if you understand the structure of political intrigue, you can identify who the protagonists, the antagonists, and who the middle people are. And as long as you can do that, then you can follow along. It lays itself out there for you to get a whole lot smarter, though, because with YouTube and everything else, if there's something you don't understand, that doesn't mean you're not entertained. And you can go on these breakdown sites, these YouTube sites. There's a heavy spoiler. There's a whole bunch of places that will break down the things that may
or Screen Rant if they want to.
Screen Rant, Forces. A lot of these, they're out there. So that was my biggest fear about Dune coming to the screen and getting just is it's so complex. But I've read the book, but it breaks it down to like I've watched this with people that don't know the IP, and they can, we promoted both Dunes, and I was able to take people who did not know what Dune was, and they got the gist of it. Now, is it better and more enhanced if you know all this stuff? Oh, of course, but you could still, and now you got, Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya and every other hot person out there. That helps you, not buys you time too.
You guys want a good laugh?
You're not.
You guys want a good laugh?
Yeah.
I had a coworker try and tell me that I need to go back and watch the 1984 Lynch Dune movie because the other were a waste of time.
Do that if you're high on shrooms.
I looked at him. I was like, "Why do you think that?" He goes, "Oh, because the movie was better back then." I said, "No, it's not." And
you know what? You should ask
this though. You ready for this though?
Okay.
His reasoning was, well, the old movie wasn't full of a bunch of woke crap. I said, I said, look, dude, I'm a film major. I am not the guy you need to be talking to about this. And he goes,
yeah.
So I actually thought that he probably heard what Quentin Tarantino said. He was like, "Oh yeah, I don't need to watch the new Dune. I watched the old one. I already heard that story."
I mean, he tried to tell me that like Lord of the Rings were the best movies ever made. He tried to tell me all this bunch, and I was just like, "Look, man, like I'm a film major from college. What you're telling me, I'm not going to listen to."
I wish the Middle East was literally this story.
I wish you would have told him. So I write for a website called Multiverse of Color. What did you say about woke? That's what you should have said to him.
So I watched the Lynch Dune the first and only time after I saw Denis Villeneuve's Part 2. So I finally was able to sit down and watch Lynch to compare. Obviously very different movies. Obviously, I think the newer movies are a lot better. I will say this though, in defense of Lynch's even though he's disowned the movie, but Lynch's interpretation of the text. My only complaint with the modern Dune stuff, having read some of the books, I'm on Children of Dune right now, so I haven't started getting to where everyone turns into worms.
It's about to get gross. Okay.
Oh yeah, but
yeah.
What I will say, the only thing I hope for Dune Messiah or whoever follows after Denis, if they end up adapting the other books, which they probably will, is that they need to lean more into being the weird factor of Dune, because with Lynch, the ending, well, not counting the rainstorm because that was complete bullshit, but the actual throne room in the Lynch version is actually much closer to what was written in the book. The version that's in the Denis Villeneuve version. I mean, I understand why they did what they did, probably to a degree, because there's only so much you can do with like a 2-year-old toddler with the mind of an adult stabbing a big fat man to death. There's there's limitations to some degree.
Yeah, there's certain things you're gonna have to change, right?
Right. So like I get it. But no, I would, if I say anything about old Dune or new Dune, I would say that if the new Dune wants to keep going, they need to embrace the weird, and they need to just go nuts with it. Like honestly,
Well, there's some weird that's in the Dune prophecy. I mean, they show a level of like, oh yeah, there's some young people that go to these certain clubs and shit like that. It's showing you shit that you have not seen before in the Dune movies for sure.
Oh yeah, they're snorting spice.
Cool, like that, and getting high off of that, and fucking in the fucking. I mean, there's nudity in Dune prophecy. I'm like, holy shit.
Yep.
All right, cool. There's full on.
They are leaning into the HBO. That's what they're doing.
They know they're like,
it's not TV.
They want
HBO.
something. They want something to replace.
I forgot about that.
They want something to replace Game of Thrones, and I think House of Dragon will only be able to go on for so long. And the way George is doing stuff these days, like with just
not doing
anything. Yeah.
What is he doing?
They're done with him. They're going to do their own thing.
What is George R. Martin doing outside of bitching on the internet about stuff going wrong at HBO?
He's not finishing his book.
Cashing royalties.
Thank you. He's not finishing his fucking book that he said he's gonna fucking finish. Because why? Because he's too fucking lazy to finish that fucking book. That's why.
Well, tell me how you really feel. I'm not feeling it.
I wouldn't even say that it's laziness at this point. I would say that it's literally he's a gigantic millionaire. He's able to buy all of the nerd things.
He's like, I don't give a shit.
He's married. He's happily married, living in Arizona.
It's called lazy.
Need it.
There's words for that. It's called lazy.
I mean, I'd rather him.
I'm saying the laziness isn't even a factor. I'm saying he doesn't give a shit. Period. Like he's done.
It's a little bit of both.
What is there to work for?
It's a little bit of
it's not that he's lazy; he just doesn't care.
It's a little bit of both.
Thank you,
It's the lazy. I don't care because I have all this money now. It's like, oh, fuck my fucking stories. I don't need to write anymore. It's like if J.K. Rowling got all the way to Half-Blood Prince and said, "Meh, fuck it, I'm fine. I don't need to finish this story."
But Phil,
Dumbledore's
where's the
dead.
motivation anymore? He's not motivated.
He's old. He's fat, and
Hey, well, all the
Hey, they
Dave said the part I didn't want to say out loud.
Initech goes up a couple of
Okay,
points. He
skinny
doesn't
that's
see a
what you
dime.
do. You get rich, you just go like, "Hey, I'm just living the good life. I'm just."
No,
Don't
but
need
now he's literally the internet troll of his own fucking franchise. Oh, where House of Dragon fucked up my story. It's like, well, then maybe you should have been in the fucking room giving some fucking notes, then, George.
Listen, I prefer.
I think they're doing okay with that,
dude.
I think
Yeah,
I
you're right.
prefer
They
him being
are.
out there tweeting shit than J.K. Rowling running her transphobic mouth anymore. Because I'm like, listen, like between these two offers, like,
Look,
I would take the
look, I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, from just exemplary purposes, had J.K. Rowling not finished her fucking franchise after Part 6, people would be just as mad at her as they are with
You're
George
wrong.
R. R. Martin.
Yep,
Also,
you're
she's a
wrong.
woman, so she would have been getting, way more shit to deal with.
I
Hey,
get
are
that, but
these
at the
shows,
same-
are these James Gunn shows that are going to be on HBO Max going to be the tone and tenor of what we've been like? So is Paradise Lost? Paradise Lost is that a movie or is that a that's a
TV show.
TV show.
Okay, that's on
It's
HBO
only-
Max.
it's only been, it's in that right now just Max, but I think that once it gets greenlit, it might get moved to HBO.
Yeah, it's gonna
probably.
be full on it.
Well, if it's in that time slot where
Sunday.
Sunday
Sunday
where
night,
The only time
boobs,
slot.
titties
No,
and cussing and is it going to be because the people who watch that time slot are there no matter what? And
Yeah.
can you put a
Well,
show
Lantern,
on there that's
same
not those things?
I mean, I think Lanterns. I mean, there's so much potential when it comes to the DCU. I mean, and again, I think we all agree, like, yeah, they got the right man for the job, regardless of how you feel about James Gunn and stuff like that. Sure, but at the same time, I'm like, again, like the fact that he's, Creature Commandos is technically start, and then and again, I was like, fuck, the first trailer we get from Superman, he's bloodied and barely breathing well, and it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, when people are going, oh, he's gonna Marvelize this whole thing, I'm like,
Well,
Marvel's not doing
he's
that.
not
You know what's
smiling.
funny? You know what's funny is, like, actually, now that you mention it, Themyscira does come up in the next episode.
Oh, in episode 5
Yes,
of Creature.
It
Yes.
does.
Well,
it
they've been
does.
talking about them. They've been talking about Themyscira on episode 4.
You guys are not ready for how Themyscira gets brought up.
Oh,
in the
I'm
next
sure it's
episode.
going to be insane. But I mean, okay, this is a good way.
I'm sorry, no, we're not laughing at you, but just the
No,
I
because
can't
it's gonna-
I
it's
can't
gonna
wait
make
to
sense.
see you guys
It's gonna make-
react to how
it's gonna
it
make
happens.
sense. It's gonna make sense.
Is it going to
because,
be
like,
as wild
man.
as Rick Flag banging her with the princess in the second episode, like out of nowhere? Is that
It's
type of one?
in that ballpark, I suppose.
Okay, I got it.
It's in that
Okay,
ballpark.
okay,
I
so
suppose.
let's-
Wait, no, hold on. What part are you referring to right now, Lib? What?
The very beginning of episode 5.
Okay.
With that character
They're
that?
already setting up.
Oh, yeah,
Themyscira pretty well.
Oh, because they talk and then. Do you see how
We're
difficult
having
this
a
is?
private conversation. I love it.
Yeah, they're on
Yeah,
the
they're
stream,
live
and they're like,
That.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
Anyways,
It's superbly absurd. It's superbly absurd.
so
It's-
episode 4. Anybody else want to give Weasel a hug after episode 4? Jesus Christ. I was
Jordan
like-
get that he doesn't know how to swim, so then they do this. So
Yeah, dude. I was like, because Weasel, I was always like, all right,
Wait a minute, because I haven't heard. Because I
Always
don't. I haven't heard Paul's thoughts at all about. Have you seen the beginning of Creature Commandos?
I have
doesn't-
I have no desire to
Yeah,
watch.
doesn't-
it.
he's
I
on
will
the no
probably.
desire now.
Oh, well, I will probably check it maybe when it's done. I'll get like a general consensus and then I'll just kind of choose from there. But I mean, it's an interesting animation style. I like the fact that it uses some obscure characters. Like I love Seven Soldiers of Victory, Grant Morrison. So the fact that Frankenstein is in this, or sorry, Frankenstein's monsters in this, I think that's really cool and stuff like
He was in
that.
it too.
Huh?
he was in it too.
Yeah,
Frankenstein?
and oh, okay, yeah. No, well, I would assume he probably played a factor in Frankenstein.
He does. If you watch the show, you would.
Yes, Andy. I understand the concept
Yeah.
of watching a show. Yes.
I don't think you do.
No,
Anyway,
but yeah, but
But yeah, no.
you might be surprised. I mean, I know you're not down with like the gun stuff, but but I'm
It's
just
just-
saying.
No, but I've heard some of Phil's stuff, and it sounds interesting. The GI robot stuff is interesting, and and I don't mind the more like D-list characters in the DC universe, because I feel like, or at least I'm talking more just comics now, but I feel like in the DC universe, I don't know, there's something about like there's more fun to be had with those types of characters in that type of universe, and but no, like I said, I just haven't got around to it yet, and I don't know. I'll probably check it out eventually. And again, it's just more like prioritize. Like I said, I haven't even finished Superman and Lois, and I know that show is terrific.
Yeah.
It's just I fell off, and it wasn't that I meant to. It's just I just lost track of time.
Binge it.
It's
It'll be
on,
worth
it's
it. It'll be
understandable,
worth your time to
but-
binge
And
it.
it's only 10 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a fun bit. Is it
Yeah.
not on Max? Is it not on Max yet?
I
Yeah.
think up to season
on
3
Max.
is on Max.
Some of them, like not the last season, right?
That's so good.
I think it
This
is.
is what I like. This
Is
is
it?
what I like.
Unless
This is what I like with the
unless it
Netflix
just got put
era.
up.
No, but when it comes to Creature Commandos, I mean, like it's like one of those. Like the last 2 episodes, like I put it on and I'm like, all right, let's see what. And both of them have been like, okay, Jesus Christ, there's a lot more here than I thought there was actually going to be. Like the backstories with these characters, because the last one was about GI Robot. I didn't mind the episode. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the first episode is just like, hey, this is the setup, and it's very much Suicide Squad-y. And it's but they even make it a point that it is that, like, oh yeah, we can't do Task Force X, we could do Task Force M, and so they already established that. So then you start getting the backstory. You get the Bride second episode, GI Robot third, but then you get the Weasel one, and Jesus Christ, I mean, I was going, what the? I was like, this is backstory. Fuck.
But as soon as I saw the kids and how that thing was going, I said, I know exactly how this is going to go down at that point.
Dude, I was Marty McFly. Like, no,
it's rough.
This episode is a straight up fucking roller coaster, because you get Amanda Waller getting visions from clairvoyant Circe, and then it's juxtaposed with like you guys thought Weasel was a killer? Ha 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 ha.
Nope. The humans are the real killers.
Jesus Christ,
like,
dude.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Phil. Because like we finally get more of like, oh, what were we seeing like when it came to these trailers, when it showed like the heroes all fucking impaled and everything like that, and then we get like that aspect. We get a lot more Amanda Waller. We get a lot more of like people not trusting each other. And then just to add to it, we get the Weasel backstory, and you're going, aw, no. You're just like, fuck. Like, this is so fucked up.
Especially when the kids start dying. When the kid,
God. That was awful.
I mean,
kid,
I screamed when he got shot in the shoulder.
Yep.
And he's trying to get up, and those fucking
he was trying to save her so much in the fire, and they kept shooting at him, and he was like, He was, and they're like, get him, because they thought he was like gonna eat her, and it was like, no, he's saving her. Stop it.
There's like a theme within the show that not everything is as it appears on the outside.
Well, to that point, as to saying,
dude, that shot.
I almost say that Weasel's playing up his thing just because he's that broken from what happened.
Yeah. All I have to say is like where's it at? This shot right here. This shot right here fucking killed me.
Yeah.
Killed me. The like
screaming.
If you know the context of this shot, you go, "Oh my god, damn fuck."
This is so fucking sad. I don't want to look at it. Like,
did you guys see the I know Andy knows this. Did you guys catch the Linda Cardinelli cameo?
Was she in Creature Commandos?
The lawyer?
She's the lawyer. She's Weasel's
lawyer.
lawyer.
I thought I recognized that voice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, clear you didn't, because you were like, he's in the show.
So what you're saying is it's a very family friendly animated.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Craven, the whole family.
Everyone's smiling. There's no destructions whatsoever. Rick Flag is just he has a fun time.
He's America's dad.
Although, just a heads up, in the second episode, you see the bride get fucked on the table she was made on.
Okay.
2 people get fucked up on the table.
I didn't want to say who, but yeah, you're right.
All right, so it's definitely a James Gunn production. It's good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
100%.
Why does it sound like you're saying so dismissively? Jeez.
No. I'm just saying, like, he has his tropes, and that's the thing.
He does have his tropes, but at the same time,
I think Superman Trader just proved that he is not just one thing. Just like Zach isn't just one thing.
The thing is, like, when you watch this episode, I was like, Weasel, I can't stand Weasel. Now when I watch this episode, I was like, fuck, I want to give him a hug. I'm like, I mean, again,
You probably want to
this
keep
is
your
where
heart
James
too.
Gunn kind of shines when it comes to creatures. It's like, how did you make me feel and make me want to hug something as disgusting as Weasel? That's the thing. Is like you watch this episode, you go, Jesus Christ! This build up to the very end, and that shot you see right there, when you actually watch it in the context, you're going, it's heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. I'm like, God damn it. So that's why, like, when it comes to the whole crypto thing and Superman, I'm like, James Gunn. And when I've seen people go like, oh, James Gunn needs animals to, like, build up his box office, he's just leaning into what his strength is, because my God, does that guy know how to fucking do stuff when it comes to CGI creatures or even animated
also-
creatures?
Yeah, well, with
like
Groot and Rocket Raccoon, I would definitely say that.
Also,
that was
just the so a lot of people I think kind of overlook this a lot in the episodes, but the animated action sequences with the fights are just absolutely spectacular. Bobby Mills knocked it out of the park. Like the end of the episode ends on a straight up fucking brawl between Frankenstein and Rick Flag.
Dude,
Nice.
It's so good.
Dude, I cracked up
never
because Flag goes, he goes, want some coffee? And then like Frankenstein looks at him and goes, you have tea?
Yep.
I just started laughing because I was like,
I see that.
He's civilized in an uncivilized world.
Pretty much.
I love it because when I talk to David Harbour, he's kind of like, like he looks at Rick as like the coolest dude, and I'm like, oh, he's like he wants to be his bestie. He's like, oh,
he was
I want
jealous
to be
of him. Yeah,
yeah.
he thought he was fucking his woman.
Dilfy piece of shit.
I
Yes,
mean,
filthy piece of shit. That's right. He said.
he's definitely a Delph.
Yeah, he called him a Dilfy piece of shit. Yeah.
Dilfy piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then he starts talking to him about like Titanic and other romantic movies.
Have you seen that picture? Have you also seen that movie?
Yeah, like once.
David Harbour is so good at playing like these like weird ass characters, but with so much charisma that I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that Frankenstein is a big ass stalker.
Yeah, he's a stalker. He's got a big, huge heart. Yeah,
I want to see Frankenstein in live action.
Me too.
I need David Harbour to put on that.
It's going to be interesting to see what they translate to.
David said to me, he was like, oh, Lander sounds pretty cool. I don't know if I would fit that, but that would be kind of cool. I'm like, listen, maybe like I'm thinking in my mind, like maybe he's the big mystery that the Landers have to investigate. Like, why is there a creature fucking around talking about movies when he looks like that? I don't know, but no, this is what I wish that they could have done with this too. That's why when James was doing it, and I'm like, this is way better of a replacement because one, these are not really villains; these are just misunderstood people that were born differently.
There's really Dr. Phosphorus.
Thank you. I was just getting to that. There's only one true blue villain in this entire roster, and it is Dr.
Christopher. Just keep watching.
I know. I am.
I know you are. And that beard is watching everything.
I would also say that, like, I think I like this more, and I think Paul might get a kick out of this. I like this more because it doesn't have a dipshit like Peacemaker in it.
Yeah, that helps.
Oh yeah, Paul.
Well, there is a Peacemaker, but he's dead.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts in it, though. Seeing that frame of him like dead with the intestines hanging out. I was like, so happy.
That was just written for you, Phil. Just for you.
When we were recording Creature Commandos podcast, also multiversal.com, I went to the Google Doc notes that he had written, and just his sheer glee over Peacemaker. Peacemaker is dead. That was so fucking funny. So how does everyone feel about James Gunn's nightmare sequence?
You know what?
Oh yeah, I've seen the pictures and stuff. I mean,
the way that it is. Yeah.
I don't think it's a ripoff of all. I'm making fun of the people who are.
It's a ripoff of Marvel with Wolverine on a crucifix. Come on.
Yeah. I need to know who the princess is because I don't think she is who she. I mean, obviously she's something else.
Clayface.
No,
and the people. Oh, you already.
What'd you say?
Yeah. She's not Clayface. I've had multiple people ask me that, and it's like, no, it's not that at all.
Some people think somebody's familiar. And that's not her appearance.
The fact of the matter is like after this episode, when Cersei like gave Amanda Waller the vision,
Yeah.
That's when I went, okay, she's not Clayface. So like, even if you said that right now, Phil, it's like, yeah, it wasn't a spoiler because I went, yeah, there's no way she is, or else the Vision probably would have fit in that vein of like, oh, So
Could she
but
be
yeah,
a new
anyway.
god? That we,
No.
I mean,
No,
you don't think so?
She is.
Oh, you know, yeah, you
she,
guys are.
she is a
Yeah.
wholly original. Gunn
Okay.
even mentioned like she's a wholly original character for the show, and
Yeah.
it
She
is,
was the
it is
first
that.
character he created for the DCU. Like she was the first to even cast. So there will be a lot of interesting answers, William. I mean, there's only 3 episodes left. You don't have to wait long. First is that on Max.
Yeah, we watch them live. We watch them
Oh, yeah.
live Wednesday night, 12 8.
There you go. There you go.
So,
You're a dedicated viewer. Well, Max loves to hear it.
William, were you able to see if they have season 4 yet above Superman and Lois?
No, they don't. It's only the 3. I thought they did.
That's
Yeah.
so
Well, I'm
Or
so
there.
far behind. I think I'm
Give it
about
time.
halfway through either season 2 or I hadn't started.
Give it
season
time;
3
it'll
one
get
of
on there.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2025.
What are you taking so long? Because when
It's
Netflix
It's all about rights and logistics.
Yeah, I think somebody else has
But
the
that's
right
why
to
I
air it.
prefer. That's why I prefer when the CW. I said the CW and Netflix had their contract where like 8 days after the finale had
Yeah.
aired, you would get right up on Netflix.
There you go.
Are you getting sleepy, Paul?
We're all
2
getting
o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
sleepy, but
Yeah.
I think this is a good place to wrap it up right here. I think.
Are we not going to talk about the Vision
What?
scene? Like, what did everyone think about the characters that we saw?
Oh, you talking about that scene? Oh yeah, we saw Batman.
Wally.
We saw the Trinity. We
Blue
saw,
Beetle.
and apparently Wally's in there. Green Arrow's in there.
There's
I
a
didn't see
Rob-
Blue. I didn't see Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle apparently is in there. Somebody was saying.
Yeah.
Blip said that Booster Gold was somewhere in there, but I couldn't.
Well,
see
that was
it.
like that first shot that there was a possibility of
Yeah.
Booster Gold.
I mean,
But I
it's-
mean, like, yeah, I mean, I know some people were like going like, and I even got it sent to me. It was like, Batman's got a collar. Is it Pattinson? And it's like, stop it.
I
It's
don't-
not have a collar.
That's a
Stop
bulky
it.
ass
Have a collar.
Batman. That's not. That's
I'm tired of that rumor.
I'm so tired of it. It's like,
Me
can we get
too.
off that whole
Dude,
thing? It's like,
guys,
it's not happening.
It's funny because I literally just saw a couple like low level no name outlets try and push this nonsense
Yeah.
from the rat of like, oh, James Gunn's considering putting fucking the Batman in the DCU, and I'm just like, no, he literally just said
Oh,
on the Happy
God.
Sad Confused podcast, no, I contemplated it, but no, I'm committed to telling Elseworld stories. So once again, everyone, just an FYI, Jeff Snyder is not a fucking reliable source. Fuck that guy.
Yes.
Just a heads up.
Ugh. I hate that. I hate that I see people championing him now because he pushes back against James Gunn. I'm like, guys, what are you doing here? Why are you championing fucking people that were once like the enemy, and now you champion because he's pushing back? He's pushing against James
Because
Gunn
it's-
and
yeah.
stuff like that. It's like, God,
What do you think of
tribalism
what do you think of
is
the Wonder
so
Woman
bad.
first look? By the way,
Tribalism is
The
so
guy
bad.
who said he makes geek news, he would make geek news look bad. Like, dude, you make geek news look bad on a daily fucking basis. Be quiet.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad for John Rocha. He entertains that guy's bullshit for super
I don't
chat.
feel bad for him. He's enabling him, if anything.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but it's at the
Yeah,
same time.
he
It's
can
just
make.
like,
He could
He's a
just-
nice guy. He's a
like
nice
John.
guy.
I like
I've
John
actually,
from
he's
what-
actually been on the Vodka stream.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that he doesn't do bad choices. Just
I
because,
don't
like,
know. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
There's some things where I've seen him tweet. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
yeah.
But then at the same time, like I said, he gives, and I can't stand Schneider. I mean, like, he blocked me on Twitter when I made fun of his whole like meltdown that one time, long time ago.
you have to be
He was
more
gonna call, like,
specific.
the
He's had a
He's
lot
gonna
of-
call the FBI or something like that, whatever the fuck that was. Remember that
That
whole
dude has like the
Chattanooga?
biggest little dick
Yeah.
energy I have ever seen online. Straight up. That dude has like the biggest little dick energy I have ever fucking seen.
He's like a year older than me, and like he looks like he's like 55. Sorry,
That-
anyways.
Not
Are you
surprising.
kidding me?
The
Oh, yeah.
dark side.
Oh, yeah, he
Well,
was.
you know, cocaine's a
When he
hell of a
pro-
drug,
when he- when
kids.
he posted
Yeah,
that whole
drug.
thing.
Dave, let me put it this way: you're Chanel, he's Walmart.
Exactly.
That's why.
Yeah, no, but it was just kind of funny because he was posting all like when he posted in his car like a shirtless pic. Like, what are
Okay,
you doing,
please,
dude?
I don't want to. Please, I don't want to.
Yeah, don't even look at it.
Can we
I
just
mean,
go-
it's from the neck up, but he was like, I don't know
Okay.
what the hell was happening with him. at
I'm gonna
the time,
vomit.
but he
Hey,
was-
how about a Wonder Woman reveal, though?
yeah, there you go.
Just
Yeah,
look at
she's
me and
wearing
Wonder Woman.
the starry undies, right?
Mhm.
Isn't
I'm a
she
fan.
wearing the stars
fan.
undies?
I'm a fan.
But who knows if that's what she's actually going to look like?
Yeah, that's what's so fun about it. Like, it's. I'm trying to debate how to describe. Okay, because I want to give a little Vodka stream a little fun exclusive,
Ooh.
there might be more things to look out for. is what I'm going to say.
When it comes to Creature Commandos,
in Creature Commandos,
yes.
I don't mean that. I don't mean sexually. I mean in
You had to
the rest of
clarify that.
William, you asked me to clarify before. I'm just doing I'm just doing as you wish. I know
there is. I know there is, and that's the thing. It's like that's why, like I'm not in the dark with everything when it comes to Creature Commandos. But it's saying
someone is breaking their embargo to you.
Hey,
it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
People, it's not anybody here. Hey, just put it out there. So. But I'm just saying, like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing, the argument about Reeves is still going to do his thing, but Reeves is also going to be he's going to be such a crucial part of the DCU also. Yep. And I love that because I love the fact that Matt Reeves is like, hey, I have my own Batman universe, but I want to create other different versions too. That's why he was a producer in part, and created Cape Crusader. He's going to help with the DCU Batman stuff.
He's literally producing the Clayface movie.
Dude, I mean, he just knows. He's all about just the different types of, because when he created his Batman, it was before all this structure came about. So now that the structure's there, good on James Gunn to be like, dude, we want to keep you here. I want you to do your thing. But if you want to help on every other thing, cool.
Was it during the AT&T era?
Like, yes.
Was it during the AT&T era or the Discovery era that the Batman's one was made? I'm trying to remember.
Technically, it would have been the AT&T era because he was hired in late 2018.
Yeah,
it might have been early 2018 when he came on. And he
remember even Ben Affleck said, "Oh yeah, I would dress up as an ape for Matt Reeves."
Yeah,
and welcome to the Batcave, Matt Reeves.
And his finished script, and I say that loosely because he was even still working on it during the pandemic. By the time they got to shooting that movie in late in early March, like the last date he had on his draft was February 9th of 2020. He spent all of 2019 pretty much writing that movie from fucking scratch. 2018 and 2019 writing that movie from fucking scratch.
Damn, now he's a perfectionist.
He is.
He totally is.
And now, we had to wait 6, 7, 8 months because of the fucking strikes for him to continue writing the Batman Part 2. Because, well, that's just the way the nature of the beast fucking works. And I think the cool thing about Matt Reeves working with James Gunn on this is like it's the polar opposite of Christopher Nolan. I don't mean this like in a slight, but it's just like facts are facts. Like Nolan was pretty adamant of like, I don't really want another Batman happening while I do my trilogy. And Warner Brothers was trying to make a Justice League movie, but then they ultimately pulled the plug on it for a couple different reasons, but that was one of them. And I feel like Matt Reeves is like, no, if you guys want to do more Batman shit, I'll fucking help you make more Batman shit. Like, don't be surprised if Matt Reeves has like a producer credit on The Brave and the Bold.
Oh, I would feel so much more relieved if he has.
I would laugh, but I would also be like, fuck yeah, that's what you call synergy.
Yeah, and look, we get like look how lucky we get to be. We get to have one of the best Batman filmmakers right now to be, tipping his toes in both worlds. While everyone is trying to be like, oh yeah, James Gunn and Matt Reeves are fighting each other because he doesn't have his script ready. One is saying this and one is saying that. I'm like, there's clearly not drama going on. They're clearly working.
We have the old WB in our heads. Our people have the old WB. That's
no. I'm not talking.
It's
I'm talking about like the online crazies.
Even just like general faith. Like this is the way you would not have had this mindset to where you could have appreciated that. There wouldn't have been that, like you just described. There wouldn't have been that synergy. So a lot of people, when they see people working together, like they said, that rumor whether we're going to merge, I'm like, no, because back in the old WB, that's what would have happened. One would have overtaken the other. Now I can have a Reeves Batman and I can have a DCU Batman. And I just wasn't getting that before. So people can't comprehend that. It's even they start spreading that crazy rumor. And I'm like, and I saw it from that one guy. And I'm like, okay, isn't this guy supposed to have some kind of credibility? And James Gunn literally said it. It would be different if James Gunn hadn't said it in a wide, a place where you could see it. But he said it, and then people doubled down on that. And I'm like, okay, well, damn. But yeah, I'm happy about where we're at with DC right now. It's taking a while to get here, but we're here.
It's almost like a similar situation with Across and Beyond the Spider-Verse. Like I look at it in a similar kind of light because like when it comes to the Batman Part 2, like Matt Reeves started conceiving the movie like right after the first part and right before DC had DC Studios, and then once that happened, the strikes happened. And then once the strikes ended, now there was time to come together and really hash out like, what the fuck are we going to do here? Matt, what is your idea? Okay, can we maybe move some shit around so we don't like cross-pollinate and come up with the same thing happening at the same time? I think that's ultimately why his part 2 is coming a lot later rather than sooner, because of the fact like James Gunn is like, no, I want to use Batman in my universe too, but I also don't want to step on your toes for anything that you're doing, which is probably why the Brave and the Bold movie is a Batman and Robin movie with Damian in it, whereas Matt Reeves' Batman is literally in such a condensed time frame of like year 2, year 3. But
and if we get any Robin, it's gonna be like a teen, like a young adult Dick at that point, because I don't
buy it all. Robin's gonna show up. I don't think it's going to happen.
No,
I didn't say Robin. I said Dick.
I never want to see that.
I did say Dick. I didn't say Robin because what if Batman inspires other vigilantes in Gotham at some point?
There could be something that's interesting in that fact. Yeah,
Tons of Batman. Maybe
there's definitely not going to be a Robin, and I think they're going to just full on Robin when it comes.
Yeah, I did not say Robin. I'm thinking maybe a Nightwing comes out instead. So.
I mean, I can see what you're saying, But anyways, guys, let's go ahead and wrap this up. This was fun. We broke down the Superman trailer. I think we all, it's a great time to be a DC fan right now, I think, and I think after this trailer, regardless of, how we felt, I think we all had our positives about it, but we're not all
trailer of the year.
Yeah. See, I mean, that's the thing, and it's and I think
my picture just came in from James Gunn. Thank you.
There's positives, there's negatives, there's it's not for everybody. It's whatever. But at the same time, when it comes to all this stuff, just let when people are hyped and fans are having fun with it, let them be. That's the way it was back in the Snyderverse era. We all wanted to be left alone because we were really enjoying what was happening then. We wanted to be left alone. So now that it's the opposite end, hey guys, let fans that are enjoying this stuff, let them have their fun,
And don't do the hashtag trends on the same day.
Don't do that whole thing. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. Let's not do that.
Why are you coming up as gorillas?
Anytime that I see some of these fuckers or I see people online where it's like, Jesus Christ, you guys just want to shit on everybody's parade. It's like you're doing that whole, they didn't, fuck. All of a sudden, you can have a Superman trailer where he doesn't smile. He doesn't do this. It's like, guys, relax. Jesus fucking Christ. I get it. Unless you actually have receipts and you actually have the people's names that were like complaining about this back then, you're just lumping everybody into like a bunch of things. It's like, yeah, I get it. There was all that stuff and we defended it then, but it's like, who cares? Everybody's a fucking hypocrite. That's just the way it is, but you can also probably point into, anyways. All right. I'm just going.
Just like cut off his whole.
I just go, yeah.
I missed the part where you lost your hat.
I know, I took it off. I was like, it was getting too hot and too tight on my head. I'm just saying, I just like the vibe. I just like the vibe that's happening right now when it comes to, the trailer. Even though like I wasn't like super blown away by it, I was still going, that was a good trailer, and I'm seeing the excitement out there. And I'm liking it. I'm very much liking it. And I'm liking where everything's going. I'm just looking forward to what is in the future. And we got 2 projects that are going to start filming at the beginning of the
in just a couple of weeks.
Filming in a couple of weeks, yeah.
And then I'm like, when are we going to get that Supergirl fucking reveal? That's going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So. Anyways, let's go around the horn. Let's go around the horn and promote whatever we got. Andy, you want to go first? You don't want to go first. You always want to go last, don't you?
Yeah.
Phil.
God damn it, Andy. Anyway.
Oh, God damn it.
If you guys want to follow me, it's at Unfiltered. I should have had it in there, but I was too fucking lazy to throw it in there. But everywhere, Unfiltered.
Twitter.
Fuck you. Threads, Vero, Instagram, Blue Sky, YouTube, Multiverse of Color. You guys can read my breakdowns. You can read my breakdown of the Superman trailer there. You can read my review of Creature Commandos as well as Skeleton Crew. You can also catch our Creature Commandos podcast via DC Studios podcast on Multiverse of Color. You can catch all of that beautiful stuff again at Multiverse of Color. And you can listen to my Eternal Night podcast, which we may or may not be talking about a super trailer in the near future.
Ooh. Super 8?
Like it. All right, Chris.
Thank you, as always. Always a great time, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everyone.
Yes. Yeah. Before we see
And,
each other, it's gonna be, yeah.
Yeah.
Amen
But
to
you can
that.
follow me on all the socials, any socials for the most part at Chris Balga. You can catch me on Marvel Alliance every Thursday night, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel, or you can just search it on your podcast feeds of Marvel Alliance. And you can catch me every Saturday afternoon on the Brave and the Boys channel doing the OPB Buyers Weekly Buyer's Guide for all their collected edition needs. So, as always, Dave and crew, always great seeing you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Chris. We got Paul.
Yeah, I got nothing. Anyway.
You fucking liar! You've got Mitchell's movies reviews. What the fuck are you talking about?
So that's my last name, Michaels, not Mitchell's. But thanks.
Oh,
No,
my
I made another Instagram account called, but I basically just make letterbox reviews and then I just post it on the story and stuff. But no, I meant to do a blog, but I was in a space where when I was in New Hampshire and stuff. So, but I should restart the movie blog at some point down the line. But that'll probably be for next year. But in the meantime, you guys know where to find me. I'm at PMickey1988 on Instagram, and also I don't know if you guys are moving on to the platform, but I found it to be better than Twitter, but Blue Sky. So I'm also on there, and that's under PMickey1988 there. And of course at Paul Panhook on Vero. So feel free to follow me on there. And yeah, that's about it.
Yes. All right, William.
You can Google the Sci-Fi Center. All my platforms are right there. You can buy stuff if you want to. Win stuff. That's what we'll be doing. We'll be giving away Nosferatu tickets all this weekend for
Cannot wait.
Yeah, I've rented out a theater, and we will be taking 58 of our closest
God damn it.
to a 1 p.m. screening of Nosferatu on the 29th. If you're in the Vegas area, you can step into the store, and I'll show you how to get in. But yeah, you can watch. We stream we stream a lot. So yeah, just
every fucking night.
You go on the
stream or scream. I didn't hear what you said.
Underselling
it.
If Brad's involved here, be screaming.
Yeah, YouTube.com /@ the Sci-Fi Center. Usually every day but Monday, but for some reason we were watching Jaws 3 in 3D, which is
why?
Movie.
Okay.
Whose idea was it to do that?
Happy sent in a tuber chat. We were obligated. So,
all right, sure.
Gotta get
all
that
right.
hustle, man.
Well, there you go.
Get it. Hustle.
Subscribe to that, and then of course thank you to Ben. Thank you to who else? That was this bit, right? Ben. Who else?
Austin.
Austin.
Ben
and Austin. There we go. So thank you to
Ben
those guys.
Oh wait! I forgot the plug. Oh my god!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because you wanted to go last instead of first, jackass.
You're the one who forgot to say, Andy, your turn. No.
You didn't want to go first. Don't fucking lie.
I didn't want to go first, but he didn't give. I need directions. I don't just go off on my own. But you can
go for it, Andy.
As always, so much fun hanging out with you guys on Friday nights. You can find me at Andy on all social media, including Twitter. I am on Blue Sky. I just don't use it because I'm like, there's too many apps now. You can find me at screamer.com for all my latest interviews and news. I'm off until January 2nd, so check out all my stuff that I published throughout 2024 if you want. There's some good Creature Commandos stuff out there if you want to check it out. Also, the interview Multiverse of Color, where you can find that Lip. You can find Lip and all of his great work and all the other writers. Yeah, I'm trying to. This is always confusing. Like, am I putting it the right way?
No,
I'm putting the right way.
Okay.
No, there
you go. There you go. No, the other way. There you go.
There you go.
You find his work at Multiverse, along with Vanessa, Legion of Via, Chainsaw, everyone that we love so much who bust their asses off every week, giving you content. And the Showrunner Whisperer will be back in 2025, where I talk to showrunners about the tricky challenge of being a showrunner in today's Hollywood landscape. And I'm a streamer on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. And since I'm on vacation now, I'll be back this weekend. So happy Superman week, happy holidays, and stay safe and don't be petty. That's all I'm saying.
Don't be petty. There you go. This has been fun, and everybody's watching. Have happy holidays. Have a Merry Christmas. We'll see you guys. We'll
stay
still have
safe.
we'll stay safe, and it's We'll see you guys next week, of course, right before the new year. So we'll have the last show of 2024. But this is a show prior to Christmas. So everybody have a good Christmas, and we love you. And we will
Free
talk to
Weasel.
you. Okay, there you go.
Free Weasel.
I know, seriously. Hashtag
Free Weasel.
Give him a hug.
God.
Free him and give him a hug.
Yeah,
Hashtag
as long as he
Free Weasel.
doesn't lick me. My God. Anyways, all right.
You don't know where the tongue has been. He could do something wonderful.
Boy, they showed you where his tongue.